We're going to welcome to the stage Tommy Sotomayor. Now, he's known for his controversial opinions and statements on a variety of social issues, particularly when it's concerning the Black community. Tommy, aka Mr. Controversy, aka Kevin Samuels wannabe? Not according to Tommy. He said he wrote the blueprint for Kevin Samuels. Now, here's some of his controversial statements that we plan to cover. Black women. Tommy often criticizes Black women, claiming they're responsible for many of the problems in the Black community, including crime and poor educational outcomes. He refers to the Black single mothers in derogatory terms, which has sparked a lot of backlash. He generalizes the Black woman. He's made sweeping generalizations of Black women, accusing them of being what? Loud, aggressive, and detrimental to the well-being of children and the community. Tommy has a documentary on fatherless homes where he blames Black women for the prevalence of fatherless homes, suggesting their behavior drives away men and that they use their children as a tool against the fathers. He doesn't like welfare programs. He said it incentivizes single mothers and discourages family unity. Feminism? Oh, Tommy's far from a feminist. He has a vocal opposition on modern feminism, in which he claims it promotes misandry and the breakdown of traditional family structure. He has argued that feminism is harmful to both men and women. He's criticized gender equality movements, suggesting that it's unfairly demonized men and ignores the challenges of men. Black Lives Matters and police brutality. He's no fan of Black Lives Matters. He says the movement focuses too much on police brutality while ignoring Black on Black crime, while he believes that is the more significant issue. He defends the police. At times, Tommy has defended police officers involved in controversial shootings, suggesting that the victims often contribute to the demise of their actions. LGBTQ plus issues. How does he feel about that? He's made a lot of controversial statements regarding the LGBTQ community, arguing their advocacy often conflicts with traditional family values, and it receives a disproportionate attention compared to the issues affecting the Black community. Race and culture. He's criticized the Black culture. He said it's trash. He said the Black culture is trash, including the music, the fashion, the behavior, suggesting that Black people contribute to the negative stereotype, and that hurts the Black community. He also doesn't believe in reparations. Slavery, you're not getting no money for that, arguing that it's not a practical solution, and it fosters a victim mentality. Now, my favorite subject, and what we're going to be discussing tonight, passport bros. Now, this is where we may agree. He supported the passport bros. Tommy supports passport bro movement. And the passport movement is where men seek relationships abroad, often criticizing American women, particularly black women, as being undesirable partners due to their attitudes and behaviors. He has frequently criticized Western women, claiming they are too focused on career independence at the expense of family and traditional values. That was what I said. Now let's hear some of Tommy's words, and after that, we're bringing Tommy to the stage to face the lion's den.
You are attacked too. I mean, they call you names, sellout, Uncle Tom, crazy, you hate women, you hate men, you hate everything.
Because black women are like God. That's why a lot of them call themselves goddesses. And what happens with God? He gets all the credit for when things go right, ain't none of the blame when it goes wrong. And you look at black women, when they raise a child that grows up to be a doctor, the black woman will say, I did it myself. Look how great my son is. But when he grow up to kill 30 people, she say his daddy wasn't in his life. Hold on a minute. If you get all the credit like a coach who wins the Super Bowl, you should get all the blame like a coach who don't win a game.
My grandmother, which is why I quote a lot of things, my grandmother was really difficult on black women. She felt like where they were versus where they are was a complete drop off, like a cliff. She the one who gave me the saying where I said, there's two places that you'll end up if you end up dealing with black women, in hell or in jail.
Better, she was grown.
No.
She was grown.
See, here's
How
what.
do y'all giving these women a pass for
But
doing
there's black
something?
men
Never
too,
said to
though.
men.
But it's black men
Okay,
too.
so then men, why don't you give men a pass for being deadbeat dads because of slavery and history took us out of the family?
But you went.
You look in America right now, blacks still make the poorest excuse I've ever heard for failing in schools by saying, well, it's culturally biased. But then I watch people who come from China, first generation Chinese. I grew up with a girl, she came to high school, that was her first in America, 9th grade. She was valedictorian. So why is it that blacks believe that, well, the SATs are culturally biased when this is the only culture we know?
Yeah.
So everyone else comes here and they get it right. Even the blacks from Africa come here and they're the smartest students.
But now, well, you're combining
You
it.
can't tell them that when a nigga whooping their ass. You can't tell them that when a nigga ain't taking care of his kids.
Right.
You can't tell them that's just the type of nigga you attract.
Welcome to the show, Mr. Tommy Sotomayor. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
It is a pleasure to come with you. So let me say this, Tommy, you're a racist. You don't like black people. You get trolls. You don't like Kevin Samuels. You don't black police. These are all the things I used to hear about you. And at first I used to disagree because I used to hear them. The more I got on YouTube, the more I listened. Tommy, you right. You right, brother. And I want to talk about some of those things. I got an opportunity to watch your documentary. So I do have a little criticizing for your documentary. First criticism. You need to do parts on that, brother. It was so much information and so many stats that I walked away wishing you could have done more. You know, it was almost like the things you went into, I was saying, but there's more, Tommy, there's more. And I wish they could have done more. The other criticism is I wanted you to answer the question, why? So whoever doesn't know, Tommy has a documentary called Fatherless Homes. And on that, you tackled a great...
it's called A Fatherless America. You can find it at afatherlessamerica.com and on Amazon. You can go to Amazon and you can order a physical copy of it, and you can order it. You can watch it on Amazon Prime, but it's A Fatherless America. A
Fatherless America. Please, I apologize for that. I watched it. And the only thing I could walk away from was the question, why? Why is it a fatherless America? You covered some great things. One of the things was, I'll talk about a few issues. How vengeful women keep their children away from their fathers. You talked, I remember the girl, she was crying and she was saying, I'm so sad. One reason is because my dad loves the new baby more than me. And the first thing I could think of, sometimes a guy walks away from the family or from that child, not because of the child, but sometimes because of the mom. What say you, Tommy? Give me a background on your Fatherless America, and do you think like the courts can be involved? Um, you tell me.
Well, as I said in the movie, they're incentivizing single parent homes,
Mhm.
and they're not incentivizing single father homes. They're incentivizing single mother homes because they create the most chaos and the most disenfranchised, disillusioned, disorganized children. They come out of those households. You can see the numbers show that for the few single fathers that they are, the single fathers who raise their children tend to raise more grounded children. They raise more law-abiding children. It's because what happens with men is we have the mentality of no matter what happened before us, what's happening to us is the most important. And how do we navigate what's happening to us? We can't use the excuse of what happened to someone else. And so that's why I think men do a better job. And the reason why the government doesn't want that is because they want to fill the jails. They want people to be dependent upon the government. Single mothers are far more dependent upon the government than single fathers would be. So single mothers is the greatest place to be, where you will have generations upon people dependent upon the government. Therefore, the government is always needed. It will never shrink. It will never disappear. It will be the equivalent of McDonald's putting something in their burgers, which many people believe that they do, which will make you always need a burger. As a matter of fact, if you had to now live off of eating burgers, they have created customers that will last for the rest, the end of time.
Yep.
As long as humans exist.
Now, a lot of women would say, no, it's just a deadbeat dad. It's that, they don't take the responsibility. It's all on the father. And I see that a lot of time you believe that single mothers bear a lot of the responsibility of fatherless crisis. So why do you believe that?
Well, number one, because unless these situations were coming out of marriages, if they're coming out of just two people who are having sex, we live in a society which says her body, her choice.
Mm-hmm.
So just like I said about the coach, you have to take responsibility of your body, your choice. You can't tell a woman, it's my house, bitch, you do what I want. Then when the bills aren't paid, you talking about, girl, what's up? Why we ain't paid the bills? No, why you ain't paid the bills? You said it was your house. You said you could do whatever you want to. So then you need to sit there and make sure everything goes right.
Exactly.
Women claim the responsibility of who gets to sleep with them, if you sleep with them raw, if you get to come inside of them. Everything is up to a woman. When she decides if she wants to take a morning after, she decides even if she wants to go and check and see if she's pregnant, she gets to decide everything about the pregnancy, then the birth. She can decide to give that child up for adoption. If she's not married, it's not 50-50. So that's why we'll put the blame on them.
Man. Also, then, everybody I think one thing you said, and we're going to talk about the Black community, because in some ways, when I said the Black community was trash, I had guys coming out the woodworks. Oh, it's not trash. It's not this. And a point that you brought up that I think was very important, because I talked about the spelling bee. When I looked at the spelling bee for the last 10 years, everybody was Indian, first generation Indians from India. Maybe not English was their first language. How can they come here and win every spelling bee? And the people here say, we can't win a spelling bee, or it's culturally biased, like you said, and it's our culture. So why is it that as the Black community, why we make so many excuses for what we do? What's our problem?
Voting liberal. The liberals gave blacks seriously. The liberals gave blacks an excuse. What they did was they said, it's not your fault. They didn't ask them to work for the vote. They said, if you give us a vote, we'll give you an excuse. And if you can imagine what will happen if you have children and somebody outside of your house got into your children's heads and started telling them everything that's going wrong with them is somebody at school or somebody at home's fault. And as a matter of fact, you don't have to imagine that, because isn't that exactly what society is doing to the children now, which is making them more suicidal than they've ever been in history, which is making them right now not even know what they want to do. And I mean, we grew up saying, I wanted to be a firefighter. We didn't end up being it a lot of times, but at least we had goals and aspirations. It was one of the greatest parts of being a child. They don't even have that. They're lost at young ages.
Yeah.
That's why their goal and aspiration for little boys now isn't being a firefighter, isn't being an Indian or a cowboy or a cop or a baseball player or a sports figure or entertainer. It's being a woman.
Yes.
And why do they want to be a woman? Because the woman has been given the least amount of responsibilities that there is, and yet the same, and yet more praise than anyone. So imagine if you do nothing but be, and you get praise for it. And you'll be a man and you'll work your whole life and you'll still be told you didn't do enough. Who the hell wants to be one of those?
I have a theory, Tommy, and maybe you can tell me otherwise. My theory, and when I've dated, I think I've told this story before, that I've dated in college and I dated Black women. And what I found was those Black women were raised by single mothers. The way they raised those single mothers were, you strong, you independent, you don't need a man. Well, I was raised by a mother and a father. So, you know, it becomes more alpha. And it was very difficult to date those Black women because it became a power struggle. And it seemed to me the women that those, you know, independent, strong boss bees dated was actually the men or boys that were raised by the single moms, because they were weak. And they always looked at a mother as someone who is their role model. I think in one of your sayings, you said, everybody respect Big Mama. It's Big Mama. Do you see that as the crisis with feminism and things like that?
I don't even know if it's feminism, because the feminists still realized that they needed men. They just wanted to be able to go work. That's not what happened. There wasn't a want for Black women to go work, because you got to remember, Black women have been working since they came to the United States. They've never not worked. So there was no need for them to go the feminist route, number one. And number two, they were never oppressed by their men. So they had two things that the feminists were going for that they never had, and yet they joined them. The biggest thing that was the problem there was they wanted to be a part of the white woman struggle, because in my opinion, the Black woman envies the white woman for a couple of things. Many of them are shallow. For a few things, many of them are shallow, but it's two big ones. That the white woman has access to the white man, which is the most powerful man on earth, and women want access to power. Black women wanted the same thing. Black women fell into the European standard of beauty. Because the white man chose that woman, she wanted to compete with that woman. And most of us, whether it's a man who wants to sleep with a girl who's already has a man, what you would do is try to compete with what she has. And a woman does the same thing. Or if you're trying to get a job, you compete with what you know the person already wants and likes, and you try to compete with it. So we then became secondary, third-dairy. I don't know if it's ever happened to you, but when you get a woman who cheats on you, she doesn't respect you because you stay. She doesn't respect you because whoever she's cheating on you with is who she really wants to be with.
I'm going to play a clip. Let me play this clip of you, Tommy, and I think it addresses some of the things that you just said, and we'll get right back. It's about 2 minutes, but you addressed a lot of that. Give me 1 second, Tommy. Part 2.
Because I was the simp du jour. I thought my mom was telling me, save these hoes, because she was out there and she needed to be saved.
Oh my God.
She had kids by different men and she got a man to marry her.
There you go.
Ask you a simple question. Why is there no examples of white women taking the sperm of Black men just to have a mixed kid? Why?
And I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
I just want you to think about it. You know, Black women have been running around lately and saying, we're the most educated group in the United States. If they believe that, number one, it's not true. But number two, if they believed it, why are their kids the least educated? That wouldn't make any sense. That I'm really good at basketball and my child's never played. If these women who are raising their children at a 76% clip, single, why aren't their children as smart as they are, since they're so smart?
That's a good.
Is it wrong to say that white women are the trophy when almost every culture views white women as the trophy, when they're the best car on the road, when they are typically the expensive one, the Maserati? That's what white women are.
I'm gonna tell you. So
women were the best thing in the world. Men wasn't shit.
That's right.
I'll do all the things your man won't do. That was what it was supposed to be.
Joe.
And then I got hit with reality that these women were using men who felt that way about them.
Wow.
That men who felt like, oh, I see you've been hurt. Let me fix it. Well, they didn't like that guy.
Right.
They actually liked the guy who hurt them.
That's right. That's right.
And speaking of women, you know, I've heard over and over that you hate women, and you especially hate black women, and you call them the B word, and I've never heard you call them B word. Do you call them?
Oh,
the
I
B?
do.
You do.
I'm not gonna lie about that. I call them bossy all the time. No, I'm just kidding.
And so, first of all, just for the record, do you hate women or black women?
No, I don't hate black women.
You
What I
just-
look at it is they're the ones who have been in control for the last some odd years. And they've been proud of it, saying that they're the backbone of the community, to the point of where people said in public, and Barack Obama said it.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna be the coach, or you're gonna be the GM of this team, if the team is failing, where does the blame lie? So they get mad that I point the blame at them, but they stand up every day, say they don't need a man, I'm independent, I run everything.
Right.
Tommy, you put a lot in that, brother. You put a lot. I want to address.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't get to see myself very much. I'm pretty damn good. Like I was sitting there looking, I'm pretty damn good at this shit. I was like, somebody need to hire that guy.
Brother,
Go ahead.
What I don't understand is, let's talk about the black community. If you like the black community and you're a Republican, even though you know you are a brother who has a lot of melanin in him, they say you're not black. You ain't black enough, Tommy. How can you be not black enough? And you know, in one sense, you dark in another sense. Why is it with the black community? We're the only community that thinks monolithic, where you can only think one way. Is that why we are where we at now? That we in one box?
Well, because they were told that. What did Joe Biden say?
If you ain't black, you know, you vote.
I don't have to tell you a good reason to vote for me. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
That's right.
Blacks have believed that there's certain things that only they are supposed to do. Now, maybe they were taught that by the racist whites who told them, you're black, you can't be anything but this. So we would self-cap. We would say, hey, well, you're black. You're not supposed to do that. You're a black kid. I remember being told I wanted to be a quarterback when I was a kid. The white coach wanted his son to be a quarterback. I was more athletic than him, and I could throw better than him. But he said that my skills would be better used as a running back, receiver, or DB. You start to believe it. You don't argue it. I was a kid, and there was no one there to argue for me. I didn't have a father, and no one was there during the practice. So when he said that stuff, you believed it. So I just think what happened is we put a cap on ourselves, and now we're the ones who go around and say, if you're educated or you speak English well, think about it. We don't know any other language. The majority of us in America know but one language.
Mm-hmm.
Why would we take pride in not speaking that language well? Why do we take pride in going to school and failing or making barely passing grades? Why do we take pride in being the bane of people's existence to where they don't want to ride the bus with us? They don't want to live in the neighborhood with us. I heard someone talking today and he said, Tommy represents those coons. And he said, they don't know about the black struggle. They ain't been to jail. They ain't had to worry about somebody running up on them with the burner while they was trying to move a package. And I was listening to him and I said, wait a minute. So if you're a black person and you didn't experience these things, you're not black?
You're not black.
How does that make sense?
It makes sense to them, Tommy. That's what I found out. It makes sense to them, not to anyone else. It's a shame that talking proper is considered talking white. Look, one guy I had on, he tried to tell me because I'm mixed that I'm not black. I said, man, you are the only people that say that in the world, because every police officer who would stop me wouldn't have a problem acting like I'm black. So it wouldn't be an
I got to stop you there, though.
Uh-oh, go ahead.
You know what you just did?
I fell into that trap.
You did what they did.
That's
You
what
said, I gotta be black because I get pulled over by the cops. So all the stuff he just said, what black was, you verified it.
You're
and
right.
so this is why a lot of times people find a hard time talking to me, because I don't have a team. I'm a referee. I just call it down the middle. And when you make statements like that, the truth is a biracial person isn't black.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you say, well, they tell us we're black, aren't you doing exactly what the coach told me I couldn't play?
I'm doing
quarterback?
exactly like that.
You're
Exactly.
doing exactly that. So the white man tells you you're black because you have a drop on you. You know what that's like? It's like a high-end store that realizes a couple of stitches are off with the clothes. So you know what they do? They ship them to this other store and they go and sell it there because they know they can't sell it to their high-end clientele with the flaw in it. So what to me mixed and biracial people are flawed whites.
Yep.
And they just throw them in this bin, and everybody else, like when they go and get the flawed Tommy or the flawed, I don't know, I'm not a dresser, so whatever the nice clothes are, the flawed clothes when they can get them for cheap. That's what blacks are. Blacks just want to get the flawed clothes for cheap so they can say they're a part of them. So they can say, I too am now wearing Versace.
Well, it seems like with the culture, we don't want to be black. I mean, black women wearing wigs and white hair. So, I mean, do we really want to be black? Are we ashamed of the culture? I mean, it's like we like the good things, and it minimalizes how, you know, we think or how we talk.
Yeah.
I used to tell people, I said, it used to hurt me when I went places and they would say, Fearless, you're not like them other blacks.
Hey.
And now I'm like, yep, you right. Man, you right, brother. You exactly right. I'm not like them other blacks. And so it became a happy thing now. So how do you feel? Well, let's get into this. I know you talked about Black Lives Matter. How you feel about Black Lives Matter?
Well, how I felt about it versus what ended up happening was I was right. I'm pretty good. I can judge outside of my life very well. Inside of my life is my problem. I'm a soothsayer that can give you the future of everybody else's life, but my own is one of my grand failings. But I said what this was. I was the first one to point out what their mission statement was, because most people didn't go and read what their mission statement was. And when their mission statement was to destroy the patriarchy, but I kept telling people, I said, but they built their money. They built their base off of what's happened to black men.
Mm-hmm.
So black men are the ones who are filling their coffers with their deaths on the streets. And then they say they want to get rid of you. So you want to get rid of that which made you rich. You want to get rid of that which, so then if you think about it that way, are they any different than the cop who shot George Floyd? Well, no, they're not.
Why would you get upset when a cop shoots a black dude? And in Chicago, we can shoot as many blacks as we want in a weekend.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I'll tell you, look, you didn't take the correction I gave you just a second ago. You didn't get mad. You said, oh, I can see what you're saying. You have a young lady that has a wrench, and I do this a lot. You have a young lady that has a wrench in your comment section. Her words was, damn, does Tommy say anything good about blacks? You know what they would never say?
What's that?
If I was Black Lives Matter and I was talking about cops, nobody would just jump up here and say, damn, do you say anything good about whites?
Exactly.
Or damn, do you say anything good about cops? So she didn't judge what I said. She didn't say, Tommy said this is inaccurate. She said, do you say anything good about blacks? So it doesn't matter if what I said, imagine if I was saying, this Kia, the reason why you shouldn't buy it is because this. Do you say anything good about Kia? Imagine if I was saying that this movie is this, and it sucks. Do you got anything good to say about Thor? No one would talk like that. It's a stupid way of talking. This is why I'm against a lot of what women do, because women cause dissension, and it'll be a guy that's listening to this, and he knows he wants to, she might be cute enough for him to try to screw. So he'll say, yeah, Tommy, you should say something nice. But that doesn't make any sense. Where's the requirement to say something good? What is good? Good is relative anyway. In one respect, someone says, I've been to jail, and I know girls who say they like men who've been to jail. So him going to jail would be good.
I think you talked about it in your last one. You said you grew up a simp. You know, you was the nice guy listening to the baby face, you know, I'm going to pay your bills. And then you found out it was the dudes who whipped their ass and cheated on them as the ones they wanted. Can you make that make sense?
He might have looked like he had the ability to pay the bill when he met him, but then they would sit there and go out of their way to try to prove to him that they don't need his money, so they'll help pay his damn bills. And then when you with him, they'll tell you pay their bills, and you'll start. Once you realize that this is a dirty game that will never stop. Now, are all women like this? No, there are some very good women out there, but there are also some snakes out there that won't bite you. Would you walk into a den of them?
No.
And not be afraid that you're going to get bit? People outside, there were bees flying around. They were doing my house today. They said, we're not going to cut over in that area. I said, why not? They said, bees over there. And I was like, I don't give a crap. Go over there and cut. I'm going to need you to do it because I'm not going. And I got lucky that last night I was asked, oh, you go turn on the pool. And I was like, I don't feel comfortable walking over there. Well, it was a whole nest of bees. It was something just told me, don't go over there and turn on this pool. There's no light. Don't go over there. And the next day, white dudes showed me that there's a shit ton of bees have a nest over in the ground. And if I'd have walked my black ass over there last night, I would have been stung maybe even to death by them, by trying to turn the pool on at night. So you never know what you're getting. But if you're afraid of something because you've seen what it's done to other things, look at what's happening to a lot of these people who are going through divorce right now. And I think this girl is a beautiful woman. I think her name is something Taylor. She was married to the basketball player, Amon Comfort. He's now begging to have child support reduced because he said she makes $90,000 a month. I make $50,000 a month. Why am I still paying for it? And I'm in my child's life just like she is. Why is there an order at all? And then the women, you know what they were saying in the comment section?
What's that?
They said, that's what you get for cheating. So he must be punished for anything he does. When's the last time you heard somebody say that's what she gets for cheating?
Tommy, ask me this. I've never heard it, but why is this? Because you bring up a point, and I've seen this since I got on YouTube. Why is it that if a woman says something, oh man, they will protect her. They will not hold her accountable. Even guys will come into their chat and protect them with all they like. If we say something, they destroy us. Those same guys come after us when they know that the girl is wrong. I was a person that I pointed out. I said, you wrong. You know you're wrong. This is what you did. And why is that they do it? Why did these simps come to their defense all the time? Well, and I want to talk about the trolls. How did you handle some trolls, bro? Because I got to the point where I was like, man, I want to fight everybody. And it just wasn't working out.
Well, first off, I forgot. So I got to do something right quick. I have to retweet your show. So I just retweeted your show to make sure that people could come. I put it out there on Twitter so they can come over there and watch. But two, how did I get through it? I didn't know it was a thing, and I don't think I've ever gotten through it because I'm completely shocked when it happens. Trolls, I don't get it because I would assume the troll should be somebody that's about 15, 16 years old and bored sitting at home. But it's not. It's people our age that just want to cause the same thing I said earlier, dissension. When that woman came in and said, hey, does he have anything good to say? Why didn't she ask herself if saying something good was the benchmark? Why didn't she say something good about me? Why didn't she say something good about the show? She's your moderator. Why would her first comment be, do I say something good, when her first comment could have been, great show. Retweet the space, everybody. She's a mod. Hit the Cash App for my boy Fearless. She could have done all that. Nope. So the people who are negative ask for people to be positive. And that's what these trolls are. What a troll's job is to get you off subject. A troll's job is to make you question yourself. A troll is no different than the Pharisees and the Sadducees were to Jesus. A troll is no different than what Judas was to Jesus. A troll is no different than what the Jews did to Jesus. I'm going to get you off your message because your message is too powerful on its own. And that's why you have a lot of people who will say, like, to people like you, don't interview him. Don't bring him there. And you know why they
I gave them the middle finger and told them where they could go.
But you know why
the same people that get on the chat, they can say everything. And I say, well, why don't you get your own show? They won't get their own show. They won't do it. And I'm glad that my wife calmed me down because there was a person that I was like, you know what? I live right here. We can meet right here at the Star. We can settle this like men. And she had to step back. She said, look, you got too much to lose. This person don't have nothing to lose. That's why they trolling, because they have nothing. And I had to sit back and say, you know, you're right. I got everything to lose. And you know how I felt that? This is why I don't deal with particular women. And Tommy, you might know this from your past. When you deal with women who have nothing to lose, that is the worst thing you can do because they can take everything away from you.
Yes.
And I want to transition now because this is the real reason I got you on the show. You have all of these sayings, these controversy, all of these things about Black American women. And I'm going to play that. But I wanted to lead into this passport bro subject. So let me play this. And it's a segue into what we want, because I think today we have these shows. We have two shows before I go there. One, we talked about why was there white men or why was there white females at the side of every NFL player? That was our question. We had a Black female that came on and we said, well, you know, hey, that white female was buying him maybe some Chipotle, some Starbucks, you know. And then when he made it, he said she invested in it. You know what this Black chick said? I ain't buying him no damn Starbucks. I ain't buying him nothing. And the guy said that girl made a $3 investment that got her $3 million. That's the best return you can get. And they don't want us when we build, and they only want us at the finish line. And that's crazy. I'm going to play this because I think you had something to say about it. You said something very similar. And I want to get your reaction to it and then go into this Passport Bros.
No other group would complain about my personal choice but Black women, and I did not say Black women in the post.
Nobody thought Wesley Snipes or Michael Jordan were handsome. Can we be honest? Excuse me, not nobody. Very few people thought they were handsome. Wesley Snipes was handsome because he was Nino Brown. He was on television. He was in the movie. But remember what they started saying to Wesley Snipes when he married the Asian woman? Tay Diggs. Said Tay Diggs, yep. So he went from Black women calling him dark skinned and ugly to those same women giving him nasty looks when he got a white girl. Yep. Soon as Wesley Snipes married a non-Black woman, they started right back calling him a sellout and ugly and saying that he's stupid, that the only reason that white woman want him is because his money, which was ironic because the only reason the Black woman wanted him was because of his money. How many of you Black people ever thought, how many of you dark-skinned people, because we know, how many of y'all have ever thought about how weird that is? They call you ugly, you get a good job or something happens in your life, they try to fuck you out of your money. But if you go with somebody of another race, they will tell you the only reason that person wants you is because of your money. But the only reason you wanted me was because of my money. That doesn't make sense. So I'm not supposed to give it to this white woman. I should give it to you who's turned me down my whole life until I got something.
Tommy, brother, if you was near me, you would have got a high five. You would have got the brother shake. You would have got the pat on the back, because this is the exact thing that the brothers in the Passport Bro community talk about. We say, y'all didn't want us. You want this six-figure guy. All right, what we'll do is we're going to get our passport and leave to somebody who wants us. And what did they say? They only want you because you got some money. They poor, they this. You only wanted us because we want to have some money. That's the only reason you dated us. So why is it, Tommy, that when we make a choice to go somewhere else to find the traditional woman that we can't find here, that we everything in the book? Like you said, they talked about Wesley Snipes. He was cute until he got with somebody else. Now nobody liked him. That's the same with a lot of brothers in the community. Help me out, Tommy, please.
Well, that's an easy one. That is another byproduct of being raised in single mother households. Black men typically, no matter what their mothers did, she got away with it. She could have beat you. She could have put your dad in jail, told you a lie about who your dad was. Anything she did, she got away with it. To the point of where now, if you do anything, a woman, I was talking to a woman, I put up a video, they put it up, it was funny. I was saying about how a lot of the Black women look like men in the face. It started to go viral. And one woman said, your mama looked like a man. And I said, well, first off, you've never seen my mom, but I'm going to agree with you that my mama looked like a man. And I said, do you know why she does? Because she black. I said, it didn't matter that she was my mama. She's just black, and all black women look like men. I mean, that made her mad to the point where she blocked me. I said, so you decided to bring up my mom as a grown woman about a video that bothered you that I didn't send to you. I'm sitting up here making jokes. You didn't like it. And so you told me that my mama's black. What did you think I was supposed to do at that point? Or you said my mama's ugly. What was I supposed to do? Realize I made a mistake? Why is it that my mama can't be ugly? Why is it if I make a joke about somebody in a wheelchair, my mama's in a wheelchair, why does the joke no longer need to be made because my mama's in a wheelchair? She's still just as immobile as anybody else. The joke is the joke. I don't understand, except for the fact that black women believe that black men deify their mothers. And that's why they put us in this incestuous situation. Jay Prince's son is getting married to a non-black woman. Mm-hmm. One of the women in the comment section said, these men don't like their mothers because they don't pick women that look like their mothers. I love my mother to death. I don't want a woman whose tits is sagging like my mom, and who's fat like my mom, and who fucked my dad. I don't want that woman. I don't want a woman in her 70s. Sorry, I don't. I don't want a woman who has 0 eggs left. I don't want a woman who has no uterus left because they done threw that thing in the trash can. Why would I want this? Why is it we never get to say to them when they say they don't want a man who's under 6 feet? Bitch, your daddy was 5'3".
Exactly.
They don't want a man who don't have a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Your daddy is a janitor. They don't want a man, so they can actually want things that remind them not of their father at all, because many of them didn't have fathers. But if the ones who knew of their fathers, what they're asking for, they don't. They fathers didn't have, and we can never throw that in their face. But they will throw it in our face, and it's one of the. And I bring it up, and I'm gonna say it again. It's an incestuous situation to try and compare a person I would be having sex with my mom. Her personality, maybe. Her cleaning up and cooking, sure. But when you start talking about how she looks, that is a weird thing. Because if a man came out and said, yeah, man, I chose my wife because she looked like my mom, what do you think they'd say?
You crazy.
So the passport bros, they decided that I don't have to be held to this standard that black women don't even hold themselves to.
Exactly.
They started to realize that black women had no problem dating out of their race. And as a matter of fact, since this thing allows me to show you something, I want you to play something for the audience, and it's just a couple seconds. Let me see if I have it. Do I have it? Yesterday, 6 red beans.
My question is, Tommy, if somebody, while you're looking for that, if I talked about, because they say it, if I talked about gay people every single day, gay this, gay that, gay this, and I say I'm straight, at some point, somebody's going to question me being straight. Am I right? Because that's all I talk about.
Yes. If you keep on, I'm in 1,000% agreement with you.
Then why is it that these women only talk about passport bros, and they say they don't like them? But they in every chat, every channel, every video they do is about passport bros going out of the country, doing this, but they don't like them. I can't understand that for the sake of it. Can you help me explain that?
What it is control. Black women want control, and they understand that what they've been able to do is control black men by insulting them. Why do you think that the language of blacks is always insulting? If they don't agree with what you say, they will insult you before they debunk you.
Yes.
They will call you gay. They will call you all these names before they ever try to debunk you. So therefore, you have to watch where they got this from. They got it from their mothers. And what is it that these women do to men they don't even know? If you didn't want passport bros, if you had most of them ugly and be going over there and get tricked out their money anyway, so why do you care?
Exactly. Exactly.
And then here's the biggest lie that you hear black women tell. We wouldn't care what y'all did if y'all didn't bring us up. Well, hold on, ma'am. Last I checked, Michael B. Jordan said nothing bad about black women.
Mm-mm.
Last I checked, the brother Jonathan Majors said not one bad word about black women.
Nope.
Jay Prince Jr. did not say a bad thing about black women. I can name you man after man who never said one bad word about black women. And guess what happened? They still were being harassed by you because they didn't make the decision you wanted them to make, which makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it does make sense when you realize it's about control. They call black men who are straight gay, but still hang out with gay men. So if being gay was a problem, why do they hang out with gay men? And if being gay was a problem, why aren't gays upset with them that they call straight black men gay? A gay person would immediately and should stand up and say, hold on, lady, you and I are friends. And to insult him, you referred to him as gay. So that means you think it's something wrong with me being gay. That would make sense, right?
Yes,
Just like
yes.
if you had a white friend and the white friend got mad at their black friend and said to the black friend, nigger, or got mad at somebody else and said nigger.
Mm-hmm.
And the black friend is standing right there when they said it. And then the white friend said, oh, I don't mean you. I just mean him. You'd be like, wait, what? If you call them that when you're upset and you think being what they are is a bad thing, then that means you think I am a bad thing by logic. This is what they do, though. Their arguments are not based in logic or facts. It's based in fear. And they want you to be fearful of being called a sellout and a coon.
Yeah.
Well, who's the bigger sellout and a coon? You for putting your penis in a non-black woman, or them for putting a non-black woman's hair in their head because they think they look better with that in it?
Tommy, I got a question. You know, they say the black women don't like you. You know, I'm just saying, say there's a group of black women that don't like you. They hate you. Tommy's a racist. He don't like black women. Would it be those same people that would be talking about you if you was with a white woman? Like if you got with a white woman, they would be like, they don't like you. They don't want to be with you. But if you went with a white woman, they still got something to say about you. How can you please them, Tommy?
Well, I point that out. I said, if y'all call me a coon and a sellout, why are y'all surprised when I coon and sell out? I would never call a person gay and then get mad that I see them doing gay things. I would be mad if I saw them not doing gay things. I'm like, I must have been wrong. So if you believe I'm a coon and a sellout, why do you still follow me talking about you'll do anything them white people tell you? Who should I do anything that they tell me? The black folks?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you get mad at who I do anything for? I do anything for whoever I want to, but you're jealous that it's with white people and not for you. It's the same as these women. Soon as a black man get a divorce from a white woman, the white woman take half. Why does the black woman feel vindicated and say, see, that's what the white woman do? Well, hold on a minute. Did you forget all those black men who've gone through divorces and had half taken from them by black women? But now with the help of Dr. Umar Johnson, they've explained that away. Well, you do want a black woman to divorce you because at least the money will stay in the black community. Really? Because she seemed to be buying a whole lot of Prada, Gucci, and things that aren't black. She seems to be buying a whole lot of weave. And that came out no black woman's head. She seems to buy a whole lot of Nine West shoes and things that aren't owned by blacks. So why would Dr. Umar Johnson and black women tell that lie that if you're a rich man, at least if you get with a black woman, your money stays in the black community, when literally the studies show that the black dollar stays in the black community no longer than 15 minutes. Y'all don't want to talk to me about facts because I got too many of them.
Exactly. So, Tommy, I think what happened is a lot of guys went overseas because they wanted someone more traditional. You know, if you're a man, you want to be a man, and you want your woman to be a woman. You don't want your woman to be masculine. You want them to be feminine. So a lot of guys went overseas to find that. So 2 questions. One, are you think that those women are jealous because none of those men from other countries are coming to the States to find black women? That's the first question. I'll let you get that. Because we can go anywhere across the world. Asia, we go to Latino community, we can go everywhere and we're accepted, the black men. But none of those men are coming over here seeking black women.
Yes, and let me explain something else. You see how you said that you're a mixed man? Well, let me tell you something. As a black man, we still treat you black. You're black.
Yes.
You're black like us. We don't give a shit if we look in the house and see your mama's white. We'll make a couple of jokes, but you still black. When we roll out, you black. It's always been that way.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a sister, I guarantee you she'll tell you that her story was different, especially if she had straighter hair.
Yeah, good. That good hair.
She was treated differently by the black girls. The black girls weren't to fight her. The black girls wanted to cut her face. The black girls were jealous of her, not because of something she did. Because if you notice, the one thing all light-skinned girls, even when they get mad at me and they hate me because they try to be extra pro-black to try to make up for how it is that people see them, but I will get them every time I have this conversation with them. I'll say, you had a lot of people when you were younger say this to you, didn't you? She thinks she all that. And they will all say that some black woman has said to them, they think they all that, and they did nothing. They literally were just walking to class, but because the boys in class liked her and she wasn't trying, I know many light-skinned girls who dressed down.
Yes.
They will put weave in their head just so the other black girls will feel like, yeah, I need the same thing you need, girl. I be having the same issues, just so they don't get harmed. Think about it. If you're that jealous of someone that looks close to you, imagine how jealous you'll be of someone who looks entirely different than you.
Man.
And then when you watch your black men who you talk shit about since the 70s, you told white men when you went on Donahue and all these shows, you told white men that black men are not as educated as you. You told Donahue that black men are gay. You told Donahue that black men aren't, they don't have as good of jobs as you do. You gave us the worst representation possible.
I'm listening to you, Tommy. I'm going to share something to my email because you just brought something up that's just crazy to me, and I want to. You keep going. You just reminded me of something.
Out of all that, we still ended up being the second picked man on planet Earth. Number one is the white man.
Yep.
Two is the black man who has no power, who's everything that you've said we are. We BANs. We what is the one? We're bullet bags. We're all the names that they've called us. Bandits. We still don't have to put on somebody else's hair on our head to be considered pretty. Here's another thing you don't see people do. Lil Wayne gets to date outside of his race.
Yep.
You don't see Lil Wayne on television going, "Hi guys, I'm Lil Wayne," changing his entire voice. But you know who you do see doing that? Them.
Yes.
You see Eve no longer talks like she the Philly chick because she got a white man.
Exactly.
When they get a white man, their voice changes for some reason. The hood chick leaves. And as a matter of fact, you can find videos of black women telling other black women how to get white men. And one of the first tenets they tell them is to get rid of the black girl attitude. So that means you know that there's an attitude that's a problem, and yet you won't get rid of it for us. And you know what that is? I can tell you from someone that's been in a dysfunctional relationship. If the person doesn't respect you, you'll keep asking them over and over again to stop doing the same thing. That another man never had to ask because she felt he deserved it.
Why is that they'll go to another race and treat them, and they won't have that attitude when they go to that other race. They'll treat them entirely different, but we get the worst of them. And I don't want to brush every black woman with the same stroke. But nowadays you hear, you got to have 6 figures, you got to be 6 foot, you got to have all of these things. One girl I played a video she said, I don't date a man. You know, if you don't make as double what I make, then you broke. And I'm thinking, chick, what that make you? Don't that make you broke? So
it make you broker.
Broker. I'm gonna add this.
I gotta double your output.
I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna bring the guys who are backstage up because I know they have some questions for you, Tommy. And this may be what you're talking about. This Asian lady she understands it, and I think this will be played especially for the black women once that goes up. And then I'll bring him up, Tommy.
So guess what? My boyfriend just left me.
Which one? Bill or Sam?
No, the other one, Greg. Why would he dump me? I mean, what more could he want? I'm highly educated, I just made partner at the law firm, and you could bounce a quarter off my butt implants. Not to mention my talents in the bedroom are legendary. A lot of guys can back me up on that too.
Yeah, I heard about that time with the power drill and duct tape.
Yeah, I couldn't walk for 3 days, and neither could they. So anyway, he left me for some third world skank whose only goals in life are cooking and making babies. And he says he couldn't be happier.
Look, you're a strong, independent woman. You don't need him anyway.
Well, of course I don't need him. Men are completely useless. But why would he dump me? I'm every man's dream, aren't I?
That's what
Great
we.
video about the Asian chick.
That's what
Great
we.
video about the Asian chick. Yep.
Do you see
We're
that?
supposed to take- we're supposed to take garbage as black men. A woman can go out and fuck everything moving and still tell you, I'm a good woman. I'm going to, you should just forget all the shit I've done and trust that I won't do it again.
Exactly.
Trust that, like, you listen to that. And it's funny, that woman is speaking and it like resonates with me. Like this idea of you're supposed to be such a great person and you fucking everything else that moves, but I should be the one that sit up there and take you seriously. And if I don't, there's something wrong with me. Why, before you bring them up, do me a favor and play this 10-second video that I just sent you.
All right.
It's just 10 seconds.
Baby
Yep, I
girl, you
got it.
something special, you my little angel. I love how you
Read what
love
it
God
says.
and you getting paid. You and your pretty girl vibes, you ain't nothing basic. Every time you post a picture, likes going crazy.
Did you see what it says right there? Can you read that?
Let me
It says-
see.
I'll read it for you. Oh, nothing. Just a black man's baby mama, a white man spoiled, married, and moved to Hawaii.
Man.
She made this video. She's made several videos like this. But let me point something out to you. She was married to the black man and they had 2 children together. He married her and they got a divorce that she initiated. She's now with a white man and they have a child together. They have 2 together. So she's saying this as she has 2 black men. Now, if she was happy with the white man that she was with, would she have to have a post that says that? And if this white man was worth a fucking salt, why would he allow himself to keep being put in this position by this black woman? But the white
Exactly.
man is about 15 years her senior. All of her videos, and many black women out there who know who this woman is, this is my first time seeing it. And the black women aren't calling her a sellout.
Nope.
They're not calling her a coon.
I'm just thinking about that. She can date a white dude, and they give her the clap, the hands up. Good for you, girl. You did it. You done moved up. We go over and date a Latina, and you lazy. We ain't want you anywhere. They're third world country. They this. Nobody gives us a hands up. My wife is Latina, and you know where she get it from? She get the backlash from black women. Girl, what you cleaning that house for? You don't have to. You in the United States, you don't have to do that now. None of that aspect helps out. They denigrate you being traditional. They denigrate that feminism. And I've tried to tell women, I said, the crazy thing is you can get more being a traditional submissive woman than you can being this masculine. A dude to do anything for you. If a guy flying 2,000 miles on a plane, getting a hotel, getting all that to be with a woman, that says more about what you're not doing than what he doing. Because that means you got him here and you can't keep him. He's spending all that money to go somewhere else.
Yeah. And like one of your the same I think it's the same mod. Literally blamed. She said, I'm biracial. And yes, black women picked on me, but I blame black men for that.
So black women picked on her.
Her name is Lovely something. She said, yes, they used to bully me, but I blame black men for black women bullying me. How would it be black men's fault? Not even men, children, black boys. It's their fault. Imagine that. Because they have the same fear that black men have. You don't want to piss off black women. Because if you piss off black women, especially if you light skinned, they're going to whoop your ass, lady. Yeah. They're going to grab your hair and beat you in your face. So you don't want to piss them off. You'd rather say something to the men because the men won't put their hands on you. It's the same thing. The men are afraid that when the women go off on them, they won't sleep with them. So they're afraid to upset the women. So they will go against people like me, even though I'm the one preaching for their benefit. Because they're afraid that if they back me up, they see how they talk to me, they see how they act with me, and they don't want them to ever sit around and do that to them. Black women live and rule over the black community with an iron fist to the point of where somebody will say that. Imagine if I said the reason me and my black girlfriend fight is because of white women. Think about it. Yeah. I mean, me and my girlfriend fight, but it's because of these white women. What?
Tommy, the problem is, man, you just make too much sense. You make too much sense to people who senseless. Let me read these two cash apps. We're going to bring the brothers up. Shout out to Lee Drake. Lee Drake, you've been a supporter since the consultations. That's a good brother, Lee Drake. I appreciate it, man. You've been with me through the beginning, brother. Even switched to my channel. I had to switch channels, Tommy. That's why you didn't see me, because I had so much garbage on the other channel, so many trolls. I had to make a new channel, just something like you. So shout out to him. Also, shout out to Wheels Harrow for the $50. I appreciate it, my brother. That brother done helped me out. I can get a sip of drink with that, Tommy.
Hey.
That helped me pay when I had to rent your movie. That deposited on that.
I think I'm about to get me one. I'm gonna go and get me something to eat late. Hopefully something will be open when I get done with this. But I'm gonna get me something to drink so I can just sit back.
Before you do that, Tommy, I'm gonna bring them up.
I'll be able to hear you.
Hold up, I want to show you something.
Oh, you gonna show me something? Go ahead.
This brother here has been waiting. This is
brother.
He said, I met Tommy way back in the day. He said, man, I love that brother. He was even going to
when I was kidding.
So I wanted to say that's a great supporter right there. You know, that's a brother who's been with you since the beginning, and I wanted to show some love for that brother. Go ahead and get your drink. I'm gonna bring these brothers up, and by the time you get back, we'll be ready for you, brother.
All right, perfect. Thanks, man.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing, brothers? Everything good?
Yes, sir.
All right. I know y'all got some questions for Tommy. So just to let everybody in the chat know, I'm gonna let the my co-host, they can ask Tommy whatever questions they want. We'll do that for about 15-20 minutes. And then if you want to come up, you want to ask Tommy a question, you can come up. We got a bounty for that. So there's a bounty to come on to the panel, or you can super chat a question and he will take care of that for you. We'll read that. So LJ, the Southern Vegan, thank you, my brother, for putting something in the plate. Mr. Darkest the Navigator, also thank you. And Will Bro, brother, you are the sponsor of the show. If you want to come up, you can come up. Just let me know what your name is. You allowed to come up and sponsor the show to the panel. So my question is to you guys before Tommy comes up, man. What do y'all think about that?
I mean, he's confirming everything we've been talking about for the last couple weeks. Shit, I done put down in panels and everything else, you know. So I'm happy the brother is confirming a lot of things, and he's old school manosphere. So this has been going on for a while, you know, and these talking points and the facts that he put down from the single mothers, everything he just did on social services, college, all that.
Exactly. And I know we talked about it, but it seems what he said, I think that Asian woman just represented it so well, man. She just said,
yeah, Filipina P.
Yeah, the Filipina P, man. She just she just clocked it. You know, y'all mad at me. Y'all got 10 went men, y'all got all of this, I got this fake booty, and y'all still do it. Tommy, I'd like to welcome you to the Lion's Den. We got the Andrew Show, we got Black Man Travels, and we got Ronin Travel. Most of these brothers are basically all of these brothers are what we would consider passport bros. Black Man Travel actually just brought his girl from the DR over. He's just about to get married, got a kid. Ronan has a nice young lady he'll be bringing from the Philippines. And Andrew, he's still searching out there, but he's going from continent to continent till he finds someone to settle down. Welcome, Tommy.
Y'all got to do me a favor. Y'all got to do me a favor.
Yes,
no
sir.
one on my end ever really explains what passport bros are, and I think there's misconceptions versus facts. Can you guys do that for not only me, but my audience, so people don't have to keep putting their perceptions on y'all?
All right. I think I had something to kind of explain it. So give me a second if I can find that.
Yeah, by the way, everybody sitting on this panel is not a passport bro. We are brothers that love to travel, and we encourage other black men to get their passports and go overseas to explore their options and possibly relocate and take advantage of the financial experience of having an American dollar in another country where you can take advantage of it even more so. Okay.
But to sum it up, I guess, and please help me if I'm wrong, guys, the passport bros, we say brothers that travel, but majority of the brothers who's called themselves passport bros are men who have been fed up with the Western culture and wanted to go to other countries to find a woman that would be more traditional, more submissive, and someone that you would say like your grandmother used to be. That the women in the Western culture have become so indoctrinated with making money, their expectations are so high that they can't even fulfill them. You got somebody like Ebony Williams, who 40 years old, a lawyer, and still can't get a man. And so the guys just said, you know what? I'm going to go where I am celebrated, not where I'm tolerated.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys disagree or agree, please let me know.
No, you're good with that one.
All right. I think the genre that we get, that people who are passport bros get, is a lot of them say, you just hate black women. And I would say this, Tom, I don't think that's the case. I would, and I know we won't talk about family, but I know in one of your videos you showed your daughter. I'm assuming that her mother would be black.
Yes.
Okay. And I think as a black man, you would always, your first choice would be like, I like a black woman. They understand my culture.
I really have an affinity for black women. I always, when I started doing this, I thought that I would end up with a black woman and we would show what a black family looked like and my message would be easier and more palatable. And I realized that's not going to happen. But at the time, I thought this would be a good thing to be able to do that. And people be able to see you settle down with this black woman. She's a good woman, the one that you keep talking about. Mm-hmm. So you're preaching to us about this, and now you have it. Because it's hard to talk to people about owning a home. You don't have a home. It's hard to talk to people about doing investments, and you don't make any investments. I found it was hard to talk about the good things about being in a black relationship if I'm not in one.
Correct.
It's very difficult to do that.
So how have you found it being in a black relationship in the United States?
A fucking headache. You get fucked around on a lot. You don't get cooked for. You don't get cleaned for. To be perfectly honest, I'm sitting there thinking, this is like a rarity. First, if you sleeping with a woman and that's just her sleeping with you, that's fucking rare. One. And two, you not putting up with it, they think it's something wrong with you. Why would you not put up with the slutty shit that I do? Why would you not accept it? But they don't think you're worth it. Same thing as what I said earlier. They pick and choose who they believe is worth it. It'll be somebody that they'll tell you to your face, oh, I was faithful to him. Why the fuck are you telling me that after you just cheated on me?
Facts.
Man, and I'm going to quote Pablo Frescobar. Because somebody said tricking and prostitutes. Pablo Frescobar's phrase is, my whore is better than your wife. my Latino whore is better than your wife. She cooks, she cleans, she takes care, and she costs less.
I can believe it. And listen to what they're saying. Tricking. The American black woman wants every man who meets them to trick on them anyway.
Yes.
So they're just mad that you're tricking on someone else. Even if I go to another country and trick, it costs me less to trick on her than it costs me to trick on you. You're just mad that you're not getting my rent money. You're mad that you're not getting my car note money. You're mad that you're having to work harder now online than you should be because I'm deciding, well, if I am going to pay for a trick, which if you go to Brazil, you get you one of these tricks, this chick will wake up and cook and clean. Yes. Am I lying, Ronan?
They're not lying. All these brothers can testify. They'll tell you right now, all of us done it.
They will treat you like a king for $100.
Yep.
Even for less.
And you get into a WNBA game in the United States with $100.
And you can take them to the Cheesecake Factory, Tom, and they be happy.
Well, they gonna think you balling.
Yes. Yes. So do you think there's any hope for the Western community, the Western culture anymore? Do you think there's any hope for those type of women? Because they don't, here's the thing, Tommy, I'll say this. You have not changed. They still want you to provide. They still want you to protect. You go on that first date, you going to pay. You better pay for that first date. You ain't no going 50-50, none of that. They want you to provide, protect, do all of those things that a traditional man would do. Yet they not traditional.
Let me ask you something, Fearless. I want to ask all you guys on the panel. It's a few people in the comment section right now talking about some, we don't care, Tommy. We just want you to leave us alone. Last I checked, this ain't my channel. Last I checked, I didn't ask you to come over here. If you don't care, why are you here?
Man, Tommy,
why are you worried about anything that I say?
Brother, why are you preaching to the choir, Tommy? We say it. I say, look, I got people that make so many reactions to the we do a Lions Den, and they make reactions to the videos and the things that we say. And I say, if you don't like it, why are you even watching it? There's a girl in the chat.
Around and make me join y'all. We're gonna form Voltron. Y'all gonna make me join y'all.
I was about to say you have a lot of our talking points, brother. I'm trying to tell you, we be talking like this all day, every day.
Yes.
So I love all your talking points. And yes, anytime you want to join on the party, come on in.
Thank you. But it's just sad to watch that if you are going to sit here and listen to us, at least listen to us.
Yes.
If you're not, then get the fuck out.
Exactly.
But have y'all noticed that Black women are such crass people that they will come to talk to you on Twitter? They do it to me all the time. Shut up. No one wants you here. You mean on my own page? What the hell?
They love to hate, Tommy.
On my own page?
The hate is real, as they say.
They love to hate, man. They
The
like
title.
to
This person says, I'm not listening to you, love. You better be glad I don't have no wrench, ma'am.
Oh, that's Zed. She's,
Tommy, did you call her a winch?
She's from
man. Oh, we need
You
Zed
didn't
and
call her a
Tommy.
winch, did you?
Yeah, she's Ethiopia, man. She doesn't like anybody that
It's
tries
really
to
insane.
Oh, we need Zed up in here.
As you speak to me, you're not listening to me. You literally, I didn't know you exist, bitch. You keep talking to me. I am a guest here. You could have left. Where's the nigga that you with at?
No, I tell you, wait,
that man.
Tommy, you want to know who the nigga she with? He a 25-year-old kid that travel around the world. She got a channel and she made 100 videos, 99 of them about a 20. She 60 years old. She make 100 videos about a 20. I can't mention her no more. My wife said don't even mention her anymore. but there's 200 people watching right now. Everybody should have hit that like button. We need to have those likes, first of all. Second of all, for an inexpensive price, man, you can go on to Amazon and rent. If you want to rent Tommy's movie, you can rent it or buy it. Great. You're going to get all the statistics in the world, and you're going to see things from a whole different perspective.
Is it a well-done movie?
What's that?
Is it a well-done movie?
It's well done. And I said my only gripe was it was just so much information that you could have broke it up and delved so deep into every section. It was so much you talked about. And I was like, go deeper, man. Go deeper. I want to hear about these vindictive kids. You know, you had the one kid where it's like, it was a pastor. The pastor said he had the kid. He went to go change the diaper. And the woman was gone. She left. He ain't seen his kid for 13 years.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
13 years.
I did it, man. Let me tell you the reason why I did it that way, Fearless. I love movies that have sequels. So I presented the movie because it's gotta have a close, but you also want to be able to revisit it and have that opening to revisit it. So I wanted it to be a standalone, but I also was hoping if I did a good enough job, people will want me to come back and do another one and to be able to do exactly what you said. So that's why it was put together that way.
I seen that girl that was talking about her dad had left and he has a new family, a new daughter. He treats her so well. And one of the questions I don't think women, I want to say the children of those single moms, they always say, well, why didn't you fight for me? And I always say, why do I have to fight for you? That's the most asinine thing there is. Why should a man have to fight? It should be his privilege to be with his children. He shouldn't have to go through all the hoops, the levels, all of that just to see his kid. And I think somebody calculated. I think you calculated where it was like, I get to see my kid 30 days in a year. It was something.
Yeah, I calculated the hell out of that. When I did it, when I put things, what I do is I talk in a way in which once I present it, you start thinking, oh shit, because no one ever says it that way. You think of it, but you don't think of it that way.
Mhm.
And then I say, do you understand what you're doing? How often you're seeing your kid when you see your kid every other weekend from 6 o'clock that Friday night to 6 o'clock that damn Sunday night?
48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You're spending a lot of time just driving to this place. And if she hates you enough, she's going to make you pick it up at the police station. So you're going to feel like a damn criminal as you go pick up your kid. Or it's going to be some way in which she's making the kid feel the tearing of going from me to you. And then you become Disney dad. Because if I only see you every other weekend, guess what? It's very hard to discipline that kid. What you going to tell him? You can't watch TV. I'll watch TV tomorrow, nigga, when I go home.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
Even
So
when
it's very difficult.
You said it, Tommy, which I don't think they understand. Your child would have much more success being raised by a black man. And I know because I've seen it where there was a child, he went to stay with his dad. When he stayed with his dad had all the rules, the good rules, like you do this, this, and this, and you're going to get rewarded. You know, you cut the lawn, you watch the grass, you do this. Now you can get a phone, you can do all of this. The mom got mad because she said, why you doing all this for your dad? When he went back to the mom's house, it was a punishment. It wasn't like you do chores and I want to reward you. It was a punishment because she was so upset that the dad got the child to do what she couldn't. And so she had to punish him just because he was and the child was more successful in school. She didn't.
Yes.
How is it that a woman can be upset at the child and the father because his results are much better than her results? I thought they supposed to love the children. I thought they supposed to have the children supposed to be in the first interest.
First off, they don't. The children are a tool. Let me tell you, if black women in the United States love their children, then 76% of black kids wouldn't be born out of wedlock.
Yes.
And then the women who have these children tend to speak about their baby's daddy in this manner. This nigga ain't shit. He was a lame. He couldn't fuck. So wait a minute. You have a child by a man that has all these bad things you just listed, yet you had a child by him.
Right.
So if you did that, that means you don't care, because the greatest thing that a woman can do for a child is pick a proper father for him.
Correct.
That should be the main thing that every woman is thinking whenever you lay down with anybody. And if he's not the proper father, you need to be on depot. You need to have the patch. You need to have a shot. You need to have a lot of stairs in your house, preferably more than 14. So if you need to do that, because if plan A and plan B don't work, plan C is, but
C,
you
D,
need
E,
that.
and F.
Yeah, you need plan. You need to have a subscription to the health clinic. You need all that. You're fucking men that wouldn't make good fathers. I'm going to ask you guys this, Ronan Fearless, my man, Black Man Travels, the Andrew Show. I'm going to ask y'all all these questions. Why is it that women can realize that they're not ready to be mothers and everyone accepts it, but no one ever says to a man, this nigga was selling dope and slapping bitches when you got pregnant by him. He was not ready to be a father. Why do you expect his ass to be Ward Cleaver now that you got pregnant? Now you take care of your responsibilities. This nigga has a credit score of 8. His credit score lower than Kyrie Irving's average in the finals. That's how low his credit score is. And yet, he's all of a sudden, because your egg got fertilized, he's supposed to turn into the greatest man alive. But yet you as a woman can say, I don't want to have a child because it'll ruin my bikini figure.
Right.
Because I'm in college. See, they want to say men are bad people. But the truth is they're bad people. Because men keep men from doing bad things to women. Women don't keep women from doing bad things to men. I want all y'all to say that when y'all get off the show. I want y'all to say that nigga good. Men keep men from doing bad things to women. Women do not keep women from doing bad things to men.
Tommy, brother, you are cooking. I want to read 2 of these super chats, and I want to make sure my panel has all the questions in the world, because this is something we discussed. And Tommy, it's been a long time. I wish I could have gotten a hold of you a lot sooner and brought you up, because you were basically preaching to the choir, and we needed someone to just reinforce this and go. So let me read this. This is True Prodigy 27. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. It's greatly appreciated. He said, ask Tommy, would he marry another black woman? So Tommy,
I was just whoring when I got my daughter. I was humping on this girl then. I was about to come. I had to stop whoring, stop. That's what happened. I had to stop whoring. But I didn't, of course. But the point is, I was whoring. So would I marry a black woman? Yeah, if I found a black woman, because I'm old and I want to be married. The steps seem higher than they used to seem.
Tommy, I'm trying to tell him. I'm 56, Tommy. I'm trying to tell him, man. Once you get a little older, you start. Yes, sir.
Oh, you take care of yourself, bro.
I start reevaluating things, man. I'm trying to tell him, once you get to a certain age, all that quantity goes out the window. You want one good quality woman. You know,
I just want to lay up with a bitch and it's just me and this bitch and against the fucking world. Like, but I've always wanted that since I was a kid, though.
Mm-hmm.
I was a weird motherfucker. I would sit up there and watch Beauty and the Beast. I was that kid. Like, I thought I would be a great husband. Ever since I was little, all I wanted to be was, but more than a career, I wanted to be a husband. And I think the reason I wanted to be it because I wanted a father and I didn't have one. So I said I want to be able to provide that for a kid because I'm a kid that doesn't have one. But I promise you, I've always just wanted to be somebody's husband. I just wanted to sit around and just hold this bitch hand all day. I wanted to have a pickup truck and this bitch sitting up under me with the whole other side of the pickup truck empty. If we get in a car wreck, that bag gonna kill us both.
I got a question, and if this is out of bounds, please let me know because I said we wouldn't talk about family. But I do have a question. How would you raise your daughter? Meaning, would you raise her to be this boss bee? Would you raise her to be more traditional? What values have you instilled or would you instill in your daughter? And if you don't want to answer about your daughter, that's fine.
I have an adult now. She's grown.
Okay.
But here's what I regret, and I tell everybody. I would have had more control had she lived in my house.
Amen.
4 hours, 7 days a week than I did when she... Because once they become teenagers, they really don't like dad. Because dad's trying to keep you away from dick. So they'd rather hang out with mom because mom don't mind them having some dick. Dad, we don't want that. Because the last thing we want is our friends to be like, your daughter's a hoe.
Oh, man.
Like, I don't want to go look on her Instagram and everybody's like, hey, you talk all that shit online about black women.
That's your nightmare at that point.
Yes. That's what I've been for the last 10 years. That was my scare. I was like, oh my God, if she go suck dick on OnlyFans, what am I doing? So I did everything I could to keep her off of that and off the pole. But I say this. My daughter's a really sweet girl.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know in 18 years of her life, I've never heard her use a cuss word. And even now when I cuss, she still says, Dad. I always make fun of her. I always say, somebody stole my black child and left me with this white child with a black face. Like, I always laugh at her. She is she's really sweet. Now I hate it for whoever she married because I hate to talk about her like this, but she don't cook and she don't clean. So
set them up.
I can say that, but that's because of society right now. Like, it's hard. I mean, you can't punch your kid in the stomach like you used to be able to. If they didn't clean their room, you could punch them in the stomach, and everybody was like, "That's what you get," and then go clean your room. Now you can't do that. You got to negotiate with the kid. Please clean up your room, and I'll give you another PlayStation 5. I know you can play two of them at the same time. Like, it's hard to be a parent now, and during when I was raising her. But I wish I could have given her, because her mother's Guyanese and her mother knows what it's like to be a traditional woman. Hell, when I go by their house, she still will cook for me.
So do you think it's the Western, because if she Guyanese, she comes from somebody traditional. They cooking in their household. I know her mama cooked. So do you think it's more the Western culture?
Yes. That's why when you talked about passport bros, a lot of time black women will show their guilt when we don't say black. Have you noticed that most of our argument with, and Ronan, and I can see him shaking his head, and Andrew's show, they both shaking their head. They know where I'm going. Most of our gripe is with Western women.
Yeah.
All day.
If y'all leaving the United States, you didn't say white women were better than black women. You left them too.
Yeah. Yep.
But black women think it's because you want white women. Well, let me tell you something what white men been doing. White men went over to them rice paddies and fought and had their limbs blown off and everything in the 70s. The original passport bros, them motherfuckers said, I'd rather stay over here with this Asian chick than go back and deal with that bitch in the United States that's talking about free love and all up in Woodstock. Am I lying?
Tommy, I got a question for you then. I got a
see all this
question,
behind
Tommy.
me? You see all this behind me?
Am I lying?
No, you're not. That's the whole point.
Tommy, why is this?
Veterans have been doing it for years, way longer than it's been in the scene.
That's my question. Why is it, Tommy, that you talk about them dudes been doing that since the 70s? Them white dudes been going over to Thailand, Asia, all of that. Why was it never a problem when the white guys were doing it, and now it's a problem that the black dudes decided to get their passport and leave?
I just told you. Because black women feel like they own black men. They get to dictate what you do. They know they don't own white men, so they accept that white men will fuck. It's just like a really rich man. A woman accepts that he's going to fuck different women because he's really rich, but she expects your broke ass to be faithful. She will fuck around on you with this nigga who fucking 98 bitches and will let him do it. But then will tell you was out last night. Hold on, you literally went and sucked this man's dick that you know had fucked 98 women, but because he played in the NFL, you all right with it. But me, I'm held to a different standard because I ain't shit apparently. Well, black women look at us that way. They don't think we shit, but they think the white man is. They know every woman on earth wants the white man, so they're willing to compete. They don't like that about us. They don't like the fact that my man rolling up there looking like he in his late 30s. They don't like the fact that my man Andrew up there got the coolest hat I've never seen. They don't like the fact that Phyllis got a rock wall, a nigga want to climb it. They don't like the fact that my man Black Man Travel look like he's in a dungeon but free. They don't like it. And let me tell you something. The more you look happy and you look like you control your own future and your own life, the more you upset them. That's why they come to your show, bro.
Yep.
They don't come to your show. If you was miserable as fuck, they leave you in your misery.
I'm going to read this super chat, and I'm agreeing with this. Illa Dre says, Tommy is the GOAT. And on that, I'm going to bring up, this brother was in the picture because he want to say hello before I bring other people up. This is the brother that was in the picture that you took that had your shirt on. He's your number one friend. Buckets, how you doing, brother? Say hi to Tommy.
What's happening, big homie? What's going on? Y'all can hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Man, y'all had me break out the camera and everything that's been in the box for forever. But yeah, I just wanted to give Tommy his flowers, man, for real. I was listening.
Beer game represent.
Oh, yeah. I had to get that up, man. But I wanted to give him his flowers. I was listening to him like way back in the day when he was still on YouTube. The Hair-Hatted Hooligans, breaking down what simp is, the B2000s, the Terminatrix. I still call ain't shit niggas Jamarquavius, to this day. You dig? So that was his thing.
What's sad, man? Is this a real nigga running around named Jamarquavius? I know he mad.
I mean, I got
this is a real dude.
A lot of people don't realize that TJ really started this, and he was the first one out there taking all the L's, taking all the hits, getting all that. And everybody else started coming up and doing their little thing and whatnot. He emboldened a lot of us. You were able to articulate yourself to how I was feeling at the time. Never really be able to say it. And if I said it a little bit, it was hell. But I mean, I rocked with him ever since. I hate seeing everything that happened. I hate what happened with the trolls. I hate how they go after him. It's just the worst, man. But my question is, TJ, I know you're from Panama, my G. When you gonna get on this passport flight with your boys, man? Come on now.
Listen, y'all ain't gotta argue with me. All y'all gotta do is tell me where y'all going and when y'all going. I will head out.
We got something coming up. I got something for you.
We got something. In August, Tommy.
There's a lot of things going on. Black Man Travels is going to an Afro thing in Colombia. Black Man Travels, you on mute, by the way, if you're talking.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tommy? I've been a huge fan of yours since 2008, 2008, 2009.
Same.
Yeah. So you know what? Hey, this is an open invitation to you. We're going to Cali, Colombia for the largest Afro Colombian festival on August 16th through the 19th. It's a weekend trip. Come down with me, Bacchus, and a few other guys. We're going to go out there and have a great time. You're going to be surrounded by Black Colombians. They'd have a great time.
You're going to where the Cali cartel at. Wow.
Yes, yes.
I've been watching Narcos. You got watching Narcos.
Hey, we good though. We good. We got passes. We got passes.
You got the yayo. Chi-Chi, get the yayo. Chi-Chi.
Hey, Tommy,
I think the reason that he brought that up and said it's a lot of Afro Latinas is this. Yeah. I heard we say it all the time. It's culture, not color. Because we can go to Latin America and find a woman who looked just like an American woman, you know, same hair, same this, but her culture makes her entirely different than her color. So that we can find Black women overseas and have no issue with them Black women overseas.
I gotta say this to y'all though. I still think it's a bad move if you go get those women. I know a white dude who went and got one of those white girls over in the, Eastern Europe, and he moved there. I think it's a bad move when you go over there and get them and bring them back here.
You about to get some push. Oh, wait! You about to get some pushback? You got some men on this panel right now. You know,
I'm just telling you, I think it's a bad move.
Hey, Tommy, I can't even.
You can't bring a woman from a monastery and take her to a whorehouse.
He said a monastery.
You can't. You gotta preserve that woman's innocence. Where she earned that innocence is where, and where she learned that innocence is where she needs to be. But if you
definitely pulling them out,
that's where she'll burn that innocence.
No, let me say this
right now. She lives in the bubble.
Let me ask you a time, because Tommy, Fearless and Black Man Travels have brought their women back. I've been married for 10 years. He's just getting married. Let me ask you a question, Tommy. If you went into a gay bar and everybody got butt naked, would you turn gay?
Brother, come on,
okay,
man.
Hold up. No, the reason I'm saying that,
I don't even want that visual in my head, man. Why you say that?
I'm saying this.
That's like look at that Thailand girl, man.
Answer the question.
Because you are
a gay bar called jail.
What's that?
There's a gay bar called jail.
True.
And there's a lot of men, when you take them to jail, stuff they thought they would never do, you know what they ended up doing? That.
But the thing is, no matter
is,
where you would go, you're not going to get turned around. And so if you get a woman that has a great foundation and great morals, no matter where you take her, she's going to keep that great foundation.
Listen, okay.
I don't agree with that.
Alcoholism is this. Do you know any alcoholics or drug addicts?
Yes. No, I'm on my third drink, but not alcohol.
I don't know now. Hold on. That's not a real disease. But no, if you do, let's say if you read the Bible, Jesus, who was the only perfect man to ever walk the earth, told the devil, well, you don't tempt the Lord thy God. There's no reason to do it. The best thing to do is avoidance. And we tell our children that. You wouldn't tell your daughter, yeah, I raised you right. Go ahead and spend the night with that boy. You know to turn down dick.
That's true.
You wouldn't tell your wife, you're a good wife. I'm going out of town. Let me let the nigga over next door come stay with you. This swole nigga that be working out every day in the driveway. I'm gonna let him come over there and take care of you while I'm out the country for a couple of weeks. You wouldn't do it.
No, wouldn't do it.
Even
just
though
like Satan slithered down that tree and asked Eve to bite that apple. It only took 1 second to do it.
That's right. So
he didn't even have to convince her. He just did it.
I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not saying that y'all wives will do it. I'm just saying that the United States presents a lot of options. It is a corrupt place when it comes to marriage, because it presents to them. And remember, Eddie Murphy said it in the 80s. He said he was going to go get him a Bush bitch. He said, brought the Bush bitch back. What did she say? Eddie, I wanted half. She wanted half. And it was a joke then, but it's actually really true.
Yes.
You'll see these women. And how many of y'all have seen other women try to ruin your relationship? You said it. Other women will talk to your Latina. Didn't you say that, Fearless?
Yeah.
And ask, you ain't in the room?
Facts. Facts.
It's crazy. For some reason, Tommy, I don't know what it is with us. And I say us meaning the Black community. We hate when people are happy. People get happy and we don't like to celebrate their happiness.
You remember I said if y'all were miserable, they'd be all right.
Yes.
But y'all aren't, and they have a problem with that. So they want to test your manhood, your black hood, any hood they can check, because they want you to be as miserable as they are. Because if you're a woman and you're coming over here being mad that these men are talking about not only the joys of their experiences, but trying to share it with someone else, what could you hate about that?
Exactly.
Oh, black women are traveling all the time, though.
Yeah, and getting turned down when they go there. The motherfuckers getting arrested.
Hey, Tommy, you know what they
arrested? They trying to passport bro like us and get shitted on by the Arabs, but nobody cares though.
Hey, you know what they do in Jamaica too? You know what they do in Jamaica?
The riverboat cruise.
like you think about it, they're getting kicked out of places. They're getting arrested at places. When they pull that all that whole black woman shit in other countries, a woman was in Italy and she did a video with her friends. It was sad, and I don't think she even realized how sad it was. She was talking about how none of the men were paying them any attention and blamed it on racism. Imagine being a black man and going to another country and saying, these hoes won't fuck me. They're racist.
You think?
Imagine. We don't have that problem, sir.
We don't.
We got to stop putting ourselves in the same position that black women have found themselves in. Yes. The reason why a lot of argument and shit that goes on in the United States, black women start that shit. Black men don't have that problem. You don't see black men on buses running around talking about how racism is affecting them. The WNBA has their problem. The NBA doesn't. Black men been in the NBA for years. You see us up here complaining about the fact that some white man, or we mad that this white man got bringing more people to the sport? No. We know if this white boy gets some contract like Christian McCaffrey of my San Francisco 49ers, he just got a contract. No black man is mad. We know if you gave that money to Christian, you got to give us the same. We glad he got that contract.
The problem is, Tommy, if you went over to Russia with some weed and got locked up, ain't nobody coming to get you, brother.
And they damn sure ain't gonna trade the merchant of death for us.
Wow. Yes.
Nothing.
Remember who they traded for this?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This girl who believes she's a man. But and here's the thing, and I know nobody want to talk about this.
Oh, we want to talk about it.
I have a video where, Brittany and I are cool. We went, when I was in Arizona, she went shot guns with me and whatever. So we all right. But I got to ask the question still, because you remember I said I'm a ref, so I call it down the middle. If you're a man, why didn't it stop you from playing the WNBA and made you go play in the NBA? Once you declared manhood?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they would have.
If we're going to believe the dumb shit these women say, once you declared manhood, you should be forced to go play in the NBA and forced to leave the WNBA because you're a man, remember?
Exactly. Let me read this super chat real quick. This is from Good Hand, Apostle Tommy. Oh, man, you got followers, Tommy, apostles. Praises to Tommy. The reason it's an issue is because black men made traveling cool by using the term passport bros. Now, I will say this about the black culture. We can change some names and make it good. We can make chitlin sound good. But
that's why black women don't like us. When they try to talk about what white people copy from black folks, get it right. What white people copy from black men. Black men made rap, not black women.
Exactly.
Black men changed the way that white people dress, not black women. Black men changed the way that that white people talk. They use the language black men use. As a matter of fact, gay men have a greater impact on society. Gay black men have a greater impact on society than black women do. Yep. Most Beyonce shit is gay men shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, hunty, all that. They got that from gay black men. Exactly. That's why they have a problem. Nobody's trying to be like you, Keisha. Nobody's trying to, no one is. Everybody looks at that's why when you see them, they have to act out of line. They're the main ones fighting at Popeyes. They're the main ones doing these things because in order for them to get attention, they have to act an ass. Black men get attention just being around. Have you noticed you take a black man, you drop him in Germany, the German white women will walk up to you and try to talk to you.
Yep.
Yep.
We're not lonely when we go to other countries. They're lonely when they go there.
Now, Tommy, I let me give Raymond. I'm gonna do this one first because he's gonna be the sponsor of the show, and I told him he can come up. Anybody who is not on the panel, if you want to come up or you want to ask Tommy a question, we got a bounty. So you want to come up on the panel, there is a bounty for that. And if you want to ask a chat, you have your chat reading, it's going to go first. I'm going to start off with Ray Money because Ray Money has supported since the beginning. The Tommy, I got something I do when the brothers always send it in because, you know, we are still men. And no matter what, as men, we still do the same thing and like the same thing. So anybody who loves to support the channel like that, I like to show them my love. And so since we are milking this, I think we're going to milk this. Let's see. Let's see if I can milk this for all we got. Tommy, don't get too excited, brother. You know that.
Yeah, Tommy.
Whoa. How much money I got to send you to see that again?
I tell you what, I'm going to play a long one because my man Will, my brother, Will, salute to the Andrew Show. Great discussion. Tommy, I hit your Cash App as well. So, Tommy, he might have hit your Cash App. We got Will, who the sponsor of the show.
By the way, Will hit my Cash App for $50 as well. So thank you, Will. I appreciate that.
Yo, I appreciate you, Will.
We'll be dropping cash. Will
is the man.
Big time in it, bro.
Will is the big time.
Hey, Tommy, he got that African money, I heard. He got that African money.
I need to see. I'm trying to figure out. I'm still trying to figure out how to work my damn my Cash App. I know it's on the screen, but I don't know if people be hitting it or not.
My man gonna get two.
I'm like a woman with no walls. I can't tell if you, I'm like a woman with no walls. I can't tell if you're hitting it or not.
I love to play this one, Tommy. I don't know this.
Laughing at me, Ronan. You just encouraging me to say more stupid shit.
I don't think people caught what you just said.
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah, I heard him too.
I'm gonna play this one because, you know, Tommy, I think we got to go back to our Native American. I know y'all brothers may not like this, but I love.
Oh no, I'm down for it.
We're gonna get two.
Let's go.
So, Tommy, you may like this. Let's go back. You know, the Native Americans, we love them. We love them. Tommy,
yes.
If you ain't got your passport yet, brother, there would be.
Yeah, that's out there, Tommy.
Get your passport.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Since Will did it,
Tommy ain't gonna come back.
You couldn't tell me.
I gotta give Will
I
the
don't care whether you control me all day. Look at this bitch I'm with.
Let me
You
give
see
Will
why a lot of us have attitudes?
Yep.
Yes.
One more for Will. Now, Tommy, this is gonna mix it up for you. Since you might like yours a little lighter, some people might like theirs a little darker. We bring it in for them, and then let's do it. Now, Tommy, if you ain't got your passport by the end of this show, brother, we're gonna have a problem.
Hey, listen, I already got my passport, but like brother said,
you need to get some more stamps in that bitch.
Vayos con Dios in Miami. Miami. My man Will did hit the Cash App. He hit me, said for the Andrew Show chat. He hit your boy with 100. Illa Dre did, and I want to thank all of you people who did hit the Cash App because you didn't have to. On the Young Man Show right here, Fearless. I appreciate you bringing me on. Let me tell you, because I thought you were going to be on some fuck shit when we started. I ain't gonna lie.
I was scared that you weren't going to show up. I'm like, Tommy ain't coming.
I said the way he introduced me, he finna be on some fuck shit. I was listening to what you was saying. You was like, he said, fuck these hoes. I was like, I didn't say fuck these hoes. I said, fuck some of these hoes. I didn't get I said, fuck all of them. I said, some of them.
Some of them.
You misquoted me.
That's how you got to get the hook on him, Tommy. You got to, I got to think Tommy don't like me, don't hate me. And I said, man, it's hard to not be controversial when you like the brother. When you agree with 99.97% of what he says.
It was a good setup because I was like, oh shit.
What I done walked in.
I said I done walked into a setup. Son of a bitch.
I'll read this one from Dre, and then anybody who got some questions, let's do it. Drew says, salute to the panel in the chat.
Salute,
that brother
Drew.
paid for the $4.99.
Shout out to Drew.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Drew. Shout out to Drew. I know y'all got a lot of questions for Tommy. I don't want to keep bombarding. I want to sit back and let y'all roll. And anybody in the chat that wants to come up, roll with it. Because Tommy, I agree with you. I said.
Brother named Juju said, bitches ain't shit all over the globe.
Wrong.
How do y'all feel about that? Like, some people think that women in other places are just acting like that because they're in economically depressed situations, and that if you took them out of it, they would revert to, because hypergamy is the number one thing about women. What do you guys say about that? Great question.
I'll answer it and then I'll let them go. Tommy, can I ask you where you have traveled before?
Yes, I have traveled to Israel, Tel Aviv. I have traveled to Cancun. I have traveled to Mexico City. And I have traveled to Panama. That is it.
Okay.
Well, I have traveled to 32 countries. Black Man Travels is way up there. He's in double digits. Most of the people on this show are.
Yeah, I'm at 21.
I've had 32 flavors, but go ahead.
What I can tell you is this perception that these other countries are full of poor people is a lie. Everybody in a country has rich people. And you go there, and I don't care where you go to Mexico City, there's rich people. You go to Dominican Republic, there are rich people. So don't fall into this thing that it's about these poor people wanting to come up, because some of the people there don't want to come to the United States. They have it good. They don't want to struggle. A lot of these people in these other cultures are like, I really don't want to go there. You know,
but I've been to the DR, and when I was in the DR, them women, they were doing everything.
What part of the DR?
I went to Punta Cana.
See, that's a tourist place. If you go to Santo Domingo, it's entirely different.
It's worse. You know how many girls was telling me to pay for them to get the bus from Santo Domingo to Punta Cana so they can send me some pussy for $50? I mean, I didn't say that out loud. Never mind. It is too late. What the fuck was in this cup?
You good. You good on this channel. This is what we talk about.
I mean, you got that strong drink, brother. You got that. Can I just intervene? Like Black Man Travels, he on that port wine. He does the port wine.
Somebody replaced my Jack Daniels with Truth Serum. But now the point is,
okay,
go ahead.
I just want to intervene and say something real quick. There is a certain side and a section in a lot of these foreign countries where the women are trying to get close to being westernized.
Yes,
we see that. But I believe that you have a lot more options to spread out and not be around that.
That's all I'm saying. We have to be fair, Andrew Show, and I'm glad you said that. We can't act like these women have every option in the world, because I sit down and I talk to some of those women. A lot of those women got boyfriends who live in Germany who just come there to fuck them when they're on their off season.
Yep.
And they have enough money to do it, and they'll put them in an apartment because they didn't have anything else. And as a matter of fact, there's a lot of those Dominican dudes who will drop the girl off to fuck you because she's paying the rent by her selling.
I agree with that.
Let's be real. Let's not try to lie to these brothers and say, all these women are in great shape and they're just waiting to find a husband. A lot of these women, that's their fucking job.
Yes.
Yep. Trap your ass.
Yes. Say it again.
Trap your ass.
Thing is, I want to say something in regards to that. And you're right, Tommy. I think right now, guys like Fearless, Roland, myself, we try to paint the true story of our travels. A lot of guys are selling fantasy for a super chat because they feel like, you know what, hey, just show up with your passport and they're going to love you. They're going to worship you. No, that's not the case. So the thing is, and they fail to realize, like, they have men in their country that look better than you, probably have more money than you.
Ooh.
And it's sad that they continue to paint this false narrative that if you come up to these countries, you're gonna instantly grab a 10, and that's not always the case. What we see a bunch of guys dating mud ducks. They're dating like the big chicks.
You see what Mr. G said? He verified what Juju said. Hypergamy is a factor everywhere.
I agree.
I honestly believe it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's just that you got a better tax bargain or a better tax racket overseas because you're not
That's
paying
why I
as
said
much.
bring this bitch back.
Yeah, it's affordable.
If you bring her back, you just change the fact. If you brought that girl in that Indian headdress back to the United States, you know
You
how
fuck.
many niggas will try to outbid you for the showcase showdown?
Facts.
Fuck.
Don't
Can't
take you
do it.
out. They're real good.
It's like a plague,
People
man.
be
They
gone.
get infected. They get infected real quick. You can't bring them over here.
Yes.
I mean,
even the girl I'm
hey,
talking to, she lives in a bubble. You know, I'm trying to, get her to understand. Once I take you out of this bubble, you're gonna be exposed to a lot of stuff you ain't never seen, never heard, and the perception that you have about what's real from what you see on social media and TV is nowhere close to the truth.
Yeah.
Shit, when I went out with me and Fresh went out in Miami, he had a girl. The girl couldn't even speak English, but when she went to the club, she had such a fat ass. And niggas, there was a group of niggas from the NBA that brought her over to the table. You think she moved?
No.
She couldn't even speak English, but she knew them niggas had money that was longer than the other niggas, and she went over there and stayed.
Yeah.
She did not move. She didn't care who she came with because she knew they had Uber and she could get back home however she wanted. And she couldn't speak English.
Mm-hmm.
I laughed. I said, wow, this bitch went over to the table and stayed.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
One of the problems I think that we try to discuss, Tommy, is this, especially Black Man Travels. We try to say to the men, especially to the men in our community, you still got to get yourself up, man. You got to get in shape. You got to get your money right. You got to do that because there's a lot of guys that go overseas who incels, who worse off, simps, and they go over there and just make a mockery of it. And they say, nah, man, you still, no matter what, you got to get yourself together. Women respect that no matter what country you in.
The white men that were the happiest during Vietnam were the ones who stayed. You know how many stories I heard about the white men who brought their wife's patty bride over here, and she ended up fucking him over, fucking the gardener, realizing that she had better options. All I'm saying is, if you expose a woman to better options, how do you think that Hunter Biden's ex-wife ended up the woman who used to be married to Hunter Biden's brother fucked Hunter Biden?
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, because she's
They
easy.
will jump from dick to dick if it benefits them.
Yep.
Women, have you ever noticed why colonization is kill the man, breed with the woman?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because
go.
they understand that women are like the lioness. For as vicious as the lioness is, when one lion kills another lion, the lioness will allow that lion to kill her own pride and
Start
be
over.
with her. Start over.
Shit,
Women
in war,
do not
Tommy.
care about starting over with another man. They don't
In
care
war,
about you that much.
The war, the guys will come over, kill all the men, kill the woman's husband, kill her firstborn male, and she'll still get with him and leave and go to their
You'll lay
place.
with him. Black women used to lay up with the white slave master and thought it was a great thing when he picked them. Women,
Go ahead and say it,
Go where
Tommy.
power
Tommy,
goes.
just say these hoes ain't loyal. Go ahead,
yes,
say it with me.
I was gonna say these hoes ain't shit. Fuck loyal, they ain't shit. Women will move, but you have to understand how they're moving. If you just took away everything that we have today and them being able to work, they had to survive. Just like the lioness. The lioness has to survive. So it goes where the power goes. I don't begrudge them for doing it in a primal sense, but this is 2024, bitch, and niggas ain't hitting you over the head with no damn club. So you shouldn't be acting that way. And that's my issue with women. Women will act like they want men to be chivalrous, but then they want to be feminists. And every time a woman asks me, well, what happened to chivalry? I said, feminism killed it. You can't have them both. You can have one or the other, but you cannot have them both, ma'am.
Exactly. But they'll pick and choose when they want to be feminist and when they want that chivalry, when they want that door opened, when they want their meals paid for, they'll pick and choose when that feminism works for them.
Let me read these two cash apps or these super chats. Mr. G 1804 says Hunter is a brother wife's fucker, which is true.
And it's also biblical. He's supposed to do that.
Biblically, I don't know about it's supposed to be, but I still don't want my brother hitting my wife. I don't care if I'm gone or not. Brother, come. DC says, hey, Tommy, would you consider doing a series on the Passport Bros where you travel to these countries and interview these brothers overseas?
I would love to do that. Oh, wow. I would love to not only interview them in the countries, but travel with them and document the lives they lead. To listen to brothers like Ronan, to listen to brothers like the Andrew Show, and y'all talk about how y'all turn this into a stable situation where you're about to marry or have married the chick. To me, that's the thing that they can't deny and will piss them off. If you're just going over there screwing chicks, they're going to just try to use that against you and say, especially if something happens, oh, look what happened. But when you do that, because if we're trying to create stability within especially a certain subset of racial people, then that shows it. That shows it. And the black men need to realize this. Never let somebody tell you that you're not creating black families when you date outside your race. Because if I put an apple seed in the ground, no matter what the soil is, if I put that seed in the ground, an apple tree is going to grow. So when you put your seed in, no matter what woman it is, that's a black child.
Absolutely.
Yep. Exactly. Well, Buck is the guy I brought up, man. He is a top-notch photographer. So if you want to go over to Cali, Colombia, that might be your rate. They're going to have a villa. They're going to have everything. So you can walk on in and take it up. Let me read this cash app. Sup, Tommy? I would love for you to take a trip to Panama. Tommy, you going to Panama anytime soon, brother?
No, I plan on actually doing it. Hopefully, I'll be able to do it before the end of the year.
Fantastic. So, Tommy, I'm gonna let I know I've been talking. Please, my wife texted me saying, "Shut up." I'm sitting back. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm muting myself, guys. So y'all better talk.
Wife gets on you all the time about that, don't she?
Ronan ain't shit.
She right me. She said, "Will you stop interrupting Tommy when he talks?"
Damn.
So I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna let my panel host do it. If anybody,
Andrew, go ahead, and Black Man Travels, go ahead. I done got mine off, man. I agree with everything Tommy says. I think we're all Gen X sitting on this panel, and we grew up a certain way where big mamas were around. We had mentorship, and we knew what was up. And this is what the generations behind us they're missing it.
Yes.
You know. And
I sadly believe that a lot of us didn't give it to them, though.
Right, and you have to speak to it.
And our generation let them down.
Right, and what I tell a lot of guys, to be silent is to be complicit.
Yeah,
it's now time to start speaking up and demonstrating.
I really hate that our generation let them down. Because
so go ahead, Andrew and Black Man Travel. I'm gonna shut up like Fearless. Y'all go ahead.
You want to go ahead, Black Man first? Or?
Yeah. My question to Tommy is that you've been doing this for quite a while, over 20 years. Where do you see yourself the next 5 to 10 years with your platform and your message? Are you planning to divert from what you talked about in the past, or try something different? Because again, you kind of went silent at one point. I'm not sure why, but I'm just trying to figure out what is your course of direction now moving forward.
First off, I didn't go silent. They flagged me. Second off, I've been doing this 20 years. I know I'm old, but I started in 2009. It ain't 2029 yet. So, yes. I would say what's happened is y'all have to check this out. When they will allow porn on Twitter, but they wouldn't allow my voice, y'all have to start questioning things. When pro-blacks are allowed to be on Twitter, YouTube, and they are supposed to be against the system, but they don't get flagged, but I do, that should tell you something. The biggest problem that people have with me is that I don't take sides. I don't have a friend. I don't have a person that I sit up there and say, because I'm cool with, I listen to everything they say and I back everything up. I tell everybody I'm Jesus, but I was not a Christian. See, Christians came from Jesus, but he never was one. He was a Jew. People bastardized his message and made all these different sects. He wasn't around when they did it. You'll watch a lot of things, and all these people will take parts of what I say and then make it their own thing. They'll become the Millerites. They'll become the Catholics. They'll become the Baptists. They will do all these things, but I never get a chance to speak for myself like Jesus doesn't. But I get a chance right now to be able to tell y'all the truth is out there. Stop listening to people that want you to be a part of a cult. If you listen to most of these people who claim they're red pill, it's just a bunch of motherfuckers who were lame in high school and lame in college. Never did anything.
They're trying to shut him down. They got Tommy frozen. Is that just
I'm
Tommy
still
frozen?
I'm froze.
Or I'm not frozen?
No, you're not. You're not.
No, you good. That's Fearless over there with that squirrel network he got going on.
Hey, what I'm saying, you got to get out that crooked wireless. I see you up there froze, player. You got to look on your face like, fuck what this nigga saying. We about to go to a commercial. Don't he look like he about to say, fuck this, what this nigga saying, we gonna go to a commercial?
Yeah.
You know what, Tommy? I do have a follow-up question to that red pill. What's your thought on this whole red pill thing? I'm curious.
I don't like them. Fuck them. And I know that people say I'm the father of red pill. I'm like, they're my bastard children that I didn't want.
Okay.
They like Joe DiMaggio Jr. Yeah, you got my name, but you retarded. my bad to Joe DiMaggio Jr., but you know you retarded. Anyway, the point behind it is, like, they took my message and bastardized it, and it really hurts because I will watch them and people will say, well, these people are just like you. I'm like, no, they're not. I don't know these motherfuckers. I didn't say what they said. These people are, and look, I'm not one to say anything about how people feed their family. Whatever it is you got to do to feed your household, that's what you got to do. But please stop saying that these people were the spawn of me. Just because I'm Gizmo don't mean strike my brother. He popped off my back because they weren't supposed to fucking feed me after 12 o'clock. And they fucked around, put some water on me. And now this nigga done hopped out there just dun 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 dun. That he tearing up shit and eating damn
and it's all your fault, Tommy.
I like Ronan. Me and him about the same age. We know, well, he know what I'm talking about. Yeah. He know I'm talking about the gremlins. But the point behind it is, I look at the red pill as it could have been a good thing, and it just turned into a grift. But almost everything, if you look at it, pro-black, if you look at what is that thing called? Black Lives Matter. All these things started out well. They went into a grift because we were so quick to push it. The woman who said, the white girl who said she don't date broke niggas on she came on my show yesterday. And I said, really? Yeah, the white girl, she came on my show yesterday. Y'all should check it out over on my Rumble. It's called, go to rumble.com and look up the Tommy Sotomayor show. It was a great interview. But
real quick, somebody please can you put that in the chat before we leave, Tom? We was looking for how to get
I could, but I can't because I'm not a moderator.
No, I got it.
All right, he's going to put it in the chat. I just want to make sure you get your flowers.
Thank you.
By the way, support Fearless's 360 on Rumble as well. Mine is Ronin Travelers on Rumble.
Nice. Yeah, so get over there. That's where free speech is available. Certain things you can't say over here, everything you can say over there. And I bought stock in Rumble. If you guys have not bought Rumble stock, do so, because if you think that YouTube has gotten big,
real smart.
Look at how much money you will make once Rumble takes off. It is a smart investment. But I want to say this. I talked to her and I had to ask her, are you just doing this shit because it's expedient to be able to say something quote unquote controversial and then you'll get a bunch of followers? Because that's what happened. Is it a grift? And see, what we need to do is stop crowning people. As soon as a woman says something we like, we crown her the next. Oh my God, we got to go listen to this woman. Don't y'all understand that women continue to use us every day? If it was a real red pill, there wouldn't be one woman y'all let in the space. This bitch could donate. She could be in the audience, but she's not going to lead a show. Somebody tell me I'm lying. If it was a real red pill, you'd never allow some woman to be the head of any show.
Exactly.
because you
That's
don't
true.
know what her motives are.
Yeah.
But they do. And it goes to show you that a lot of these men are just hard up for women.
Tommy, I got a question. I didn't want to go here, but I am going to go here because I didn't want to bring it up, but I am. I'm sorry. How does it feel where everybody says you're wrong only to be proven right? And I say that because I seen you on Fresh and Fit with the diaper guy, and you went on a Saint and Sinner and you said, bruh, that's what he is. And he tried to come at you. He tried to say all these things, Tommy, you backbiting, you this. And that same guy went onto that same channel and he said the same thing. And I said, God damn, Tommy was right. Why don't you give him his flowers? What it proved to me was you was right a long time before he was right. It took him 3 hours to come to the same conclusion you came to in 3 minutes. How does that feel to be vindicated or to have somebody always come at you only to later on say, yeah, Tommy was right?
It feels good to be vindicated, but it's sad because the accusation is always printed on page 1. The vindication is always printed on page 6.
Facts.
Those of you who live up north, y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The accusation is always on front page. And if you watch what happened, I was right in the Corey Holcomb situation. I told them people that they were fucking lying on me. It took 6 years for the truth to come out. But no one prints the truth now. No one points out that Jeff Brown came out and said, we were fucking with this man. This shit wasn't true. No one points out that Corey Holcomb himself came out after he got mad at Zoe Williams and pointed out that I was right. No one does that. No one says a fucking word. No one points out that DJ Blag came out and said, if Tyreek was really trying to fight Tommy, he would have never came while we were filming, and he would have never had a camera in one hand and a train in the other. No one ever calls that out. Everyone lies and says, we'll just stick with the lie. And that's what hurts my feelings the most, that no one cares enough to say, fine, you misjudged me at the beginning. Can you print the retraction on the same page that you printed the accusation?
Right.
That's crazy. And you know, so I know he won't apologize, so I'll apologize for it. I just thought that was, when I looked at it, everything I kept saying was, brother, Tommy was right. Tommy was right. And even in his chat, the people were saying it, and he just couldn't do it. He couldn't bring himself to say it. So I just say that. And I think Black Man Travels talked about this. You know, where you see yourself going in a few years. And do you think that, because for profitability, it would be easy just to say you like black women and black women everything and great. So do you think you should go in that direction for the money since you're getting older? Or do you want to stick with your guns?
Here's the sad part about it. I have enough belief in God that I believe that God put me on a road to spit a message, and this message has to be spit. And I tell you, I believe that God will judge me harshly if I don't say what I was told to say.
Facts.
And so even though my road is harder than everybody else's, even though I get flagged, even though they take money out my pocket, even though they try to disparage my child, even though they try to break up any relationship I'm in, I feel like this is the road that I must travel, because if I don't, the penalty for not doing it will be worse than traveling the road. And sometimes when you believe that strongly, you become a prophet, and B, you just stick with that message because you are afraid if you don't, what's going to happen to you afterward is worse. I have a person in your comment section. I want to speak on this. Someone named Club Gems with a Rock says Tommy is a professional whiner. Now, y'all have watched me, and I've been on this show for 2 hours and 9 minutes and 34 seconds. What the fuck have I whined about? Pointing out something to Negroes. Negroes will call you sassy. Negroes will call you any name to try and stop from saying you're fucking right. So I've said everything that's right, and now I'm whining. Well, y'all whining when y'all asking for fucking reparations. Y'all whining when y'all say that white people are racist. Y'all whine all the fucking time when white people shoot your black ass down in the street and slap your ass in the face and won't hire you. You know what I'm not doing? Saying that you niggas kept me from shit, punk.
That's right.
You know my name, sir. You came here to try to say something to hope to get what you just got right now. Me to acknowledge your fucking existence. Because if it wasn't that important to you, you wouldn't have said that dumb shit. Whining is what you're doing by having a problem at me speaking the truth.
Yep.
No, so here's the thing, Tommy, you speak the truth. Why is it that we don't like the truth in our community? Why we like the lie?
Because they were being given a lie. If you look at what happened with the liberals gave blacks the lie. Think about what liberals did to blacks. They always promised them shit and never gave it to them. When's the last time liberals, whatever promise they made, they delivered on it?
I just want to piggyback off of what you were saying, Tommy. I started watching some shows of yours when you were talking more political, when you had your political stance on more being conservative. I noticed that you had a lot of people attacking you. Now, I'm a conservative myself, so I used to be liberal, like hardcore liberal. But then I started to see certain things. You know, instead of me looking at the person that everybody hates, I started looking at the policies. And that's what made my decision on who I wanted to vote for. So my question for you, right, because I know you're a Trump supporter. And you supported Trump. Do you feel like you had a lot of people hating on you because of that, for the main reason of them trying to flag your channel down?
I never thought of it that way, but I did. Like, I was one of the first black people to sit up there and say I support Trump. There wasn't one before me. I was one of the first black people, after you heard Kanye West repeat what I said. I said slavery was a choice. And I got crucified for saying that. But the reason why I said it was a choice is because you can have a bad choice, but it's still a choice. Just because a choice is bad doesn't mean you are without choice. Like the guy was saying, like Fearless was saying earlier, you're in jail. You have the choice to become celibate or fuck another man. It's not a good choice, but it's your choice. So if you fuck another man, you can't then turn around and say, but I didn't have no choice. Yeah, you did. You just thought celibacy was too hard of a choice. Blacks thought that fighting the white man and possibly dying was too hard of a choice. So they accepted generational slavery. That's a fact.
Even today, Tommy, you got, I guess I want to say transformers, that they try to convince you that they're women.
Yep.
And if you don't acknowledge them that if you acknowledge that they're a man, you get crucified for it. That's crazy. These are the times we live in now.
You can be Dwayne Wade and go along with it and get paid. Or you can be someone like me and say, or J.K. Rowling, because she's lost more than I did. And have you noticed J.K. Rowling was right? But when she said it, she lost a whole lot of shit for saying the truth.
Yep.
The majority of people, they get crucified for saying the truth. They don't get crucified for lying. They accept you for lying. They don't accept you for telling the truth.
I'm going to read this Cash App, and then I'm going to ask you about that truth real quick. This is from, he gave it to the cause, but he did have a question. It's for the brothers. He says, of all the countries that you guys have visited, which one value black men the most?
Guys, y'all do that and want to get me another drink.
Oh, Tommy about to heat it up. Go ahead, guys. So for Charles, where do you think they value the black men most?
What was the question? I missed it.
He said, let me put it back up.
Yeah, I missed that one.
In all the countries that you guys have visited, which one value black men the most?
I mean,
Mm.
I don't think that question is worded properly.
yeah, I
He's
think.
asking it.
Look, I think they value you as a man, not as a black man.
Yeah, they.
Yeah, it just because
I agree.
mean, from Europe to Asia to Africa to the Caribbean to South America, they value you as a man, not as a black man. So I think we need to stop bringing race with us when we travel because they see things a little bit different.
Correct. I would agree.
Do you guys?
I would agree. I would agree with Black Man Travels on that. You know, it's more classism and station.
I was just about to say that.
Color. You know.
Now, I mean, I won't be ignorant to the fact that colorism does exist. Like my dark skinned self will be treated slightly different compared to Fearless or compared to Roland.
Hey.
That does exist in certain countries, but at the end of the day, man, it's like, hey, you're a man. What can you do? What can you offer? You know, what can you bring to the table? That's how it is in most countries.
And Baracus, I see you back there. Anthony RW, anybody who comes up to there, we got a bounty. So if you want to pay the bounty, you can come onto the stage. I think that's in the chat. Ronan, if you want to put that in the chat.
Yeah, I will drop it back in there again.
Hey guys, you know, I got my early morning workout and I got to
yes
bounce. But great show, man. Definitely, you know, you do an amazing job. Hey, Tommy, it was a pleasure.
Hey, when you leave, do not hit end stream. Because,
no, I'm not.
Don't
do it.
I did it one time. God damn, bro. I just hit one time.
He said, I apologize. Shit.
But you know what? Hey, Tommy, it was a pleasure speaking with you, man. Again, open invitation to come join me in Cali, Colombia, August 16th to the 19th. You're gonna have a great time, man. You're gonna have a great time.
Y'all gonna be seeing a lot more of me. Y'all gonna be telling me to stay the fuck away. Watch.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
All right, guys. You guys take care, man. Peace out.
2 questions for you, Tommy. I know you've dated, so I'm gonna assume at one time you was poor. So I'm assuming that you didn't have money. How was your dating experience when you didn't have money compared to when you got some funds?
When I didn't have money, at least I knew who was with me, wanted me because they loved me.
Say that again for the people in the back.
Yeah, when I didn't have money, I knew that the girls who wanted me, they liked me because they just liked me. It was something about me, my personality, my looks, but it was something that I possessed naturally that they wanted. And it was hard for anyone to take that from me, so I wouldn't lose that. So that means it was harder for me to lose her. But once it became money, once it became fame, once it became the perception of power, then I was dating women and started to realize that those same women that were dating me because I had a perception of power would leave me for someone that had the perception of more power.
Mm-hmm.
Same women who would date me for money would leave me for someone with more.
Yes.
We got Ray Money. He said he actually agrees with Black Man Travels. Now,
it ain't so, Ray.
It ain't so. Now, Tommy, you don't.
You were coming at him last night, brother. You were on him.
We got an inside joke, Tommy. Every time I play the beautiful women here, it seems that the brother that just left, he likes a different persuasion. So what we say, he likes the, what is it, Ronan, the saggy
waggies.
So we got to play this for Ray Money. He likes the saggy He like those breasts that go way down.
I like them sagging dragons. I do. I don't know why.
He got sagging dragons. I like that.
Yeah. I got to dance for them and everything. Do them things hang low? Do they wobble to the them things hang low.
Right. I remember that.
I don't know what it is. I make fun of them. People like, oh, you mean? I'm like, no, I'm making fun of them because I like them. I like some sagging titties.
Okay.
Hey, I tell you what, we got 300 people watching this. Please hit a like for the saggy titties. You got to hit a like button for the saggy titties. We ain't asking for no money. We not asking. We brought Tommy on to have some drinks with us, to party with us. You got to hit the like button for the saggy titties. I got 2 questions for you, Tommy. we talk about truth. And the one thing that the brothers got upset about, and I want to ask you this. You told the truth a long time. I want to say your protege, somebody who mimics you from what you said something similar. I'll say his name, Kevin Samuels. Why do you think he got the reception he got? And why do you think he didn't give you your flowers?
Because black women are more willing to listen to gay men than straight men.
Ooh.
Oh, shots fired.
Heart, brother. Tommy.
Are you trying to say something, Tommy?
Tommy,
What are you trying to say?
Tommy, have you drank too much, brother? You
What are
okay?
trying to say,
You okay,
Tommy?
Tommy?
That goes straight to your head. What's going on?
Are you trying to say what I think you trying to say?
Oh my God.
I'm just saying. Black
Oh,
women
man.
have always been more willing to listen to a gay man than a straight man.
R.I.P.
And if
though.
you watch
R.I.P.
me, I'm a t-shirt wearing, beer drinking, might get my hair cut, might not, might take a shower, might say fuck you, might sit up there and shave my beard, might not. I'm a real man and they can't question it. That's why they quick to call me out my name, quick to say you gay because you don't like the shit she's putting up with. But I didn't do certain things. You didn't see me and say, oh, now he's dressing differently because he's got money. You didn't see that. I was the same nigga the whole time. Why? Because I spoke facts and it wasn't an act.
Man.
And blacks don't like that. Damn, I sound like Dr. Seuss. I spoke facts, it wasn't an act. And blacks don't like that. But the point is, they don't. It was easy for them to digest the message from him because he had the same mannerisms as they did.
Okay.
Didn't take him seriously. He's more like a caricature. You didn't sit up there and think, serious business. You wasn't thinking that Kevin Samuels was fucking no bitches. This wasn't what you thought. You thought he was hanging with them bitches. Now, I'm not saying he wasn't. I'm saying that's how it came across. They didn't see it that way.
Do you think he might have had a relationship with that nurse he was with?
I believe Kevin might have been smashing, or either they was either they was smashing, or they was they might have been exchanging like beauty secrets. I'm not really sure. It could have went into either way that night. But I'm saying, like, if you look at it, even on the night, who do you see on the night Kevin passed? If y'all remember that video, Kevin was having to beg that woman on off camera to stop being a bitch. Y'all didn't
like,
see
move
that?
out the way. He was telling her to get out of the
He was
camera.
like, why are you doing this? You see I'm live.
Oh, wow.
Why would he ask a bitch who's visiting his house why she doing that when he working? Everybody know what would have happened with me. It's a different I would have said right now, like, it's a stupid bitch in the house right now. This motherfucker's acting an ass, and I'm telling you, get the fuck out, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
That's what would have been. I'm not saying that's right.
True. He ain't lying.
I'm trying
He
to
would have done
reform
it.
myself. I'm just saying, if it had been me, y'all would have seen. Everybody knows that you're in my house, and I don't like being disrespected in my house because I know that's gonna go left. But he allowed this individual to do it and was trying to figure out, why are you doing it?
That's actually a good point. Because I know anybody walks in my house respects my fucking rules.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Anybody that walks in my house respects my fucking rules. I shouldn't have to say anything to you.
That man 101, it could be your fucking cousin. It could be your fucking brother. If you say
It could be my fucking mama.
Ooh.
Because we have a conversation about breaking this son-husband tie thing, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When have these men gone back into their homes and taken back their authority, even from their mothers, and challenging them to do that? Well, I gave birth to you. Okay, that's what you were supposed to do. That put you on the planet. That's what you were put on the planet to do. But ultimately, even if you're not a Christian, a man runs his house.
Mm-hmm.
Even the son, the eldest son, runs the house.
Yeah.
Jesus' mama gave birth to him.
She didn't say, I gave birth to you. You need to listen to me.
When he was preaching, and they said, Jesus, your mama and your family there. He said, my family's here.
Exactly. Exactly.
He referred to his mama as what? Woman.
Yep.
Because he wanted to make sure everybody understood, I'm a man.
That's right.
And when I become a man, you are the, and he made sure he even explained, why are y'all worshiping the bottle that the skin sack that the wine comes in? Y'all don't know that was an analogy to why y'all worshiping Mary when I'm the wine?
Right. Right.
Hey, Tommy, you know there's a lot of money in the preaching today. Pastor offerings make a lot of money, brother. I'm just letting you know that.
My mama been saying I'm going to end up being a pastor. She swears up and down. My grandmother said it before she died, that I'm going to end up being a pastor.
Don't do it, Tommy.
I, for some odd reason, as I've gotten older, I keep being afraid that might happen. Because
don't do it. As much as you want to, don't do it, bro. Don't go there. Don't go there.
I'm afraid of doing it, but I keep thinking it might happen because maybe. Listen, I just said if God put
I cuss too much. First of all, I tell my mom I'm a Christian warrior.
What I was about to say. I don't like playing with God.
Yeah, I tell my mom I'm a Christian warrior. I've been in the military. I came back cussing and all kind of shit coming out my mouth, even around my 80-year-old mother. But again, I run my household. But at the end of the day, I'm a Christian warrior. You think in battle they sitting there worrying about speaking properly, or they trying to get their point across to get a mission done? You think I got time for that?
Let me say this. Jesus needed every one of the 12 disciples, including Simon Peter, and Simon Peter would pull out a fucking knife and cut your ear off. And I think that's who I am. I cannot deny who I am. I might deny Jesus 3 times before the cock crow. I might do it if they got a gun on me. I might do it. But he know my heart. He know I was trying. He knows self-preservation is part of who I am. That is what I'm saying. I think I don't play with God. So if I were to ever decide that I'm going to be a preacher or anything in the church, I'm going to live that life because I don't believe in telling somebody something and I don't live that life or believe in that life. I don't grift y'all. The one thing that y'all can say when y'all dealt with me for all these years,
you're consistent.
Same. Yes. I've been the same.
I'm going to read these 2 chats from Ray Money. First, let me read this one because he got to defend himself. He said, Ray Money, I don't F with the saggy waggies. That's Canal, the brother who left. I had to make that clear. So just because he says that, I know what he's looking for. He's looking for something that's not saggy waggy. So let's give that brother a little, let's see, how long is this one? We'll go crazy with it. Tommy gonna get his passport.
Tommy's like, where the hell you finding these?
Where are you finding this? I need to look at what your tabs are on your website.
Oh man, it'll get you in trouble, Tommy. We'll have you banned.
Let's see. Tommy, his wife is right on it.
Have you gotten to what Ray Money said? Or are you coming up to what Ray?
I'm gonna come up to that one. That's the next one. So,
but Tommy, you got to understand, his wife's right on the other side of that desk from him too.
Yes, you're the one who find them for me.
Do she look like that?
Hey baby, you want to come in for a second and say hi to
You in for a treat, Tommy?
I do not want to come in another man's wife. Do not know.
She might have her bonnet on. Let me see. She might have a bonnet on. Let's see. You want to say hi?
Oh,
she
man.
said she might have a bonnet on.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah. How you now? How you doing?
She sat with me and watched your documentary, and she was very much enjoying it.
Hey, I'm impressed. I'm not gonna lie. If
I was you want to go overseas, you get
right there. Every show I do, she would be right on my arm like a parrot.
Tommy, if you're gonna go overseas, you get filet mignon and lobster. You don't go and get that bottom of the barrel stuff, okay?
You said, is this your wife?
Yes, that's his wife.
Okay, I was about to say, sir, I was going to hit on you, and there's no way that woman should not have half of your life savings right now.
I paid a lot of money for her, Tommy. What are you talking about?
This woman should be able to break you if she leaves. That's what should happen.
And he'd have a smile on his face while he's getting broke.
Yeah.
Really.
I know this is what you wanted to see, Tom. We're going to bring it up. This is Ray Money here. Ray Money says he was on camera and had an image to maintain. I think he's talking about Kevin Samuels.
Yes.
He was more refined and image conscious than Tommy. But Tommy, why slander a dead man? It makes you sound bitter. What say you, Tommy?
I will explain. I will answer that gracefully. I think when people say how you sound as a person who's a leader, should I worry about how I sound when you just pointed out that, well, he was image conscious and had to maintain an image online? Well, sir, I don't. And if I said this before he died, I shouldn't now, because he's dead, not say it, because it hurt his feelings more when he was fucking alive than when he's dead. And there's something wrong with black folks revering the fucking dead than the living. Life is for the living. So when you say stupid shit about people when they're alive and they can hear it, it hurts more than when you say it about them when they're dead and it don't matter. But y'all think that it's cool to talk shit about people when they're alive and make them feel dirty and want to hurt themselves and make them feel lower than. But when they're dead and they can no longer hear it, you expect them to deify them and turn them into saints. And that's a Negro problem.
Yeah, we will do that to you dirty, you kill 100 people, you're the dirtiest person. As soon as you die, it's like, oh man, he only killed 100. I mean, if he killed 100, we do that.
As long as it wasn't 500. Hey,
I want you to address this.
There's somebody in the background.
Zenor, hold on, Zenor. It is not. I gotta say this, please. Zenor said Tommy is wrong. It's not a black folks thing. It's a universal moral thing. No, it ain't, you son of a bitch. Because when George Bush Sr. died, people gave him the fucking blues. And nobody said, you can't talk about George Bush Sr. because he dead. There are plenty of white folks don't have no problem. If they hated you before you died, they hate you when you die. They don't change that shit because you're dead.
Okay.
Just like white men, if they don't like their mothers, they're able to say it. Nobody says to Eminem, you can't talk that way about your mama. White men are able to say if their mama wasn't shit, she wasn't shit.
Yeah.
That's that son husband shit, Tommy. I'm trying to tell you.
I think this was in your chat, Ron, and it's from this is
that ain't from me.
Tommy.
That's in one of
said,
those
you guys blocked my other account, bunch of cowards. I've never blocked you. I don't
block Zed.
I like your titties, ma'am. That is a lie. I would have never blocked your account. Your titties would have kept you on screen.
Tommy, I don't want to say this. Well, I'll keep my thoughts to myself. I'll back up. I don't.
Why you don't want to be highlighted on a reaction film?
Face, but I'm not. Listen, she might be ugly in the face. I don't care about that.
He's worried about being. He's worried about being highlighted. That's what he's worried about.
You got a nice looking woman at home, and I get it. You don't want to sit up there and lower yourself. Oh. I like hamburgers.
Tommy, she is what we call a butterface.
I like it.
No, she look ugly.
So you know what a butterface is, right?
Yes, everything look good.
Everything butterface.
I didn't say it. Tommy said it. I didn't say it.
Hey, she wanted to have a conversation with Tommy.
She don't have, bro. She know her face ain't cute when she showed a picture of her titties, but not her face.
Hey, that's a dead giveaway. Facts. That's a dead giveaway when they show everything on their face.
But I don't know. She got some work. She got some smoke for you, Tommy.
Tommy said, "I can work that body."
That cricket. Oh, come back, bro.
What's the smoke? What's the issue with me?
So Tommy, are you wanting smoke? Are you? Do you have time today, Tommy? Do you?
I'm sorry, it's the cricket. I think it's cricket.
Bring her on up here with them nice titties.
Come on up here, Zed.
Yeah, let's get Zed up in here.
We'll drop the link, and you can come on up here. And Tommy wants that smoke.
Come on, Zed.
My nemesis says, if anybody else would have said that about Kevin, I would have been mad. I've heard time. So here's my thing.
Think about it. I've said this. I've been consistent. Have I not?
Yes.
Yes.
So why would you bring me on here and get mad if I said something that you already knew I was going to say?
We already knew what to expect.
You should get mad if I didn't say it. If I pretended that that's not what I said.
And I can separate the person from the message. So I can listen to some things that Kevin said, and I can say, oh, yeah, I can agree. I can listen to what Tommy says and says, yes, I can agree. And I can do it because that's how men dialogue. And I can, and the thing is, I don't have any animosity toward Kevin because He didn't take nothing from me. I wasn't nobody. I can understand how Tommy would have animosity to say, hey, man, I built this. It's like a rapper. You say, man, you stole my rhyme. You made a record, but you didn't pay me for it. You know, at least give me a shout out, at least put me on the list and say I produced something. So I can understand his gripe and I can let him have his gripe. Not an issue with me. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Andrew, I don't know. I'm thinking. I have to ask Tommy that. I had to ask Tommy that. There's a feminist Tommy that's in the background. I don't think she lets me.
She up. She up. Okay.
She wants to come.
Here we go.
I would
ding,
love
ding,
to hear.
ding. Where's your boxing bell there, Andrew? You need to play your little bell.
And I don't got it on my side because Fearless is the host.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't got the effects. Yeah.
And I don't have my StreamYard done. I usually have all my fun.
You gotta have me come back and just do a show where you just let people come talk. I'll do that.
You sure?
Just let people come. Yeah, I would do
that would be dope.
Let's work that out.
Here go the thing, Tommy.
Just come up here and talk to me and say, you be like the moderator. Because a lot of them
I'm actually getting a zebra shirt for these debates. So yeah.
But here's gonna be the problem, and you're gonna find out immediately. You can talk in facts and you can say something. They're never gonna respond to you in facts, they're gonna respond in emotion. They're going to say it like if you said to them, if she says, Tommy, you an ugly dude, you black and you all this. And if you said, well, young lady, you're not attractive. Oh, he's a sexist, he's a feminist, he hates. All that will happen. They can say something to you, but as soon as you reply back, you are the bad guy and the worst person in the world.
Yeah, it's just like this RY 2.0. What I would have done has been my channel, it's not mine. If you're gonna say content, I would just block you. I would make you either respect my house, like how Roland said. You're either gonna respect my house and talk about what's being said, or you're gonna get the fuck on. You're not gonna be able to sit here in my house and tell people how it stink.
Who is that? Because I guess I'm not looking at
that's one of the drones. That's a
Andrew
troll.
Show chat room. This person named RY 2.0. This person stood up there and said, Zed, don't go up there. Don't give them the clout. Then why in the fuck are you here?
What clout?
Why would you allow this person to do this? This person would be out in my fucking comment section.
Yo, man, bring her up. I know she's sitting in the background, man.
Yeah,
bring her up while he's cooking her. Bring her up.
She talked. This person.
Wait. She got to be on Fearless.
And 2 hours later, they're still here. I would have been kicked them. I would set a standard. You can sit here and be mad at the panel, the people on the panel, or us, but you're going to engage us. When you start telling other people they should engage us, you need to be the fuck out.
But see, Tommy, we have a thing now. We can you want to shut us up? You got to pay to shut us up.
Yeah, show that balance.
You can pay us $50 and $20 and we be quiet for 20 minutes.
The people that's on my panel, the people that's on my panel go Fearless.
She just wrote, Zed, this doesn't do anything. Don't go on there. So you have a person that's trying to.
Oh no, she'll be a highlight reel for the next month. Come on up here, Zed.
She got to go to Fearless's channel. You got to go to Fearless.
All you have to do is click on that link. If it shows up in your room, it's highlighted.
And I don't want to give her too much credit. We're spending a lot of time with her. Let me read this super chat that kept bringing it in tonight. Let me get Ray Money going. He says, the Bushes are genocidal maniacs. KS tried to improve the community. It is a poor example, but I understand your views. I don't agree. I understand.
You might not. Okay. People make fun of JFK. He wasn't a genocidal maniac.
Yeah.
I heard a nigga say he went to the bar and got 2 to the head like JFK. He was out for the night. People didn't like that joke. I guess the JFK fans didn't like that joke. There's a lot of people who died. Matter of fact, I remember I told somebody, I said, I've been to the gym. I done got cut up like Nicole Simpson.
Oh, shit.
Why am I laughing? I can't laugh at that, Tommy, man. I'm not allowed to laugh at that.
That's just wild.
There is something wrong where a person believes that because someone's passed, now you got to pretend you got along with them before they passed. I would rather somebody, just like I believe in white folks. If white folks don't like black folks, why are y'all trying to stop them from saying it? Shouldn't you want them to declare who they are so you will know who they are. There's something wrong with y'all. It goes back to what I was saying earlier about the lies. Black people like being lied to.
Yes.
They want you to lie.
Yes.
They want you to say something that's not true. Fat bitches want you to tell them they're not fat.
Yes.
Ugly bitches want you to tell them they're not ugly. Bitches with weed want you to tell them that shit look natural.
Yeah.
This is what the world we live in. This man is sitting up here. I understand, but Bush is a genocidal maniac. My point was, do you think to Bush's family he was considered a genocidal maniac, or do you think he was looked at as papa?
Mm-hmm.
Pop.
They
don't care about that shit. That was a job.
He papa to the grandkids. He ain't no genocidal maniac. So your ass want to say that because politically you don't agree with him, you think his family don't view him as Uncle George? Jesus.
You muted.
No. The wife is asking. She said I look bad. But here's the thing, Tommy. Even though he may disagree with you, he disagrees with Zed Moore. He wants you to cook her. He wants you to cook her up. Since he's talking about cooking, Tommy, I think it's more than appropriate to start cooking. Tommy,
yeah.
I see why black women don't like y'all. You keep showing these bitches. Why do you keep showing these bitches that got hair that grow out of their scalp? They can go jump in the shower anytime they want to and not have a problem. They can go sleep without issues. Y'all are sellouts.
All natural.
Hey, I got to talk about that. We was on a show, me and Ronan, and the feminine guy said, I bet you're a Republican. Who did you vote for? And my question was, why would it matter? Like,
right.
what does that mean? I don't know what the flaw was, meaning either I'm not black or not it. And I said, brother, I make some money now. I'm a Republican. I want to keep as much money as I can. Dave Chappelle said it. He said he was standing in line with all them white folks and they were talking about Trump this, Trump that. He said, bitch, Trump ain't for you. I don't care how white you are. He for me because Trump went that green. So it's crazy to me. I just don't understand.
Again, it goes to show how they look at blacks as a monolith. You never heard a person say, you're white. How dare you vote Democrat?
Yeah, that's right.
Think about that.
Yep.
If being black means you have to vote Democrat, then by the same logic, being white means you have to vote Republican. Yet they don't have that same thing. Whites can listen to rock and roll, rap, jazz, country, but blacks have to listen to rap and R&B. And if you don't, you're not black. Blacks pigeonhole themselves. Other people don't do it. We do it. We pigeonhole ourselves and say you can't speak correct English because you're not black. We pigeonhole ourselves and say if you didn't grow up in the struggle, you ain't black. We're doing this to each other. And someone asked the question earlier. They said, do you have proof that Kevin Samuels is gay? No, I'm roasting. I've never lied and said I saw him do anything. What would make him gay is if I saw him with a man. I've never seen him with a man. I'm making an assessment of the type of guy I saw him be. He was a metrosexual, and I think that it's easier for black women because the majority of black women viewed him that way. He was soft to them. He was non-threatening. That's what I mean. I know you're Kevin Samuel fans, and you think that you're trying to find anybody to say something bad about him, and I get it. But I have not been wrong in any assessment that I've made. My true assessment is because he's more effeminate, it's easy for them to listen to what he's saying. That's my opinion of what I saw.
Facts.
So what about the ones who hate him?
The ones who hate him, anytime you speak a fact, as I said earlier, facts kind of run people away. And remember, Saucy Santana, for as gay as he was and as much as black women love him, he said the reason why black women are having a hard time with their men is because they're masculine. They turned on him too. So it doesn't matter how effeminate you are. If you start touching too close to home, it's like being a black person. And if white people think you're okay, I like you, you're the black person I can listen to. Fuck around and say something too much at home, something too close. You know what they'll then say? You're a nigger, just like I thought you were.
Oh yeah, that comes out real quick.
Yep.
Nigger.
Yep. They will love you until you say something that's too close to home.
We got Ray Money. Ray Money. You'd like to say something to Tommy?
Tommy, please tell me I'm not fat.
Yeah, I don't see a picture of you, so I'll say you're not fat. Go ahead.
Yo, what's good, man? So, I don't like completely disagree with you, and I don't want to get into the Kevin Samuel shit because the man is dead. I don't really give a fuck like that much, but it was just interesting to see that like you're still kind of a little, inflammatory towards him or whatever, which is cool.
I didn't bring up Kevin Samuels before he asked me. If you watched this interview, did I say a word about Kevin Samuels before he asked?
No. I'm not saying that. That's not the point that I'm making. I agree with your sentiment about him being easily consumable by the black woman because he was a metrosexual. I just don't agree with the inflammatoriness, but it's all good. Listen, this is what you're.
No, don't do that. I hate when people say a word and then skip it and be like, "Oh, but it's all good." That's like saying I don't agree with the fact that you suck dick, but it's all good. I don't mind you.
That's a slight big time, bro.
You sneak that shit in.
Then I'll expand on it, Tommy. I'll expand on it. Okay, it's easy peasy for me. I feel like I'm someone who respects people that do good things for other people, and I feel like overall Kevin Samuels was a benefit to society in general because he tried to set some people straight where they needed to be set straight, and so I tend to give a little bit more respect to those individuals in their passing than anything else, than somebody like the Bushes, right? The Bushes are genocidal beta. They are. I'm not a leftist. You know what I'm saying? But that's just facts. That can't be denied, right? So that's my expansion on it. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, can I elaborate on what? Or can I jump in and have a little verbal joust on what you just said? JFK,
sure.
Did he do a bunch of bad things?
Of course.
What bad things is JFK known for?
Oh, you mean known for? I mean, I'm sure he's done bad things, right? I don't know.
No, I said that. What bad things is JFK known for?
Cheating on his wife.
And he was known for that after he died, not before. We bring that up now. We bring up all the mistresses he had now, and he's dead. And I'm sure that JFK Jr., when he was alive, didn't want to hear people keep bringing up him cheating on his fucking wife. I'm sure they probably thought that's not cool to bring that up. Here's another. Martin Luther King. Is he known for bad shit? No, he wasn't. And yet after he died, what did we find out? He fucked around on his wife. He had gay encounters. We found all that shit out after he died, not before. The point being, typically, when other races bring out whatever the fuck you did, your death doesn't mean they can't bring it out.
Agreed.
So when you hear me give my opinion, when someone asks for it, I'm going to give the same opinion I gave when he was alive. I think I'd be a hypocrite if I start talking different because motherfuckers will be like, you weren't saying that when he was alive.
Again, this is why I didn't want to expand into Kevin Samuels, but you called me out to expand on my point, and so I did. We just have a difference of opinion there. So I'm cool with that. I just really came on to tell you, listen, when Zed gets up here, I need you to cook.
She was just up here and she bounced back.
Zed, get back on here.
Zed, are you
Listen,
in the
Tommy,
is Zed in the back panel? Zed was
Tommy.
up here.
She was, but she left. Come on, Zed, get back in here.
Tommy, I'm a Kevin Samuels fan. I'm a Minister Jap fan. I'm a Tommy Sotomayor fan. I appreciate what you do in your lane as much as everybody else does in their lane, because I think you guys are a general benefit to society in waking people up as to where we stand, whether it's politically or the dating marketplace or what have
Zed,
you.
don't call us a bunch of cowards and you backed off the panel. Get back up here.
Yeah, come on, Zed.
Ray,
come back on
Ray,
here.
Ray, let me ask you something, Ray. You didn't
Yeah.
see when I went off on Vivica Fox, whose show I did when she was
I
up there
missed it.
cheering for Kevin Samuels dying? I went
I
the fuck
missed
up into these bitches cheering for the fuck that this man died.
Yeah.
It didn't matter that I had a beef with him. Remember, I view myself as the referee. I believe in right is right and wrong is wrong. When they sit up there and thought that it was funny and it was karma that he died, I was like, so you were so upset that his words bothered you that you needed him to die in order to feel better? What does that say about your mind state?
That's how bitter those bitches are.
Exactly.
You know? So, but either way, man, listen, it was good. It was good talking to you. Thank you for having me on the panel. I'm leaving downtown Atlanta on the way home, so I'm driving. So I gotta.
Oh, you in ATL? Where I'm at?
Yeah, man, I just left Ponce City Market by the belt line.
I was just out there on the belt line.
Yeah, it's nice, man. It's beautiful out there.
Really
A lot of beautiful women out there.
Yes. Oh, yes, it is, sir.
Yes, yes. I come down here like every weekend just to peruse and chill out and, you know, do my thing out here. So
good man, good man.
But either way, salute to y'all, man.
Appreciate you, Ray.
Peace out. All right.
Let me read this super chat real quick. It says, God hand apostle. Tommy, you got all these apostles, brother, following you. KS was a false idol. A man who was Papa Do's waiter making $800 a month and is in his 50s. Tommy was a successful before YouTube and doesn't hide from the smoke. I will say that. And I say this is what bothers me, Tommy. Look at this. This is the woman. She says a bunch of cowards. Now, nobody blocked her. She came on. She just hid. This is what you will get back, where someone would do that, and then they're going to talk about you and say all these type of names, which is crazy. So, Tommy, I want to question. There was a gentleman, he asked a question some time ago, and his question was, am I going back blank again? It was about slavery. He said, why do you think slavery was a choice?
Yeah, I
believe it was a choice, as I explained earlier, because you could have chosen death. You could have said, I refuse to live in bondage. And what's funny is people didn't believe what I said until they watched Black Panther years later after I said it, when Killmonger said, throw me in the oceans with my ancestors who refused to live in bondage. Mm-hmm. Now everybody's quoting that. And I'm like, but for years you hated me when I told you the same damn thing.
Right.
A Marvel movie made you think that made sense?
Exactly.
I hate that I'm giving these advertisers screen time right now.
Yeah, and what I won't want to do, guys, is because she don't give us any type of clout. I don't want to keep talking about a person who don't give us no clout. So if she ain't coming up or she not paying no fee, then I don't even.
Oh, what you mean? She talk about you for 2-3 hours at a time, man. You her highlight reel.
I guess flattery, but she run away. She just changed everything, so it's not even worth having that type of argument.
Did nobody time you out? Hey, you can come up on my show. You can go on Andrew's show. If you timed out in one room, you can come in another, and I'll drop the link.
I haven't timed.
Don't use that as an excuse. You've come in my room before.
So I always let them roll like that. Tommy, how do you deal with them, with the haters, man? So I guess, how do you feel? Because I don't want nobody to put words in your mouth. I want to hear from you. How do you feel about Black women?
I said it earlier. I said, I have an affinity for Black women, but I have a hatred for what they've become. Exactly. This idea of becoming combative, not being in their own feminine energy, hating the way they look naturally, which means that they don't care how I feel, how they look. And that hurts. To watch the Eves of the world, to watch the Serena Williams of the world decide to change themselves. You seen the latest pictures of her, how disgusting she looks?
Super,
Trying
like
to
she
be
whited her
non-black.
skin out or whatever. Yeah.
Tommy, I had a question for you.
Go ahead.
A certain traveler says that the reason why he doesn't deal with black women and he travels to different countries is because most of black women's pH levels kind of off.
Yeah,
So, what's your take on that?
But a lot of black women's pussy smell like straight ass. Excuse my friend. Yeah. Well, but it would be obvious if 50% of them have not HIV, but that's just Atlanta. But 50% of them have herpes. It would also make sense if you guys think about dating black women. What's the one thing you've never heard your black girlfriend say? I'll tell you. She never says, I'm about to go to my gynecologist. Why is it you've been in a relationship with her for a year and never heard her say she's going to a gynecologist?
That's true.
Why would she not have one?
I don't know.
Tommy,
it's kind of crazy.
That's the point. Have you noticed that most black girls, when they tell you they found out they were pregnant, it was a bodily function? They wouldn't even go get themselves checked. They just said, I realized my period didn't happen, but I just thought it was normal. I didn't go get it checked. So wait a minute. You've been fucking a nigga raw. And you still didn't go get to see what was happening after 30 days? My period was still happening. Okay, but he still could have given you something. Why didn't you go get checked at all? So when you point these facts out, because these are not opinion, those parts are facts. When you point them out, you get pushback. So when a brother that is to, and let me explain one last thing, to point to you that black women's pussy stink and it's a normal thing. Have y'all noticed that there are several movies in the black community where pussy is normally supposed to stink? Remember in Boys in the Hood where they said the grandma came in, she could smell sex in the air. Pussy's supposed to stink. Black people are the only people who say in the movies, I could smell fucking when I came in the room. You ain't never seen no white movie where they said, I could smell fucking in the room. Did I lie?
Tommy, here's the thing, brother. Let me say this. The reason he brought that up is on a show, I interviewed a gentleman, a 25-year-old guy by the name of Austin Holland. While I interviewed him, I was asking him why he leaves the country and why he isn't satisfied. One of the things he said was, you know, he didn't like the culture. And he said the pH balance of the women he dated were bad. That became an issue. They attacked my wife because my wife had come to this. I know she don't want me to say this, but I'll say it anyway. She worked in the medical field for the health of the Ministry of Health in her country. She came to this country. And, you know, this is when she didn't know a lot of English. She didn't know a lot of things. She had gone to like some workplaces. And she asked me, why is it that when I come out of the bathroom and there are women of color, it has this smell? Now, she wasn't saying it from Tommy, here's the thing. She wasn't saying it from a bitter point. She was saying it from why? Like, you know,
inquisitive.
Exactly.
Smell fish, rotten fish or something.
You know, I'm gonna say this. My girl in the Philippines, they take baths at least 4 to 5 times a day. And definitely after they go to the bathroom every time. Obviously, Asian women bathe often, a lot in a day. And she asked me the same question. She goes, is it that bad over there? I had no words. I had no words.
I have fucked black women, nutted on them, and they will at best take what's called a whore shower.
No, we call it a
give them a towel and give them a rag, and I'm not lying. I've given them a towel and a rag and given them a great shower experience and say, go in there and take a shower. This bitch will wet the rag and wipe herself off.
We call it a bird bath up north, baby.
Yep.
Yep.
A whore's bath.
Yep.
They will do that and then go about their merry way in a day. And you be thinking, what the fuck? Like me, when I get through fucking, I have to take a shower. I don't like that smell of not even the smell, but I don't like that. I don't like it's like going to me work out. Take a fucking shower. Why do you want to lay down and marinate in funk?
So the problem is,
fuck a black woman and she'll lay in that bed with you and let you just come up inside of her and let it marinate. Tell me I'm lying. Then she'll come back. She'll go fuck and cheat on you, fuck around with somebody else and come back and fuck you and will not shower. This is a fact. This isn't something that they feel like.
You ain't lying.
Tommy, this is why they don't like you, brother. They don't like you. They don't like the truth. And I'm sad to say that I was criticized for that. And it hurt me because I'm like, why is it that when a guy is expressing the truth, y'all take offense to it? Now, Tommy, you from the South, brother. My grandmother used to say to me, if you throw a rock and a whole bunch of dogs, it's to hit one that hollers. And what that means is if I say something and somebody gets offended, usually that's the person who you think they're referring to.
Don't put all that old Negro wisdom on them. Leave that shit alone.
My boy November Zoan 78 said they made that joke on the show Power about Tyreek's girl. I've never seen the show. Y'all seen it? In the
Power,
show,
yeah.
They said in the show Power about Tyreek's girl stinking up the room on 2 different episodes.
Oh shit! I wasn't even paying attention. But I know
let me read this super chat real quick. This is from At Your Wife's House All Day. Is that brother? Hey, has he been at the house all day? Ban that brother. I don't want him over here. He been at the wife's house all day. Salute to Tommy and the panel. Did you notice after KS passed away, black women started cooing the phrase bullet bag, meaning that these hyenas are fine with black women being shot by cops and each other.
Black men and coining the phrase bullet bags. Yes.
Yeah.
The fact is, like, there was a black woman on one show that I went on. She was telling me how much I hate black women and I'm a self-hater. And then they played the video of this bitch saying if she ever got pregnant and found out it was a black boy, she'd abort it. Man. That woman got to tell me I was a self-hater. Do y'all understand a gay man got the opportunity on one of these pro-black shows to tell me I hate myself because I won't date black women? And I was like, nigga, you won't date black women. You're gay. And he said, I said, at least I can procreate with a white woman and create a black child. I said, you can't fuck a man in the ass and create a black child.
Exactly. And since he did get a nice
being black more, me or him.
Exactly. Since he did get a $19 super chat, this is for Tommy too. Tommy, stop it. Pull your tongue up, Tommy. Pull your tongue up.
Tommy, that's just a regular.
I got to say something to y'all. I was out with my man Fresh from Fresh and Fit. We went to the club last time I was in Miami last week. And while we were there, I remember saying to him, I said, black women stand no chance in Miami. Yeah. If you've ever been to Miami, you realize black women stand no chance. People like aren't choosing them at all. I watched the VIP sections and the black women, nobody was fucking with them. They would rather pick these Hispanic women that barely had an understanding of English. They were bringing them into the VIPs because one, this bitch's hair grew out of her own scalp, so it didn't smell like no Foot Locker. Because if you cover your hair to put somebody else's hair on it, that's fucking ridiculous. Wow. If you right now, Fearless, put on a Tom Cruise wig and was up here while we was interviewing doing this to your fucking hair, they'd make fun of you. Why is it we don't make fun of a black chick doing the exact fucking same thing?
For days on end. Not trying to get their hair wet. Sweating.
They gonna say that's a woman.
All they do is having pool parties where the only thing they get wet is up to their kneecaps. Tell me I'm lying. Black chicks will go to a pool party and the most thing you'll get wet is up to their kneecap. They will not get in that fucker. How many videos are y'all not tired of seeing videos of black bitches on carnival rides and they have fallen the fuck off as they swear up and down. Everybody, white women wear weed too. Then how come I ain't never seen a white bitch on the Superman ride lose her scalp?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
It's a lie. But I sat there and I noticed when I was in Miami that the VIP was full of non-black women and rich black men.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not asking themselves the real question. Stop believing that you own black men. Maybe you should do like everybody else does and work to get him.
Yep. They don't want to compete. They're entitled.
But
They
Tommy,
think that, like you said, they own us. They don't have to compete. We should be going to them. And to their point, just to say this real quick, black men prefer to be with black women as a first option.
Mm-hmm.
But when that option becomes a hazard, guess what? We're welcomed everywhere else. We're the number 2 sought after men all over the world. So when we get enough of black women doing what they're doing, guess what? All the other women are more than happy to take us.
By the time a black man stops dating black women, he's been done extra dirty.
Yeah.
It ain't one bad thing happened to him and he says, I no longer want to date black women. Because like my man Roland said, that's his preference. So he'll power through the first bitch who did him wrong, power through the second bitch.
Hold up. Let me put her. I'm muting her for a second. I'm putting you in the
But
back for a
power
second.
through
Kid. I'm gonna
these
bring you
things.
up. Just give me a moment.
It's usually what happens with a black man.
Man, she's gonna run again. You might as well leave her up front.
Yeah,
I'm trying
man,
to
Bring
tell
her
you.
up here. Leave her up here. Let her go ahead and speak.
I want to ask you this question before we get interrupted. You said this on one of your shows. You said that there is no white woman out there trying to get some black sperm, but there's a whole lot of black women trying to get white sperm to get that good hair. Tell me about that.
Shit.
Well, I interviewed a guy by the name of the Sperminator. You guys can look him up. That's what they called it.
Interesting, interesting
professor.
names.
Yeah, look him up. He's an NYU professor, he's a Jew, and he was going around and black women were paying him to have mixed babies. And not only that, but he was like, I typically would give them a turkey baster. He said, but a lot of the black women wanted him to fuck them naturally.
Yep.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Let that sink in.
Come on, fearless, bring her up because she's gonna.
Let me give you a
Come
little bit of
on.
background. Zed is a feminist. Zed has a show or a channel that says keep Keep Africa Passport Bro Free. She does not believe she don't like black men. She never getting married. She believes that only
Otherwise, she don't want black niggas over there.
By the way, she's already
I'll be right back.
bring her up.
All right. Zed, you on, but he has to go get a drink. And
You got to unmute your mic, Zed. You are muted, so please unmute your mic.
Oh, here we go.
I actually came in to say that because I heard.
Don't say it yet, Zed. Just hold on till Tommy.
Wait until he comes back. Refill his drink.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, we've been on for a minute. We
Oh
keep
man,
in and cycling out here.
this is gonna be good. I need to. Go
This is what everybody's been waiting on. So here we go.
Don't hype. Hey, don't hype.
Go ahead and get your
No, listen, it's not hype. But what I'm saying is, anybody who hasn't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button.
Yes, please.
Yes,
that
please.
doesn't cost a
All
dime.
channels.
Okay, just hit the
that
like
like
button.
button. All- There you go. All channels. That like button.
And Zed, the rules are you got to answer the questions. No hitting, going around it, answering 10 other things instead of doing it. Just
I actually just came to
okay, Baba.
because so I wanted to say this.
Not yet.
I am not here to
Wait,
debate.
Tommy back. Hold up.
I can hear.
You can go ahead, Zed.
Okay, so I'm not here to debate Tommy because I consider Tommy a white worshiper and I have absolutely nothing to debate him. But I liked something he said. He said that when he goes to VIP sections, it is black men with non-black women, which is something I support. And it breaks my heart when I see black women criticizing black men for dating non-black women, because it doesn't affect us. Black men dating non-black women is actually something we should support. If we believe that black men are not good for us, which I truly believe they are not, them going to other women is actually something we should support. And if people are attacking, if black women are attacking black men for dating non-black women, I truly apologize. That shouldn't happen. I want black men to start dating non-black women at a very large number. As long as you don't attack us, as long as you don't call non-black women black women, we have absolutely no problem with that.
Zed, you got on me and you got on Austin Hollerman for the PH. What do you have to say to Tommy, who basically said the same thing?
I call him a black woman hater, just like you are. I mean, you do know that Tommy is not God. Tommy is a self-hating, a white worshiper, Sambo. So there's nothing. I mean, I would not say to him. I would say this to his face. Tommy hates black women. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, by the way, here is another thing. I'm so glad you mentioned pH balance because the things you talk about pH balance, I don't even think it's pH balance. I think it is STD. And we know where black women are getting the STD. They're getting it from black men. And this is another reason. No. This is another reason black women should not be having sex with black men. I mean, wow. I was thinking it should be okay to have sex with black men, but we shouldn't even have sex with you guys because you guys are full of STD and you are giving the STD to black women. Black women, stop dating black men like Tommy Sotomayor. I don't even think Tommy dates black women. And I'm glad that, a lot of you guys here do not date black women. We do not need you. You guys are full of STD and we don't need you.
Okay. Tommy.
First off, I want everybody to realize how stupid, and now I'm going to sound like Tariq Nasheed. I'm just going to be a dick. These tethers are. These tethers get a chance to be able to speak. This woman said, first I do that, but Tommy even did it black women. When I said that my first choice was black women, number one. Number two, I could have a black woman walk in front of the camera right now, ma'am. Mm-hmm. That's in the house. But the fact that y'all say stupid shit to back up what you're saying, you don't bring a fact. I don't think he dates black women, so therefore we should invalidate everything he says. But
I said you should. Sorry, let me correct you, and I'm not going to interrupt you.
Zed, you ran on for 3 minutes. Let him finish.
I just wanted to correct him. I swear,
you can correct him after he gets done.
Yeah, you can talk.
Let him get done. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
But the fact that you would say this as a precursor to your argument, your argument should be, let me argue facts with any individual. Let me say, is this factual what you said? And when a person says, well, ma'am, will you please stop? Mute yourself. I don't need you to amen me. I don't need a every time I speak.
Papa, you cannot.
I didn't. No one did it to you, ma'am. No one did it to you. Out of respect, no one did.
Go ahead, Papa. Go ahead.
See? I want everybody in the audience to watch. No one disrespected her. Even after she continued to disrespect me, I still haven't disrespected her.
Okay, I haven't disrespected you either. So her is not disrespecting. Okay, guys. Okay.
I had to listen to the stupid shit she said the entire time that was incorrect about me, and yet I had to wait until she finished. And yet I'm actually saying things that make some sense, and I'm not being.
Go ahead. I listen. I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
Fuck it. I'm done.
That is pathetic.
Zed, you have to stop yourself. Zed, you have to stop yourself from unmuting yourself.
And be disrespected by a bitch.
He let you run on for at least 3 minutes. He can't finish a point without you hunting him. Just mute your mic.
Okay, I will not. Go ahead. I apologize, Papa. Go ahead.
We don't need your permission. We just need you to mute your mic and wait.
14 minutes.
Just mute your mic and wait.
I do not come here to sit up here and be disrespected by a bitch like this, and y'all can't put a leash on your dog. So I'm gonna let y'all talk to your dog.
No, we're not.
No, we just finished.
That's why I didn't want to bring her on, man. That's exactly why I didn't want to bring her on. She come on and disrespect the show. He asked her politely. Now somebody I had on, now I got to go because she was disrespectful. That's the reason I didn't want to bring her on. She couldn't shut up long enough. She always say she want to argue ideas. Let's argue ideas. He tried to argue ideas and she won't shut the fuck up, man. I said the same thing when I was on your show, Andrew. Shut the fuck up. Then when she goes somewhere else,
your dad left. I'm so sorry, Papa. Your daddy left. Your daddy left. I'm so sorry.
Bop her off the fucking.
I'm sorry, brother. I can't deal with it.
God damn.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I didn't want to bring her up. Disrespectful. We had a good dude on here, a good dude who was talking. We can't get somebody to shut up. He was bringing ideas. She always say she want to go ideas. Why you talk about my face? Why you talk about my looks, but you can't battle my ideas? Well, you got somebody who was ready to battle your ideas, and you can't shut up long enough to have them on. That's crazy, man. Now I got to call Tommy back and apologize to this brother. Man, that's just crazy. Go ahead, fellas.
No, it's just ridiculous. You can't respect the rules of the fucking room. But if you go in her room, she wants that same level of fucking respect. You know, you ran on for fucking 3 minutes. Nobody said a word to you. We didn't you. We didn't try to co-sign on anything you said. We let you run on. The minute he starts talking, once he starts trying to make a point, here comes the And yes, he don't need you co-signing on anything he's saying.
And if somebody said Tommy shouldn't have left, Tommy was a guest. He's a guest on the show, and as a guest, he needs to be respected. If I bring somebody on, I'm bringing them on. He is the guest. He is the honored guest, and I don't want that honored guest to be disrespected. There's people I wish I could have blocked in the chat, but because they're not on my stream, I can't block them. I wish I could have, because if I'm having somebody come up, they need to be respected. Y'all can all have your different views. I don't care about your views. Fight the idea. You let him talk and you talk. It's just that fair. And I'm saying the same way, Tommy, if you go onto her channel, you got Chris with a wrench that'll shut you up and tell you he'll take you off and put you in timeout and all this other stuff. They play and Tommy said it. There's a whole different set of rules when it's women. The men to protect the women to protect their women, all of that. But when it's a man, this was all men. And as you see, all men for fucking 3 hours.
3 hours.
In 15 minutes, we had no problem. We were able to discuss. As soon as you let a female in here, she fucks up the whole thing.
And don't give a fuck either.
I'm not even trying to be angry. I tried to, brothers, I've started a new channel. I got rid of my Fearless Travel channel because I didn't want this anger. I came into Fearless_360 so I could change my image. This is the kind of stuff I didn't want to put up with. Black Man Travel, you tell me. She on the show because they wanted to bring her up, and I told them what was going to happen. I know her character. I know who she is. I knew her when y'all don't know her. I can see right past her. But go ahead. I'm gonna digress. I'll let y'all talk about this.
No, I'm upset too.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was gonna go down like that. I thought they would have like just a civilized conversation, but no one.
Did she unmute herself? Is that it?
Who?
Because
she kept on. Yeah, she kept unmuting herself. You can't permanently mute her.
Let me bring Ray Money up. Maybe he's Ray Money. Did you get home yet, brother?
Yeah, I'm about to walk in the door now. Listen, see, yo, this is the thing. I got a video coming out on this. Yo, she's over there sniggling and laughing with all the bum bitches that are channel members of hers right now. And this is what she intended to do. She's an agent of chaos. See, moving forward, I would not even pay this broad the time of day. She says that in the chat earlier, she said that I'm scared to go one-on-one with her. Like, why would I go one-on-one? Why would I allow you to come on my platform to spit your garbage? See, we got to stop allowing these people who not just disagree, but are anti us, right? Who want to see us lose on our platforms and giving them the opportunity. And I know it's hard because you want Tommy to cook this broad so bad. I wanted him to cook too, but I could see this shit coming from a mile away. I hear her laughing, her ashy foot ass laughing in her accent right now. Her and all the other bum bitches that follow her and that's in the chat right now. We got to stop doing this shit for real, for real. And that's all I wanted to say.
That's her last shot with me. I ain't fucking tolerating that shit no more. That's
I
fucking.
agree with you, man. I agree with you. And that's what I said before we came on. I tried to tell Tommy, I was like, man, it don't matter what you say. She's going to twist it around. She's going to say what she want to say. She's not going to go with facts. It's going to be everything but that. And that's what we hear. And Ray Money is correct. We, as you know, if there was a show with what is it, Vivica Fox and all them, they keep the brothers out. They keep all us out with our opinions. They shut us down, shut us. But we,
hey, Uncle Guns, if she's in my room, fucking ban her for life, bruh. I can't find her in my room right now. But if she's ever been in my room, I don't want her back ever. That's fucked up.
Just didn't, man. I was just hoping that it would have went down to a.
But you gotta want to be able to debate. If you're gonna interrupt and you start throwing little snickers and shit instead of muting your mic and warming up. If you say you can hang with the men, you don't need men defending you. Shut the fuck up, like all the men that were in this room that did. Even Ray Money might have had a little side disagreement with Tommy, but at the end of the day, it was still respectful.
Yeah,
you can't even do that as a fucking woman, but yet and still you're better than men. Please make that make sense.
There's times where she can be civilized and she'll just like you can have a really direct conversation with her. And then there's times where she just goes off the handle.
I don't think she necessarily went off the handle. I just think that, you know, she.
And look,
she did
hey,
this
hold on. Give me that phone. This is the bullshit we got to deal with. This on her channel, on her community. It said this is what it says. If y'all can't read it, but I'll read it for you. I ran Tommy off the show because I said while he was talking. LOL, men are pathetic. That's the bullshit y'all got to deal with, man. And that's what y'all keep fucking putting up with. I know that, Andrew, I'm coming at you, brother, because you always say you want to be neutral. You can't be neutral, man. You got to pick a side. You can't keep walking that fence and let them talk and don't defend. Y'all keep doing the same shit when she do this. She over there laughing at the show and bringing them on. We did a lot of shit to get Tommy on, man. I spent a whole week asking Tommy,
and the brother wants to come back on freely again
and all that to bring him on, and you bring some stupid person on that ruin the whole thing in 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm pissed. That's just bullshit, man. We ruin ourselves.
I never thought that she would really go that far with that. I thought she was going
She done. She has no fucking clout in my room no more. She has no clout.
Man, she's just disrespectful by nature.
She should have just been cool with it, man. Just went and just flew with the conversation.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's too late now. She's fucking gone, man.
Yeah.
And
this is how you know
she fucked up the rest of the fucking panel.
She can't win on the battlefield of ideas, so she's got to basically stonewall and fucking filibuster people into. She has to drag others into the gutter with her, and that's essentially what she did. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. It's a learning lesson. So now we all know: do not pay this woman the time of day. Don't pay her followers the time of day, because at the end of the day, all they're gonna try to do is drag you into the mud with them. Exactly. It's only up from here for us, but they're stuck in the mud. So then I just wanted to give y'all that little positive spin on it too. And listen, it's okay. It's not a loss for us. It's a loss for them, because she definitely cannot win on the battleground of ideas, and we all know this. So it is what it is. Yo, y'all have a good night, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, buddy.
Bring Jay Prince up, but before I do that, I'm sorry. I gotta apologize to the Andrew show. I'm sorry, brother.
No, I understand your frustration, man. It's no big deal, bro.
I just get upset that in your show, when you do something, you do it fair. You bring them on and you bring in fair talk. You say, hey, I'm neutral. Y'all can talk. And I'm only saying to you that we don't get the same respect that we show them. You show respect and say, hey, let's talk. We can do. I'm on side. You can talk. All of that. Right. That's what you do. And I'm showing you we don't get it. They don't care about us the way we care about them. Jay Prince, welcome. Jay Prince for president, brother. Welcome. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. What's going on, I was hearing a little bit of what y'all was saying about a woman must have ran off Tommy Sotomayor. I would say, I think Tommy Sotomayor has a reputation of disrespecting particularly black women.
That's not true. But we're gonna let you finish.
What contradicts Tommy Sotomayor is that he talk all that stuff about these black women, but yet he still be sleeping with them. So I think when it comes to that woman, she probably heard his antics, and he have years on top of years of disrespecting. So she know how he coming. Everybody know how Tommy coming. Even when Tommy try to play nice, they still know who Tommy Sotomayor is. So you expect for people being on. I'm just playing devil's advocate, and I'm not saying that I'm on a woman's side. I like to just be in the middle. And I believe if you want to get somewhere in a conversation or make a change between dynamics between black men and black women, you got to tell the truth on both ends. I don't think Tommy is the type of guy that just deserved disrespect because he had a lot of numbers back in the day.
Here's the thing. Jay Prince, I understand what you're saying, but at no time can you go on to their platform and do the same. You can't spit your truth. You can't do it. They'll come at you in the chat. They'll make reaction videos about you. They'll cut it and slice it in ways of things you never said or did. And then everybody will defend them. And I have nothing to say about this, but there was somebody I lost respect for when I seen what they said in the chat. And I don't care about her looks or anything like that. But they was like, oh, she looks so fine. If I had Zed, get me right. If I had Zed right here and I said, hey, this is my girl, would they say that same thing? Would they say, man, Fearless, your girl fine as hell? No, they wouldn't say that. But they catered to that, man. They allowed, you can't go on their show. Man, we've been on their show. All of 3 people here have been on her show. They got the wrenches. They'll shut you up. They say you can't say anything. They'll hush you, all of that. You can't get your point. She'll say, pop-up, pop-up, pop-up. She'll go all day with that and cut you off.
Can I ask you a question, though?
Yes, sir.
I was told that women act solely off. Now, I'm just playing the devil's advocate, right? Women act solely off their emotions, right? And men are just more logical. So expecting to women to maintain this logical masculine frame, right? Because the frame that you describing is something, it appears to be more of a masculine, being composed and poised, know how to hush, That's how our respect for something like that was exhibited from a man. And we're going to say women are solely, I would say 80 to 90% emotional. If you hearing if they are emotional and if they hearing some stuff that affects them, their ears or whatever the case, I don't think they have the masculine and the logical ability to remain poised as we expect them to. One disagree with emotional, but then we don't accept it.
Jay Prince, if she was over in Nigeria and she spouted that off, what do you think would happen?
Majority of the world, they would get more violent.
If she was at her job and the boss said, I'm talking, be quiet, what do you think she would do?
She would be quiet because she or get fired.
So it's not that she doesn't have the ability to, it's that she chose not to. And she wanted to disrespect us. While she was talking, what I kept doing was hitting the mute button to let him talk, hitting the mute. Every time I would hit mute, she would unmute and then keep talking. And I would say, Zed, you can't talk. Let him talk. Tommy would say, I sat back for 15 minutes and let you spill whatever you did. And then she'd be like, oh, okay. Well, you talk. He's like, she let him talk. And she, oh, okay, Papa, you talk. She didn't know how to shut up. We have dealt with and have allowed this disrespect from our women for far too long. Some brothers have said, I'm getting a passport because I don't want that. We allow it. And I'm tired of us allowing it.
I don't think the passport is the answer. I think, and let's be very clear. Tommy Sotomayor is the exact same way. Let's make that very understood.
Fearless.
I have been on Tommy Sotomayor's show, and he comes around on our platforms and stuff like that, where we you know, he always around. Is when he hears something that he don't like, he act extremely emotional. And in fact, I remember back in the day when he had his own personal show, and if you almost finna defeat him in a debate, he gonna get all emotional, and then before you know it, he kicking you off, and he changed the narrative. So, and he's a man, a black man at that. So I think because when you said earlier before I came on, you said, man, you worked hard to get Tommy Sotomayor on here. So I think you probably looking at it from perspective like, man, she blew my shot, because meaning that you was willing to disregard basically too much what Tommy was doing, or I'm not saying he was doing anything, but you was willing to just ignore who he is, and just because you have wanted his presence. But it still don't take away Tommy is exactly, if not worse than that woman. And in fact, I would publicly say this. Tommy Sotomayor is extremely emotional in debates. He cuts everybody off. I got videos with him personally where he does the same thing.
I can't say what he done somewhere else. I don't know that. All I can say is what he did today, here and now. He shut up. He sat back. He let the person talk. Then when it was his turn to talk, the other person wouldn't shut up. You can't have that type of communication. That's not communication. What that really is what she was really saying is, what you have to say really ain't important to me. I'm going to overtalk you, and I'm going to say something just to annoy you, because I can't beat you on the ideas. So I'm just going to tick you off and do something like that. That's what she does. And if you've ever watched her show, she does the same thing when it comes to Jay Rillo or something. She gets real, like real sarcastic. Now, she doesn't like when somebody does that to her, but she'll do it at the end. And we can't keep defending these women who disrespect us. You know, that's what we do. They'll come on our show and disrespect us. But if you go on their show, bruh.
And I agree, they will kick you off. And I agree. But the answer is not being a passport bro. I think passport bros, because you got to keep in mind, passport bros wasn't around that long. And not one passport bro came back and showed us that they got a wife. And you got to keep in mind, passport bros came out in, I think it was 2016, 2017, 2015.
Hold on a second. Keep talking.
A lot of these passport bros have not been on overseas long enough to come back and tell us that these women, that automatically, when you go overseas, they got all of these available, beautiful women that treat men. They just these godly women that treat men with the utmost respect. I would ask you guys and ask the passport bros, why are all of these women such available if they are that good? Why they couldn't find no husbands to love on them, or they love on whatever the case, if they was that good of women? And what passport bro been found wives over there longer and stuck with them at least 20 years? Here in America, we see 20, 30, 40 year marriages or just relationships. I have not seen not one passport bro go overseas and found them a woman, and they don't have to be married. Just found the woman, married or not, and just build that one woman.
Baby, can you come here for a second?
Years.
Jay, can I ask you a question?
Baby, can you come here for a second?
But while
she's
doing that, while she's doing that,
I just want to ask Jay a question real quick. Jay, what's your definition of a passport bro?
My definition as a passport bro is a man that lacks self-awareness of who he is. Those be the type of a lot of those guys come off very geeky.
Geeky? Do you think I'm geeky? Hold up, come here. This is my wife. She's from Dominican Republic. We've been married 10 years. So he thinks for some reason you wasn't educated or something when you came over. Do you have your master's degree?
I got a bachelor, I got a master, and I speak 3 languages.
So in your country, you was already working for the government, the Ministry of Health over there. Am I correct?
Correct.
Do you work?
Yes. Since then I get here.
Do you cook?
Yes.
Do you clean?
Yes.
That's what we're looking for. So in no way am I a person who needed somebody, who didn't have opportunity when I was in the United States. She had opportunity there. It was just our luck that we met on a vacation.
See, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you might not get lucky, but it sounds like, because I would ask,
it's not luck. I'm saying we
great. How come no man in her own home time would want her? Why is these? Y'all make it sound like women, all these beautiful, good women, is just extremely available, as if there's no men in their country that will want them.
We got men in our country too. A lot of good memes, a lot of memes. They got money. They have the same possibilities that we find here in the States. It's just, you know, the word machismo.
The word machismo.
Do you understand the word machismo? What that means?
No, I don't.
If you Google on, Dominican Republic is in the high levels of women being killed by feminicidio. How do you say feminicidio? Femicide. Why? Dominican men are really
macho
men. They really aggressive. They really jealous. Even they looking good, they dressing good, and they have all the things around of them. But they have that mentality that when they have you as a female, you are like
they're prisoner for life.
Yes, you belong to them and nobody else. And some of them don't have the mentality that if I want to leave you because the relationship is no work, or it turned on in a toxic relationship, I can, because I belong to you. And you can Google on and you will find out all the abuse themes that we see. You will find out about all the guys that kill a female because they just want to leave. We know marry over there because we don't have possibility. It's like black men. They want to marry people from their culture, from their color, because you understand the color. You understand everything. You come in the same page. You live in, for example, these racist things that I experience here, I don't experience in my country. Or like I need to be called black and white are different. I don't experience those things. For me, it was a chop culture when I moved to this country, which means like, as a black man, I understand where you're coming from. You want a black woman next to you because you guys understand each other. The same with us. Like, I love music. I love dancing. He's not the best dancer, but he's trying for me. So it's like, even in Spanish, it's some words that I want to say in Spanish, or I even say to him, and he's like, what? You know? Or I quote something, and I'm like, what do you mean? Mm-hmm. It's not like, we don't want to marry people in our country. Or we think we're better than black woman. Nothing of this. Even in my country, if you go into my country, you don't hear females in my country have this battle with black women. They don't even know black women exist. Yeah, they don't even know about passport. They don't care. The things just meant happen. Like, we've been together in a relationship this year for 11 years. Married for 10. A lot of people was thinking, that's not going to work. But how much effort you put in your marriage and your relationship, and what is the intention that you bring into the relationship? You can marry today and divorce tomorrow.
And you said people don't marry. The reason I got married was your grandparents married?
Yes.
Until
I'm coming from a family that my grandmother was married for 50 years. My mom was married until my dad passed. My aunties, uncles, they've been married for 20, 30 years. It's decade to decade. Yeah. Decade to decade. And that's what we see. Like, I'm pro-divorce. You know, I'm married with a purpose, to stay with my husband and create a family. And I always told him, if the thing's going wrong between us, it's because you have to do something wrong. Because I even fight with my friends. Don't get a divorce. Fight for your marriage. Go to therapy. Find help. But I don't know. The mentality here and what I see here is totally different. Why? Because people think something going left, we got to split. That is the last thing I have in my mind. We got to work out first.
So I hear a lot of what you're saying, and I need to do more research on it. What I would say, a lot of people complain about the Western way, right? I think a lot of people would view the Western way what we doing from other perspectives in other countries, they wouldn't like how the way all the freedom, the less freedom that women get, right? Because I think that's the sole reason why a lot of these men want to go overseas and stuff, because of the Western ideology is that women got all of their rights. Women can pack up and leave anytime they get ready.
Well, hold on. Maybe you haven't traveled. They got the same rights that everybody has in the United States.
Well, she just explained that in Dominican Republic, that those men feel like they own her once they barely can leave those men. So
that's the
prisoner.
That's the culture, not the law. Just like here in the United States, we have a culture of men to say you can't go nowhere, you do this. It's a culture. Even in their culture, the same thing is
not law. It's not law, but they have that mentality.
Can I ask a question real quick of Jay Prince? Do you have a passport and have you traveled to any countries?
I traveled to 2 countries. And
which countries have you traveled to?
Well, Nuevo Laredo and Egypt.
Okay.
Kenya.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
All right. So you've been to Egypt and you said Laredo?
Yeah, Nuevo Laredo.
Okay. And in those cultures, how were the women? Well, Egypt, I know you dealt with Muslims. They were all covered up. You really couldn't deal with them in a personal level.
When we went to Egypt, we wasn't spending time like to go like hang out, like far as like meet.
You went to the tourist spots and all that. You ran to the pyramids and all that.
Yeah, we come
what
back
about
home.
your other spot? What about the other spot?
Laredo. Actually, I was working. I was with my fiance at the time.
Okay, so you travel with you took sand to the beach like me. I used to travel with sand to the beach. Mm-hmm. But I also did a lot of traveling on my own individually as a single man. So a lot of these cultures, you know, you got 152 sovereign nations. Okay. So there's 152 other countries beside for America that are free. Women have rights. They can still do and move around the planet. They can get their own jobs and other things like that. Okay. So they have freedom of speech and all these things. So the oppression part of how women are is not necessarily the case. What happens is there's definitely a poverty thing. You do have to look at that. Okay. And then as a man, listen as a man, yeah. I mean, think about it. The American dollar is the strongest money in the world.
That's part why the American guys is so appealing, because those women understand
exactly my point. So exactly my point. So if black women are our preference and we prefer them first, but then we're getting all this pushback here in the United States, but we're appreciated all over the world. Right now, the best option for most black men, even though they can date in the United States, but in order to deal with a lot of the women in the United States, you got to deal with a lot of that attitude and that entitlement that comes with a Western feminine mentality, the picking and choosing of femininity versus their masculinity. Ain't no woman supposed to be masculine. That's some bullshit. Right. You know, that's where the software has been rewritten for the last 60 years. Okay.
Now I would say to rebut that, and I want to ask Fearless a question. First off, Fearless, are you back here in the United States?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now to rebut, if a woman, just real quickly, if a woman is acting masculine around that man, I would say that's because that man acting feminine.
No. That's because of the way they're raised in the United States to be independent and strong.
Yeah.
While men are actually taught to be soft and they're coddled by their mothers. Women are raised in the United States to be independent, strong boss bitches by their mothers. So let's be real about this.
So you got to keep in mind too, those women, the women reflects who the men are.
No.
Right?
How many chicks you meet and say, I'm a boss bitch, I'm an independent bitch, I don't need a man? I ain't got nothing to do with a man.
They got the reason why they have that mindset, because they've been studying how us men operate with each other. When us black men will get around each other, we start looking at each other, who got the best shoes on, who driving the best car.
So basically, in order for me to get a girl, I got to
count the highest.
In order for me to get an American woman, I got to be Ike Turner. I got to be P Diddy. That's the only way she's gonna respect me.
No. What I'm saying is that The reason why you are able to go to another man's country and choose and select from his women, and because those men, no matter what the women say about them, those men have some type of power of their own culture. Those men owns like those men train those women to be the women that you desire. Where you come over here and African American men, us black African American men, I hate to say it, but
we don't train our women.
We're gonna keep it real. We is in the same position as the women. In fact, the women is more powerful than the men.
No, brother. And why you say that? Because here's the thing, and they say it's a third world country, so that means it's not economics. So if you go to DR, you go to Colombia, you go to Mexico, all of those people are poorer than us. So why is it that someone who is poor, Maria can show Jose more respect than the chick Shanae can show Tyrone?
Because they have their own identity and their own culture. Like we got a defaulted culture. Our culture here as African Americans, we don't have no home. This is the only home that we got.
Man, this is exactly what
welcome here.
We keep playing victim, man. Why do we keep playing victim? No other culture.
No, I'm not playing victim. I'm just showing the position that black African. You ought to be glad that you are able to get a woman as a man. If we go back to olden times when men had to go off who the most masculine men, and you had to combine all the men here in America. Black men, we at the bottom. We not doing better. We can't compete with no other race of men but each other.
We compete with races around the world, brother. Maybe you haven't been.
I don't see no compete with no race,
brother. We black men date outside their race the majority of everyone.
I'm not talking about just dating. I'm talking about like.
Marion, how you think Ronan looks like he does? How you think I look like I do? How you think Darnell looks like he does? Somebody was out here fucking.
Right, but I'm saying, like, for an example, right, when I go to a Mexican neighborhood, they got Mexican systems that provide their race some type of help or whatever the case. When you go to a white neighborhood, they got systems. When you go to the Jew community, they got systems. When you go to the black community, you just dangling. You don't own nothing. Women is attracted. See, the problem is when it comes to black, this is why I'm saying that a lot of passport bros, we don't want to look in the mirror, because if we look in the mirror, you realize that women, two things women is attracted to: power, right? And finances or whatever the case, right? And when you look at the majority of black men, I don't know no black man that we might got individual income, but we don't have systems. Our race of women have to go ask and beg another race of men to protect her. Our race of women, black women, got to go to another race of men for some type of assistance. Our race of women, we got so many black kids.
Hold up. Because now you in the United States. So if you in the United States, why does that black woman has to go beg a white man for anything when the Asian woman doesn't, when the Latino woman doesn't, when the Indian person doesn't? Why does our people do it? You know why? Because we've been thinking
holding it down.
We think that the white man's ice is colder. That's our fault. That ain't got nothing to do with them.
No. The Puerto Rican, when you just ask those questions, why is these other races women don't have to go to ask those white men for stuff? Because they're men holding it down. Like I said, you just proved my point. The other races women is not going around begging like he is.
You've been convinced that your own race has messed you up. That's why we garbage. The black race is trash. We will go. If you go to Chinese people will go to a Chinese restaurant. I'm here in Dallas. There are so many Indian restaurants, and you know who go there? All the Indians support it. You got a black restaurant, we tear them down. They not good. The one downtown in Dallas had the girls. The guy had a nice restaurant. What they want to do? The black women want to get on there and start twerking in the man's restaurant. That's culture. That ain't got nothing to do with us. We tear our own self down. It ain't got nothing to do with that. Other cultures don't. Other cultures uplift. In Indian culture, they say, man, you're educated? I want you to go to Harvard. I want you to be a doctor. What do we say? Be a rapper, be this. You talking white. You're talking educated. That's a bad thing. We the only race of people that put somebody down because they try to strive. If you a nerd and you getting A's, you bad. But if you a dude in the street and you can do whatever, you good. No other person does that. No other race even makes music that'll say,
I disagree with that.
You this, you that. No other.
You got thugs in every race, right? But in fact, there was more thugs in other races before we became thugs.
Here's
and they
the
were
thing, though.
higher.
We elevate the thugs. We elevate the thugs where other cultures deviate the thugs.
I don't necessarily believe they deviate the thugs. I think
Name me an Indian thug. Name me a thug from India. Name me
I might say Indian, but I can tell you Mexicans. I can tell you the Chinese gang, Asian gangs, and all. Even when you talking about whites, they got the Ku Klux Klan, they got the skinheads, they got the biker gangs, and all of them have women on
the lower. If you got somebody who's do you think a rich person like what's that? Jeff Bezos says, man, yeah, let's deal with those KKKs. No, they call them trailer park trash. They keep them at the bottom. That's even Dave Chappelle when he said, when they were saying, I'm voting for Trump. He's like, you voting for Trump? You're dumb. Trump is for me because I'm with money. White people do not elevate the worst people.
Illuminati is a higher form of a KKK. It's like a higher class of a KKK. Would you agree?
No, I don't agree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You said the Western women, the Western ideas is all messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that, and you went to Dubai overseas to get your woman, knowing that, why in the heck would you bring her to the place that you already say that's already messed up? One, if she start picking up traits.
Because that means you didn't vet your woman and you're weak. That means you didn't vet your woman and you're a weak man. Because it, like I tried to tell Tommy, it don't matter how many people I see dudes naked, I'm never going to be gay. And no matter how many thoughts, how many stupid chicks, and know how much ever culture is around my wife, she's not going to change because she has a culture, she has a foundation, and she's been taught that way. And it's not going to change because somebody around her. Just like I can go somewhere else. It doesn't matter where I'm going to go. I'm still not going to fold up. I'm still standing on my square. So it doesn't matter where she at. It's just like if you have children and you tell your children, look, be of the world. You can be of the world, but not in the world, or however it goes. So no matter how you raise your children, you tell them you can go out there, but the values that I taught you in this home, you keep with you. That's how.
You don't think they can blend in and get updated with the environment and peer pressure is
always bend in. I don't date weak people. I don't hang around weak men. My men stand on their square.
But I was taught that men are strong and women are weak.
In what way? Strong in what way?
The natural biology of a man versus a woman.
Weak or mentally weak? Which one?
Weak.
Physically weak or
I believe a woman is meant to be weak.
She meant to be weak. In what way?
I thought we supposed to be strong and the woman's supposed to be weak.
Or mentally?
Both. When you think of, first off, when we carry more logic, that's what makes us more stronger. We even though we have emotions, but through our logic and how we can keep our emotions compressed and strategize and rationalize, make us more stronger. Where we all admitted that women are emotional, so if they operate 90% off their emotions, they automatically make them more weak.
Scientists said, who was the first people to talk? And it even happens with children. You have a male and a female. Who's the first one to talk?
What, the female?
Yes. So how can they be intelligent? Female also have a better facial recognition. You know why? Because they need to see from far away whether you're a friend or foe. So there's strategies and there's things that they have that do not make them weak. You just have to be able to exploit those facts.
But I'm let's say I agree with you partially. I would say 53% I'm in agreement with you, but the other 47 I'm not, because you're not looking in the mirror. I think that black men, I'm not. You cannot sit up here and say that you're proud of black men the way where we at in America until you be honest about where we at. You will never strive for best when you accept the lowest. You accept a little piece of where we at. We's not going
No,
overseas.
I don't do that, man. I see that. That's the difference with y'all. I've transcended that. I don't put myself in that space and put my limitations on what I can do. I am a high value man. I've whoever been in my, I think Buckets, he's there. He's seen how much I make. I don't put myself down there with that, man. I've transcended that.
How many people that you brought with you?
Brother, I give a consultation to anybody who wanted. You know why I stopped, and you know why
I started
charging for consultation. I used to do them free. I'm in IT. I do cloud architect and cloud security. I used to do them for free. But you know who wouldn't show up and who would waste my time? People that your color. People that would waste my time and wouldn't do it. So I said, hold up, my time is just as valuable. So I'm going to charge for it, because if you want it, you're going to pay for it to come. And those people, I can send you my emails now. I follow up. Everybody I have a consultation with, every month I follow up. I give them a whole schedule where you need to do to get there. Because if they want it, I want to bring them there. But I'm not bringing everybody, because everybody don't deserve it.
But no,
now, let me ask you a question. How many fucking people have you brought up, my brother?
Well, I'm at the bottom. I'm a Pookie and a Ray Ray, right? But I'm at the bottom. But however, I started my own business, and I have a hot dog. I have a hot dog cart and a food truck.
How many blacks How many blacks you hire? Did you get your hot dogs and off of black people or white people?
Both, and I hire both races. And in fact, I had one guy from prison came on my show, and he was thanking me for giving him an opportunity and stuff like that, and going out there searching for those people that would have looked over them. A white veteran was also on my show, thanking me from going out there and not overlooking him, giving him an opportunity. I was paying him good, $100 a day. Now in my city, that's some decent money to survive. $100 cash a day. That's if you work 5 days, that's $500 a week. In my city, that's decent.
I have no problem with that. I have no problem with
I think the problem with a lot of blacks that consider themselves to be high value man is like when you was telling me that a lot of people didn't come because you trying to force people. It's almost like this control thing. You trying to force people to do what you did.
No,
everybody don't want to do what.
This is what happened. People seen that I was successful. They seen that I make it. They seen the things that I had, and they said, you know what? I see that you travel. You work from home. You make this. You drive this. You do that. How can I do the same things that you do? I don't force anybody because I could care less if you want to do what I do. But when someone asked me, I said, you know what? As too much has been given, much should be given. I forgot how that tune goes. So I figured that someone gave me an opportunity, and it wasn't a black person. It was a white person. But since they gave me an opportunity, I want to give the opportunity to someone else. And this is the same thing I tell you. And if I wish Buckets was up here, because I told Buckets, and Buckets said, man, how can I pay you back for all the things you did? You know what I said to him? I said, don't pay me back. When you get the opportunity to help somebody else,
pay it forward.
Them.
But I can respect all that. But when you use that word high value, to me, if your environment or your community that where you come from is at the bottom and you up, you're not high value.
I can't take y'all with me. Hey, there's a hold up, brother. There's a famous poster to those people that live in Atlanta. It is a guy that's reaching down. He's over a wall, and there's a guy that's reaching up. I talked to the artist, and you know what the artist explained to me? He said there's two ways you can look at this. If I jumped over a wall and put somebody up, that means I got to go down to their level. That's the worst thing you can do. Even Snoop Dogg said it. He said, look, I grew and the people I was with didn't grow. He said, the gap became bigger. He said, there's no way I can go down here and help you. I got to have you ascend up to where I'm at. So the guy that was reaching over is saying, brother, I'm trying to bring you up where I'm at. I don't need to go down to your level to do it. You need to come up here. I'm trying to bring you up. Why do I want to go down in the dirt and get with pigs when I'm saying, brother, there's a whole life up here. Let me bring.
That's why I want to build. I rather build with my community together. That's why I believe in community needs to build something together. See, me, I think that we black folks in America, you're not in no position to be thinking individually. We need to be building something because we the only race that don't have nothing for our race. You think because you got your individual money, that's not going to, you think about Fearless and Fearless in his immediate
Are you
family.
thinking about me? Let me tell you. Until
Well,
3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, the only person who called me a nigga was black people.
Okay, but Frederick Douglass, he didn't think about himself. If Frederick Douglass had your mindset, we probably would have still been in captivity. If Fred Hampton them had your mindset, thought about them.
But the whole thing is, we're not in that generation, and people don't have the same. People don't have the same appreciation from back in those days to now. People don't appreciate shit now. Back then, they had morals and ethics to where they appreciated you giving them a hand up and helping them out. Nowadays, they don't do that.
What I see with a lot of black folks that get a little money, they become the black white man or the black white woman. They get to start competing with the lower class of black people because no matter how much you niggas make, I'm not saying you, I'm saying in general, no matter how much black people make, they know for a fact you can't compete with no other race of people but you, the lower class black folks. And every time they all had the same complaints. Every time we try to they always go to the lower class of black people making all these complaints. What about you competing with other races? You know why you can't compete with other races? Because you there by yourself. You a one-man army up there. And I guarantee you're lonely. We hear a lot of
between being alone and being lonely, brother. There's a whole big difference between alone and being lonely. Like I told him, I said, I used to be offended when they said you're not like other blacks. And then I said, you are correct, man. Because the stereotype precedes you. You getting there late. You being lazy and not working. No other culture can come over here and do that, man. Indians. I live in a place in a place where there's a whole bunch of Indians. You know what they do? Their first generation sacrifices for the second generation. And then they all say, man, you have to do this. We don't do that. None of us do that. So how you going to tell me? You want me to support some people who don't support me? You want me to give everything to those people who don't do it for me?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this is why I appreciate the Jews, right? We got the answers from other races in our face, right? I appreciate how the Jews operate. They move as a unit. When I come from, the Mexicans, they move as a unit.
So why ain't y'all moving as a unit? Whites, they move as black people, and us, black, everybody on this show black. Why aren't we moving as a unit?
Because
don't blame no white person. Don't blame nobody else but yourself.
No, because of the mindset that what you speaking on now. We don't have no we're not on the same page as black folks. Everybody is on their own thing. And you got to keep in mind too, it was an extreme effort to divide and conquer. It was an extreme effort to divide black folks. You know, you remember growing up in the hood, right? Before you became in that way. If you see a group of if the police see a group of black folks on the corner, they come in and try to mess it up. They think it's something. So sitting up here saying that black folks can't come up with each other, that's just crazy because they did it to do the pyramids.
So why ain't they doing that?
Black folks weren't always in this messed up position though. So at one point we was unified at one point. All this individual talk it still make you weak. Guess what? If we get into a race war, they're not gonna say Fearless is off limits. No, you a nigga just as well as me. You gonna get capped just as well as me. Look at Kanye West. The moment he was worth almost $7 billion, and the moment he opened his mouth, them hunkies shut him down. You know why they shut him down? Because he didn't have his race behind him. He was up there by himself.
So
you one man army not gonna win.
Is that the Jews' problem, or is that the black people problem? Because if you make enough money, you got enough money to go out here and buy the Air Jordans. You got enough money to do all of that. So why shouldn't y'all say we don't need them? Because no other race needs nobody else. The Asian people don't say, oh man, I can't mess up, because the Asians got them. There's nobody separating them. You your own worst enemy.
And that's what I'm speaking on. That's
who you blame. You got to blame the people, the black people.
But a lot of black folks who think like you think because you high value because of your money. And my dad was high value. That doesn't make half as much. Rich and be still low value.
My dad didn't make half as much as what I did, and much more high value to me.
And what made him high value?
The fact that he had his own business. He worked hard. He worked blue collar job. He took care of his family. He made sure that his family was well fed, well educated. He made sure that no matter how much money we didn't have, we knew how to say yes, sir, no, sir. We didn't walk around with our pants pulled down. We showed respect in the house. He always said, do it first time right, and you don't have to do it again. He taught morals. He taught values. He taught a man how to be a man. He taught me how to shake your hand and look you in the eye. He taught me how to walk up straight. That's what he did. That's what makes a dude high value.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. That comes from slavery. That's what them whites used to tell niggas to do to white folks. I would say a high value man.
What's up, nigga? What's up, my nigga? That's who that come from.
Okay, that's cool. I would say high value.
Cool. Who he come from, my nigga?
That come from us.
Who that be? Who that be, my nigga? Who that come from?
Right. But what I agree. I would say what a high value man looks like to me. They didn't have a lot of money. Didn't do all of that. Like guys like Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, those dudes who still remember 50, 60 years after their death. We have seen a lot of black men or black women with a lot of money who have died, like Kobe Bryant.
Years after his death. Does that make him high value?
Who?
Adolf Hitler is remembered 50 to 60 years after his death. Does that make him high value?
He's high value to the people that support him.
So that means what you're saying doesn't make sense because anybody can be high value.
Anybody cannot be high value. You're not high value, Fearless. And the reason why I would say that because if you die today, it's not going to be nobody going to be sitting up here. You're not going to have a holiday like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and they're going to forget all about that you even exist. In fact,
you don't need to be a Martin Luther King to be high value. You don't need to be a Martin Luther King to be high value.
The reason why you're going to be so easily to be forgotten about because although you are rich, but you have done nothing to make people to remember you about. You haven't reached out for the betterment of your race. So, of course, we're not going to think about if Fearless died today. He haven't reached out to his race.
Jay Prince, man, we have a bounty. And one of the bounties is if somebody paid a bounty to get you off the show, they can. There's been a $20 bounty on you, so they don't want you on the panel. You are allowed to pay $10 to come back if you'd like. Until then, we appreciate it, my brother.
United Negro.
All right, he got to go. Sorry about that, my brother.
Bruh.
That's how it works.
Yo, hey, there's 200 and some people in this room. Hit the goddamn like button. But the thing I need to hear is why the hell y'all sitting here talking in the chat and all you had to do was pay a bounty?
Exactly.
Y'all love destruction, man.
Hey, I got Uncle Go off. I think get off. All right, in the building.
It's Jeff, brothers. It's Jeff, Uncle Jeff.
I'm sorry, my fault, brother. My fault.
Yo, apply those bounties when necessary. Let's do this.
Oh yeah. Okay. Can everybody hear me well? Y'all hear me good?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here. Real talk, man. Y'all really coming with it. I don't know if that was your first experience with Jay Prince, but yeah, he's leading the parade of the niggas once I'm elected emperor will be marched to the edge of the yeah, I'm gonna have him march to the edge of the earth and kick the fuck off. Anyway, bruh, I don't know, Brother Fearless, if your father is still with us.
No, he passed away, and I'm gonna say the same thing he said to me. He said, "I'll never die because as long as I have you, you have a son, and you carry on my name. We here forever."
Right. Real talk. Real talk, brother. I absolutely co-sign what it is that you're saying with regard to fathers teaching values. I say this to women all the time. If you can raise a man without a father, then you're going to have to take a piece of what's going on in the street.
Exactly.
Because you most definitely take credit for raising them by yourself, but you say nothing about what it is that what you've contributed to what's out there right now.
I think, Tommy, I wish I played that point again, because what he said was when the woman raises the boy, if he becomes the superstar, she say, it was all me. I did it. I'm the woman. I made him who he is. if he goes to jail, they say, see, that's because he didn't have his daddy.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, and again, brother, there's no mistake that we all carry this wisdom right now because we're at the end of an empire. And what I like to say is that Black people as a whole are part and parcel terrified of these three words. We are enough. They're terrified. There's no other way to look at it. If the NFL was 85% Armenians, do you think the Koreans would own it? No.
Nope.
We have everything we need except the knowledge of self. And what's going to have to happen is a bunch more we shall overcome crying and voting and marching ass niggas is going to have to die off.
Yeah.
And what's going to take over is the cats who have seen no part of the American dream. Exactly. That whole thing that was dangled as a carrot in front of us, you got crack babies coming up now that are not waiting, they not voting, they getting out here and putting the paint where it ain't, man, and it's going to be them, and it's up to us. I don't know the average age of the brothers here, if I may ask. How old are we all?
I think everybody might be over 40 except Andrew. How old are you? You over 40, brother?
Yeah, he's over 40.
Oh,
I'm 56.
Yeah, man, I'm 43. Right?
I think I'm
cool.
the oldest.
I'm 30. I'm 30.
Yeah.
I'm 37.
We got a youngster here. We got a youngster. In the
all right. Well, we got to get the Jedi.
I'm 43.
Well, I just turned 59. We are the last keepers of the street light wisdom. And what's going to happen is there's a void of 30 somethings that have decided to totally disavow what came before them. And it's partly our fault because they saw their leaders fail them in real time. Mm-hmm. They saw the crack sold, they saw it bought, they saw it smoked, they saw us fail them in real time. So they throw us all out, which is a mistake. That mistake is going to show up when their children come looking for wisdom and they don't have it.
Exactly.
We have it. That's what your show is about. That's what the shows we do is about. It's about them finding the wisdom because they're going to look for it in their direct elders. They won't be able to. And this will be archived wisdom. This is a great thing y'all doing.
Yeah.
And
let me give a shout out to Drew. No speech, no nothing. He just took a pause for the cause. Drew, we appreciate it, my brother. Thank you for supporting the channel. It is greatly appreciated.
Drop the dime on you.
I know Darnell has been in the back for a while now, brother. I want to hear from Darnell. How you doing, sir? And I want to make sure that we steer on topic. You know, Tommy was brought in to give his view on feminism. Zed showed us how feminism is messing us up. To give his view on feminism, to say how the Black community might have, especially with our Black women, might have started failing us. And because of that, guys, especially men, have just gotten to the point where they said, man, we can't deal with the culture anymore. You know, we are supposed to be more traditional, protectors, all of that. But our women no longer are the women that our grandmothers would have been. What say you, Darnell?
I mean, I agree that, our women today, to be honest with you, it's not even just Black women. It's in my opinion, it's American women.
Yep, the Western culture.
Yeah, the Western culture, it is not the same as our grandmothers. Let's face it. And it's never coming. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's ever coming back. Now, is it their fault that we are the way that we are? No. I think as a community, when we idolize, somebody had said it earlier, we're idolizing, thugs and this and that nature. We're not idolizing people who are doctors and, successful, and I'm talking good politicians, not your crappy Black politicians that just like to take advantage of their own people. But I'm talking about good politicians. No one's looking up to those types of people, and I think that's what's destroying, and that's the real issue in our community. You know, go ahead.
Yeah, brother. I'm sorry. I got to push back on a couple of things.
Go ahead.
Number one, I disagree with Big Mama not coming back. We need to write off a generation of Big Mamas. What's going on is you have young sisters who are speaking the right things. I talk about these sisters all the time. Danica Marie, Erica Lachey. There are sisters who speak out. Crimson Cure, Reva. These sisters speak directly against this foolishness that is the feminist movement. And speaking of that, I don't know if y'all can we cuss on here?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You know.
Okay. The feminist movement, truly, this is what it's about. It's about the white woman being upset with her man for not getting her fair share of what he stole from the Indians. That don't have a goddamn thing to do with black women. Nothing. If the feminist movement was really here for black women, where were they for Sandra Bland? Where are they when our sisters come up missing? When our sisters come up deleted at the hands of the police? They never show up. This is some shit in defiance that our women latched onto to amplify their defiant nature. It don't have a damn thing to do with them, and it's never helped them in any way. I'll say this and I'll land the plane. Think of when we talk about how welfare was weaponized against us, you got to go back a few years before the 70s. Welfare was when Franklin Roosevelt took a trip to the Appalachians and saw how bad them ignorant ass white folks was living and gave it to them, but he didn't make them get rid of their men. That was the shit that was put on us as a stipulation.
I'm gonna take. Here's the problem. I'm gonna take you back. With that. This is the issue, and it still happens to today. They ask a question to, it was black women, so I just gotta say black women. Would you rather have the money from child support, or would you rather have the man? And you know what they chose?
Come on, bro.
The money.
The money.
So you can't say that. You can't say it was Roosevelt or something like that. It was our people that started making. We put the money over our families. Well, other people say, man, we in this together. We dirt poor. We're gonna ride through it. We're gonna roll till the wheels fall off. They didn't do that.
That wasn't, and I feel you, brother. And there's room for both of those to be right, because from a legislature stipulation, Franklin Roosevelt didn't walk in and go, "Hey, I'm gonna give you the money of the man." He didn't. He gave everybody welfare. We came to the hood.
No, actually, that wasn't Roosevelt. That wasn't Roosevelt. That was
Eisenhower.
No, it was Johnson. Lyndon Baines.
Was it LBJ that did welfare? No.
Yes. Yeah,
really?
I think it was called
the Great Society.
Yeah, that was back in.
Okay, yeah, let's look that up, brother.
That was in the it was the 60s. Great Society.
Right around the same time.
It was before that. It was before that. It was right after the Great Depression.
No.
It was this.
It came right after civil rights, and it was right after. It was about Lyndon Baines to either Jimmy Carter or Nixon.
Not
one of those three.
Gentlemen, I love you so much, but I'm looking right at it.
Yeah,
what's the date on it?
The economic deal, the New Deal, economic programs of the U.S. were from President Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yeah, but that wasn't welfare. Those were government provided jobs. Those were government provided jobs. The welfare was the Great Society. Johnson had what was called the War on Poverty. He created the government subsidies for housing, as we would call it today, Section 8. But back then it was projects. Now it's Section 8. But the Fair Deal or the New Deal was just government spending on projects, i.e., the Hoover Dam. That was part of the New Deal.
And the Social Security Act.
Yes, well, Social Security Act was for retirees.
Right. Okay, my bad. The 64, the food stamp program of 64.
Yeah, and that would be LBJ.
Yeah, okay, my bad. And
I don't want to make sure we stay on track, brothers. I don't want us to go off beat, because one thing I want to show these brothers what they did. I'm online, and something popped up in my timeline, and I just want to show them how we brothers mess up our own thing. Oh shit, to my camera. Oh no. How we messed up our own thing. If I go on to, I think Zed was streaming, and she already got a channel up since she ran Tommy off. That's our own fault, brothers. That's what we did. We created the monster, and we can't tame it. We let the monster in our home, and then now we mad that the monster's here.
How about that? That's but
yeah, Passport Bro gets angry that I disrespected their Sambo god Tommy Sotomayor. That's the bullshit y'all gonna deal with. That's what y'all do. That's what y'all do. You see how we get disrespected? Now, don't nobody ever tell me that when we do this and we bring somebody on, that anything is fair. It's how it happens, brothers.
Well, to be honest with you, Fearless, sometimes Tommy does kind of go overboard and he gets offended real easily sometimes.
But here's the thing, man. If we set up before she came on, she came on and I put her in the back. And I said this. I said, we're going to have a conversation. Because if you ever go on her channel, it's got to be, we communicating. We this. And nobody, everybody comes about my ideas. Nobody attack me. You attack me because I look this way. And I said, we're going to have a conversation. And the conversation is, I'm going to let you talk and he going to shut up. Then he gets to talk and you got to shut up.
Yeah. Right.
Now he did his part, so it don't matter what inflammatory thing he said, however he did it. I don't even care what he did on another show. I can only say what he did right here. He shut up and he let her talk. Then when she was finished, he said, "All right, I'm gonna talk." How many times do you think she interrupted him? Because it wasn't once, it wasn't twice, it wasn't 3 times, it wasn't 4 times. It was 7 times that she interrupted.
Yeah, I saw it. I was watching the show. I saw it.
So at what point was it his fault? Because he just said, look, lady, you got to shut up. Yeah, I'm going to shut up. I mute her. And as soon as I mute her, she come unmute herself and say, well, Poppy, Pop. She do the same thing. It's a level of disrespect that we allow in our space. And it needs to stop being tolerated. And we got to stop making excuses for the women to do this. And not only the women will support her, but then there's dudes that'll go over there and support her and say, you right, girl, you right. Those same sense. And so when you say why we are where we are, that is the reason we at where we at. Because we didn't change and we accept anything. It's our problem.
Brother. See, the thing is with that is like, all right, I mean, somebody had brought it up a little bit earlier about, when you said that we didn't change, I think black men have changed as well, and we kind of changed for the negative too. Like I just remember my late grandfather. He's no longer with us, but my late grandfather was the type of man that could build a house. I mean, he could do it all. He knew how to farm.
All right, let me ask you a question. I know what you're going, Darnell, but let me ask you a question. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. It's just I got to take a show in a way because I know the brothers, we've been on here for 4.5 hours. I know we're not going to stay on too long. My question to you is, you said your granddad built a house. My question is, did your granddad have a father in the house?
No, my great grandfather died when he was 2.
Did he have a male figure that taught him those things?
My great grandmother did remarry, but he moved out when he was 17.
But I'm saying there was a male figure, somebody to do it. The reason that you're not going to find that today is these boys are not being raised by men. These boys are being raised by women. So what do you expect a boy to do when he idolizes women? He becomes argumentative, emotional, feminine. He doesn't do the things that we would want him to do. So he didn't change, because if you take even in today's society, if you take a boy that has a mother and a father in his home, you will be able to pick him out from a boy that was just raised by his mother. You can see it when they go to school. You can see it when they play sports. You'll be able to see that across the entire way. How they respect, how they take responsibility, how they become accountable, all of those things. You'll see a difference.
Brother Fearless, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I was just talking about this to somebody earlier. If we owned a nightclub, would you allow somebody to take a shit in the dance floor?
Hell no.
And there wouldn't be any warnings. It's as simple as this. When you come on and interrupt, sister, you taking a shit in the dance floor, you will not be warned again. I'm bringing you up here from your previous track record. The first time you interrupt, I'm not going to mute you. I'm going to drop you. Do you understand? Yes or no? If you give me any other answer than yes or no, like a sentence, I'm going to drop you now. Do you understand? Period. And when she does it, you drop kick her ass and she don't bounce till she get to MySpace. That's how we have to start running our shit, is that I absolutely am not going to take your shit, period.
In the United States, those women think they are above the law. And the reason that those same women can't become passport girls is because when they go overseas, like the girl went to Dubai and talk all that smack, they say, oh, we got something for you. We're going to show you you can't do what you think you can do in America over here. That doesn't happen.
And ain't nobody looking for you.
Exactly.
Dear black women that's going to date out, bad news. The white man know right where you at because he put you there. The whole world knows where you are. Your problem is that your publicists are screwing you over. Lizzo is your publicist. Sexy Red is your publicist. There's no one looking for you. You are going to have to deal with us. And you outnumber us by 2 million. That's that. That's that. There is no other way. For those of you who are Bible bumpers, read Isaiah chapter 4, and it will tell you what's about to happen. The last half of Isaiah 3, and I only bring it up, I'm no more serious about the Bible than the Marvel universe. They have a lot in common. I'm not even going there. I'm just saying because it's a place, it's a religious fire that most black people are around. Go to Isaiah 3 at the end of it, and it will tell you the kind of woman we are dealing with now. Isaiah 4 tells you where they're going. And the reason I don't mind talking about them is because you only piss off 3 groups of people. A, you're going to piss off the women you're talking about. B, you're going to piss off the women who defend the women you talking about. And C, you piss off the sons of the women you talking about. Them dudes that go over to her show, that's they mamas. Mm-hmm. They're identifying with their mamas. That is, I'm going to say this, bruh, and I'm going to jump up out. At 59, my mother was baby mama 1.0. I was born in 1965. My mother was born right after World War II, as in the baby boomer. She was the first generation of women that when they got pregnant, they didn't get sent down south. She also was the first generation to be in her early 20s when this feminist bullshit and food stamp bullshit hit. And what these girls, these women now, the women who are supposed to be big mamas now, everybody can agree we need big mama, but don't nobody want her job. The women who are supposed to be big mamas now came up watching they mamas and aunties fuck over they fathers and uncles. And these young dudes now are not having it. They're not. That's why they not messing with you, because they have options. They don't have to. You gonna get in line or you gonna get the fuck out in the cold. It's about to be cold. The next thing that happens, polar ice caps melt. The aliens are hostile and they're smaller than we thought. The collapse of the dollar, the grid goes down. Whatever is next, every other woman on the earth got her man, but you, black woman, you don't. And you and the watery ass niggas that excuse you are going to perish together. The rest of us that got our shit together will not have to take your shit. And we won't. We will leave your cantankerous foul-mouthed monkey asses out in the cold where your cantankerous foul-mouthed monkey ass belong. And with that, brothers, I thank y'all so much for the time.
Thank you, Uncle Jeff.
I will be back.
Support the channels. Hey, make sure you subscribe to everyone's channel here if you're not. So the Andrew Show, Fearless. I put my new channel down there, Fearless_360, and Ronin Travelers.
Can I plug my show? Is
Brother,
it already?
Plug your show.
And I invite y'all out this Sunday. I'm the pastor of the First Church of Holy Shit. It's up here on Jeff TV. Somebody fucked up and told me God was everywhere. Somebody fucked up, told me God was everywhere. So I pray from here, save me 10%, and I never miss a game. I invite y'all to save 10% on your soul insurance by switching to Don't Go and come over here. Let's smoke some weed, cry, and talk about God for real. In order to believe that God has a name, you have to believe a man. You do not have to believe a man to believe that God exists. I don't give a shit what you call him. Allah, Jesus, Joey bag of fucking donuts. Let's come over here and talk about truth and good. All right. I'm up out, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Peace.
Darnell, any fast last words for us, brother?
Just well, one, thank you for having me as always, and you know, real great episode. I mean, I really do wish I got to speak to Tommy, but
we wish you could have too.
Yeah.
Really?
You know, I mean, you know, it's one I've been watching Tommy. Well, I don't watch him anymore, but you know, I watched Tommy all the way back in like 2016 when I first started watching Tommy. But anyway, you know, one of the things I just wanted to say, you know, about Tommy was just is that like there's like several things that I do like about Tommy that he kind of opened up my eyes to about like, you know, black people voting Democrat for the sake of, you know, because we black and we got to vote Democrat, you know, and you know, that's just kind of the wrong mentality. You know, you shouldn't just vote for a particular party just, you know,
because your skin tone,
because of your skin tone, or you know, because somebody says, you know, I'll never forget when I was a little kid. It was Bush was running for his first term. The second President Bush was running for his first term in office. You know, and I said, you know, and I happened to be in the, I can't remember, I was in the 4th or 5th grade, and you know, I just remember the teacher saying, you know, asking us our opinions on who do we plan on voting for, or if we could vote, you know, who would you vote for? And I remember I said, I'm going to vote for, I would vote for Bush because, you know, he's from Texas. I happen to be from Texas. And I said, I vote Bush. Well, I'll never forget what this teacher said. She said, well, you know, well, Darnell, you know, you're black. You know, black people don't typically vote Republican. Like, seriously, this was a white woman trying to tell me I you know, you can't be Republican. And I learned that, you know, in the 4th grade. You know, that's crazy. You know, but you know, Tommy, he did open my mind to certain, certain things. I don't necessarily agree with Tommy's politics. I
think what Tommy does is he gives you the medicine in some Kool-Aid. So I think some things he says, I can't say if he believes it or not, but I think he'll say something really crazy to make you think, man, that might be ridiculous. Like he says, what would I look like with a blonde wig on with white hair? You would think that would be ridiculous. So why would a black woman do the same thing? So I think he says that to just you know, make it more thought provoking. Because if he said it calmly, you know, nobody likes when it's just no controversy.
And that's true too. That's very true. You know, and like I said, you know, his tactics did get me to expand my mind quite a bit. So, You know, I definitely don't deny that. It's just there's just certain things like I just felt like he crossed the line on a lot of different things. You gotta remember, I watched his old school content.
Oh no, he was off the chain.
Oh man, he was way off the chain, man. Like you remember that
The
episode?
one thing, like I said, even when he was on the podcast, he's very consistent with what the shit he says, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, he is consistent. I'll give him that. He's consistent. But like, anybody remember that one episode? This is the one. You know, it really made me look at the black community in a different light. You know, but it was the episode he did where I think this happened in D.C. Where there was a family barbecue or something like that, and two cousins, one cousin ended up stabbing the other cousin over the last piece of chicken.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Dude, if you think I'm lying, next time you talk to Tommy, I swear he did an episode about that. This shit was all this was back in 2016, 2017. He did an episode on that where you know, one cousin stabbed another cousin over the last piece of chicken at a family barbecue. I'm like, only black people. I don't know any white person that was stabbed somebody over the last piece of damn chicken. You know, like you couldn't. It sounded like something off of Boondocks. You know what I'm saying?
Like that. Well, Darnell, we appreciate it, brother. We're gonna bring Fanatique. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Keep supporting us, brother. I know we're gonna shut this down soon, but thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. All right. Fanatique, how you doing today, sir?
You're muted.
Nah, he's not muted. He's just not talking. Fanatique.
No sound. No sound still.
No sound. Yeah, he's saying something.
He's trying to fix his setup.
Yeah, he's just trying to fix it.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Thank you guys for having me. And I'm not super familiar with your content. It's just I saw the name. I had an interaction with Tommy Sotomayor, actually. Him and I had a pretty lengthy conversation. It didn't go particularly well. He ended up kind of rage quitting and kicking me from the call. Was having a very, very fair, reasonable conversation, in my opinion. We were just talking about the history of depression and kind of educating him on a bunch of the things that have happened. And so when I heard someone mention something about, black people can't be Republicans, it made me interested, just because I mean, it is really hard, in my opinion, for someone to try to be Republican in 2024.
Why?
Understanding just
in
what
your
the
opinion.
Republican. Oh,
why,
sure.
in your opinion, is it hard to be a Republican as a black person?
Oh, because I just feel like the Republican Party has been like objectively, overtly opposed to black progress in almost every way.
So you all right with illegal immigrants crossing the border, getting some hotel rooms in New York, getting a check every month?
No, I despise I despise the Democrat Party. I'm anti-immigration. I'm a pretty conservative person myself. I'm just not a Republican, because again, the Republican.
So you're an independent.
Sure, you can say that. I'm a conservative progressive. Yeah.
Okay.
Because obviously the Republican Party has been, as I said, opposed to black progress in every turn. That doesn't mean that the Democrat Party.
Not according to people that voted for Trump his first term. He did a lot of things for black people, so they say.
He gave more money to donations. HBC. Damn, I'm at
HBC.
Yeah,
he's not the first person to do that.
He isn't. Barack Obama and other people have given to HBC.
Yeah, that's a common thing that all all presidents have been.
He
doing.
Just highlighted it,
right?
To tell you the truth,
I can't give him that credit, and I think that's what we end up finding is every time when we have conversation with people who want to make the claim that President Trump did something for black people, when you try to ask them, what did he do?
Hey, he let more black dudes out of jail than anybody else did. I know. Shoot.
I know that he did. He did do
Barack Obama also started that as well.
I was going to say that.
No. Barack Obama was sad. You know why Barack Obama was sad? There's a law about crack and cocaine.
You're talking about the crack cocaine disparity. 10 to 1.
It was 18 to 1. He could have took it down to 1 to 1, but he was too much of a simp to do so.
Sure, and Trump only took it to 10 to 1. It should be 1 to 1 still. It's not. Exactly. And the sentencing commission has been like recommending that they remove that disparity for literally over 30 years. So I mean, again, that's not a win for Trump. that he just took it as because Barack Obama lowered it from
It may not
100 to
be
1
for them brothers
to
who got
18
out
to
of
1.
jail was a win for them.
Sure. So what you're doing again, what I'm saying generally, that Donald Trump didn't do anything specifically for black people as a whole in policy.
What did Barack Obama do for black people?
I'm sorry, that's called a whataboutism. Like,
But
because
I'm
again,
saying, all right, then who did anything for black people?
That's a beautiful question, and the honest answer is I don't believe any of these politicians have done anything specifically for black people. But that's a whataboutism, because what I'm talking about right now is Donald Trump and whether or not I can support the Republican Party. And so because of that, then what I'm highlighting is that the Republican Party hasn't done anything for black people. To the contrary, they've been particularly opposed to black progress. So if that's the truth and that's the case, then obviously then I don't understand how any person knowing that could support the Republican Party. Now, you might want to jump and whataboutism and say, well, what about the Democrat Party? And I'll tell you, point blank, Biden has done absolutely nothing positive for black people. I'll tell you even worse. Biden is literally responsible for the single worst piece of legislation that has happened in my entire lifetime for black people, which is the crime bill. And then, of course, his anti-busing positions were also particularly terrible. So I'm not saying this because I sent for Biden. I don't support Biden, never have. I think Kamala Harris is demon scum. So I'm not supporting those people. That has nothing to do with the fact that Donald Trump is a complete atrocious president who literally did nothing for black people and emboldened white supremacy.
So who do you think could be suitable? Who do you think could be suitable? Because I mean, the independent party is not a strong party.
So
so who do you go for? Who do you choose between Biden and Trump then?
Oh, see, that's the beauty of it. That's a great question. Thank you for asking it. I don't believe in supporting the lesser of two evils. And I think what we're doing is we're recognizing something called benign neglect. Are you guys familiar with that term?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when we see benign neglect in effect, my mother used to always make this statement, why buy the cow when the milk is free? And so if we recognize that the Democrat Party has come to take our vote for granted, right? Because the single greatest voting bloc in the history of the country is black women. The single greatest voting bloc in the history of the country is black women. I want to say that twice so that we can make sure that that's crystal clear. So then at this point, we've continued to vote for the Democrat Party because the Republican Party has been so abjectly racist and opposed to black progress, so that we're literally in bed with the people who haven't done anything for us. They'll tell us they can't give us an anti-black crime bill while they give an anti-Asian crime bill. They'll allow themselves to paint the Asian hate crimes as something that have been anti-black when the vast majority of those perpetrators were white. They'll sit there and then tell us that that they want reparations for us while not actually doing anything to encourage it. They could have been doing this at the state level a long time ago. So I know that the Democrat Party is trash. I know what benign neglect is. I see that. So I've never supported Joe Biden. I never will support Joe Biden. That dude has been destructive for the black community in a way that no other president in the last 50 years can be, right? That crime bill was the most atrocious thing that ever happened.
But
How do I become?
It's like,
let me just land right here. How do I go from that to saying that I support Donald Trump? That's what I'm trying to get at.
But if you don't support one, that means you involuntarily supporting the other.
Not necessarily. What I advocate for, what I think actually makes a lot of sense, is abstention. I think if we choose not to vote in this election, I think what it does is it sends the signal to the Democrat Party, which I believe is going to be a little bit more reasonable because they're not so abjectly and overtly racist. It sends the signal that, hey, you have to now earn our vote because we're not going to continue to give our vote for free. So then at this point now, you have to start earning our vote. You can't just virtue signal it. They're doing it right now. White House just put out a whole thing where they said, that they've shored up the black family by giving rebates for home improvements and things like that, when less than 3% of homes are in the country are owned by black people. That's not a benefit for us. They tried to paint it like, we're doing student loan forgiveness, and we did that for black people. You didn't do that for us. The white people were receiving, on average, more student loan forgiveness than black people were. And then on top of that, that's going to increase the wealth gap because there's more white debt than there is black debt when it comes to student loans. So you didn't do that for us. You didn't. So I know what the White House is doing. I know what the Democrats have been doing, and I know not to support them. The problem that I have is the misinformation that would lead people towards wanting to support the Republican Party when we know, again, that they've been abjectly racist. That's where the problem comes into play.
So what's your solution when you land your plane?
I'm sorry, I said it. Well, I'll say it one more time. I think the solution is that we abstain from vote. We then hold the politicians accountable by showing the Democrat Party we're not going to support you just because we don't like Republicans. And as a result of that, if you want to, if you want to try to court our vote again, then you'll earn our vote, and then you'll have to do things to earn it. But like just
So
simply
won't you just vote Republican to get back at the Democrats?
because why? What signal do I send to? What signal do I send to the Democrat Party when they think I'm uninformed enough?
Oh, you show a huge response by voting Republican against the Democrats.
But it shows I'm uninformed. It shows I'm uninformed because if I'm willing to support a party that I know is overtly opposed to my progress, then I send a signal that I'm uninformed and working to my own working against my best interest. I never want to do that. I would never want to say to my children or any future progeny, "Hey, I supported Donald Trump, who literally signaled the Proud Boys, who wanted a white ethno state." I'm not sending that signal. Just like I didn't want to send a signal, "Hey, I'm voting for Biden," which is why I didn't vote for him. Like that doesn't make any sense.
What do you suggest we do then?
This is the third time you've asked it. This is the third time I'll answer it. I suggest abstention.
He basically saying vote for none of the above.
We don't vote, and so then as a result of that, the politicians have to earn our vote.
Or you go to the Green Party and you drop a vote on the Green Party.
I like that too. I like the idea of supporting Dr. Cornel West.
Unless we're getting our tangibles.
Absolutely.
Reparations.
I understand that. And just to give you some background, I've been a Republican damn near all my life up until Ross Perot started running, and Daddy Bush wouldn't step aside so he can run on the Republican ticket. Okay. So I've been an independent. So I voted for the best option, depending on who was running. Okay. So I get your point. Unfortunately, we can never grow a strong enough third party in order to be disruptors.
You're right. Which is why I don't look.
Which is what really should happen if we had three parties to where the one party was solely focused on what people wanted. You would get more people in that party in order to start disrupting not only city, state, federal governments to where they need the deciding vote to either swing one way or another with that independent party.
Right.
But it would take a huge commitment for every brown and black person, yellow person in order to commit into one party to get that swing to work.
Right. And so look, the thing is, man, I'm not a radical, right? I don't really believe in the idea of we're going to create some brand new system and we're going to like upend the system as a whole.
You got to work within the system that's there. Yeah. So that's why I do. The third party is the only option. But
well, see, and the thing is, I don't consider it an option. There's enough policies in the country right now that the third party votes aren't going to be. They're not even going to appear in the vast majority of ballots, right? So then, as it stands right now, like, well, ideologically,
it does already, and some of the Senate votes, the independents do have some say in which way it goes.
The president is decided by electoral college, and because of the fact that in several of the states they won't appear.
I understand the president part. I'm talking about when it comes down to laws. That's when that party matters. The presidential seat, yeah, you're right. It comes down to electoral votes.
Wait, the hyper majority of the Senate, like both the House and the Senate are made up of Republicans and Democrats. Like, what is even 5% of them independent? What do you mean?
But there are independent votes that do matter when they swing, and when they're desperate to get that 5 or 10 votes, they are looking for those independents to swing one way or another.
Yeah, you're shifting the conversation. I thought we were talking about what right now for the presidency, but if you want to talk about just independent voters within a given party,
you're going to talk politics and parties. You have to look at all levels, not just president seat.
Well, for sure. But then when you're using a phrase
for 4 years, where most laws are made within those 4 years and multiple votes are cast.
Yes, but when you're using a phrase like independent, when we're talking about independent parties and then you switch it to independent voters, we're talking about two different things. Yeah, but yes, within the to close out the first conversation before we move to the second one, yeah, I do believe in the idea that I would probably vote for Cornel West if I decided to vote, even though I don't agree with all of his politics. But I do believe sending the signal that I'm willing to vote for the Republican Party. I think it sends the message that we have been largely misinformed, and that
I think all the geezers should be fucking kicked out, and there should be a fucking limit for term service.
Oh, I agree with that too. That's a separate conversation. But yes, I agree with that as well.
Senators and representatives in Congress right now have been in there 30, 40 years, out of touch with people and the things that are actually needed. So let's move on, though.
Sure.
My brothers, I am going to step away because I need to eat, man. I got on here early and I haven't. I'm going to let y'all close out the show.
Man, it's damn near 1 o'clock in the morning. What you talking about? I need to take my Geritol. We did this 2 nights in a row. When we up, how long were we on last night?
That was your.
It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I'm gonna let y'all. I'm gonna let y'all do it. I'm just gonna say these closing words. I'm gonna listen.
I can't close this room, man. You gotta close it.
I gotta close it.
Yeah, we can't close the room out.
Why
you
not?
Leave.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if
You're the host,
but yeah, I think you're the host.
Yeah.
And I said you're gonna do the canal thing. You jump off this motherfucker, push that button.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you're in control of it, man. It's your show. Hey, Fearless, man. My apologies, man, for
Nah, brother, don't worry about it, man. You know, we knew what was gonna happen. Sometimes,
but
we just gotta let it happen to know what's gonna happen.
I didn't really think Tommy was really gonna get upset with it because he seemed like he was just going along.
I mean, the brother was hungry. He had already been on 2 and some hours. We said, "Do you want to have a little fun?" He was open to it. Like I said, he was starting to relax.
Did Tommy just did he hang up on you guys?
Huh?
He was taking body shots at Zed.
No,
you know,
Tommy left because of a female that got on the panel and didn't at least allow him to speak. She was being rude to the host.
Yeah. Bro, in my conversation with him, he hung up. I was not being rude. I was being as civil as I possibly could while he was being rude and interrupting over and over again. And he got really upset because he couldn't contend with the facts that I was giving.
And we said this all night. While he might have done that in other rooms, we had enough control in the room where he was respecting us. We're all older gentlemen sitting on the panel. So he let things ride. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't overly overt, and the conversation was pretty mellow. You know, we're having good fun while facts were being spit out. You get what I'm saying? So the pacing of the room and the mood of the room was good. And then we was like, oh, let's have a little fun and let Zed up. But when you have somebody that's going to debate but don't shut up, and that was on her. She talked for about 3 to 10 minutes, you know, and then once she shut up, he started to try to rebut, and within 30 seconds of him rebutting, she's already interrupting him.
Yeah, she got overly
so much. He had to call. He had to call her tethered.
I mean, but at the end of the day, like, yeah, she's a Ethiopian woman.
I think she gets overly excited too much.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was a great panel. I mean, I love the fact that Tommy was open. A lot of things he talked about, we talk about in these rooms on a consistent basis. So he's in line with our ideology and the things that we talk about when it comes to the Black community and different things that are going on.
I want to show y'all something. This is why this was my issue, and I'm going to show you. Give me 1 second. If it comes up, this was my issue, guys, because when she came on, it was not about being genuine. This is the only reason she came on.
Yeah, she was disingenuous.
This is her show, as you can see. Passport Bro angry that I disrespected their Sambo god, Tommy Sotomayor. So her coming on was not about debating or not about talking. It was only to take this part to put on her show, to do that, to do it. It was never to be genuine. It was never to say, hey, let's have a conversation. She just used us, man. And we allowed, I can't even be mad at her because, hey, I'm not mad at her. That's what she does. She is who she is. She done a great job at what she did. She used us so that, and this is now. So we have our show immediately. She already got her thumbnail up. She on there and she broadcast.
That's crazy to me. She done flipped it that fast though.
That fast.
Yeah, I mean that's the game. It's content generation. I'm not recording this conversation, or I wasn't. I didn't remember to press record, but I mean, anytime you're interacting with people on the internet, you should always assume that it's going to be recorded. And that's the one problem is you have no idea if people are being genuine. Like you don't know if they're genuine, if they want to interact, or if they're just trying to
we knew it. We knew it. Well, somehow we had in our minds that, it's not this time. She wouldn't do it this time.
Right. I didn't think it was going to be like
a
that.
name like Tommy Sotomayor, if she does that. Why would this be different?
No, but we thought that she would have probably get her stuff out that she wanted to get out, and it was going to be a civilized conversation.
Like it happened the whole night. but
we knew it was going to be some cracks.
going.
Yeah, but we knew it was going to be some cracks here and there at first. But I thought maybe the conversation was smoothing it out, and it will get down to where Tommy's like breaking things down for her.
Because she spent her time talking about him. Oh, you this, you that. You don't like white, black girls. She said everything bad about him, and as soon as he went to respond, she kept interrupting.
I mean, she kind of spit. She kind of spit. You remember when he was calling black women beasties over and over again for his content?
But I'm saying it wasn't that he allowed her to speak.
I heard you. Yeah, she allowed him, and then she interrupted. I get it. So it's not about the veracity of the statement. It's about whether or not she interrupted him. I get
correct. You. And the only reason she did it was not because, hey, I want to have a conversation. Hey, I want to find a solution. It was, I want to clip this up and then bring it on to make chaos.
Right.
And it just
I do want a solution though. This is something that I'm actually passionate about. All of my content is about Black progress because that's what's important to me. I wish I could do a better. Right now, I'm actively playing a game of League of Legends, so it's taking a little bit of a focus. So it's harder to do both at the exact same time. But that is my genuine interest. That's why I'm hitting the keys. I just so happened to join right when while I was right when my cue popped. My point being, I am about Black progress. That is what's important to me, and it does feel to me very much like our progress. We're a lot of times we're stunted by ignorance, and I feel like when we look at the Democrat Party, we know how they've been trying to intentionally keep us ignorant, how they're keeping us uninformed. I saw their recent briefing. I think it was nonsense. But then when I start seeing prominent Black men, Black figures, like starting to talk about the Republican Party positively, then that reeks of misinformation, because there's no way. Like we know who they've been. Like I prefer an enemy, like a person who's overtly my enemy, to someone who's gonna pretend that sorry, I'm gonna fight. I prefer a person who is going to be like overtly my enemy, so that way I can at least know what I'm dealing with. And so I feel a sense of betrayal from the Democrat Party, because now that I've seen all the truth of all that they are, I understand that what they've been doing to perpetuate anti-Blackness, and so it's a problem to me. But that does not mean go to the Republican Party. I don't think that there is a conscious, true pro-Black position that is rooted in the Republican Party. I can be anti-immigration and still not be a Republican. I can be, especially if I'm talking about wanting things like reparations, when you have people literally referring to us Black people as criminals and saying that they're trying to give money away to criminals when they're referring to reparations as if we aren't truly owed that. Like, there's no way I can get in line with that party. When Donald Trump can say stand by and stand down to those people, to the Proud Boys who are literally vocally anti-Black, like in one ethno state, we got a problem. How do we get there? You can hate Biden and still not like Trump. You can say, hey, I'm willing to abstain. I'm not choosing I'm not choosing my enemy. And they say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Well, Donald Trump is my enemy. The enemy of my enemy, that's also my enemy, is not my friend. How do we get there? It has to be misinformation.
All right, you got to land this plane, man. We're back on politics. We're trying to get off of that.
Oh, my bad. Well, I never feel like we concluded it, bro. We never got a conclusion.
I get it. We ain't never gonna have a conclusion the way this government is working right now. So go ahead and play your game.
Can you and I have a one-on-one conversation about the Republican Party later on?
You can, if I'm up, but I ain't gonna be up right now.
Not tonight. I'm saying I'm gonna hit you up.
Send me an invite, bro. My information is in my page. You can send me anything you want. Maybe we can arrange a civil conversation.
How do I find your page? Where do I go?
It's Ronin Travelers.
Ronin Travelers, got you.
Mm-hmm.
Put all the pages in the chat, Ronin, if you can. You need to follow all of them.
Hey, mods, I'm too damn tired. Drop my damn link.
Go ahead and drop.
I got link. Mods. All the mods, drop the links for the people on the panel to host.
Yep, man. You gotta have those mods.
Now, what y'all need to do is y'all need to roll over to Zed's channel and just start cussing her out every time she talks. Y'all just keep interrupting. Go on. Just keep.
No, don't do that. Don't say that.
She's somebody that has like 12-hour lives, man. She'll be on there until the wee hours of the morning if she don't get kicked off by YouTube first. But anyway,
Yeah, don't you can't.
Baha,
can't
you
tell
just
people to
came
go to
up,
channels.
bro. What did you think about the interview we had with Tommy up until it got ruined? Did you get any nuggets
it
from
was
what
a
he
pretty
said?
good interview. He made a lot of good points that hit home about black women in single mother households and all of that shit. All of the son husband stuff. Yeah, he hit home on a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with him until Zed, the feminist tether, came up and ruined it.
Yeah. Yep. It was a great good. Damn, there was almost 3 hours. What was it? 2 hours and
Yeah, he
Yeah,
only
it was about
said he
2
was going to
hours.
stay on. He was like an hour or two at the most, and he
Yeah.
stayed on a lot longer. So I can't really be upset with it.
right. He might come back, but we definitely gonna have to guarantee she ain't getting back on none of my
Nah,
panels.
hell no. Nah,
She's done.
nah, she can't go back on.
That was too much time and energy invested to have her push him out the room like that. Over just
She wasn't
not
even
being
on for.
respectful.
She wasn't even on for that long
And-
though. She was only on for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Only reason we let her up is just to have fun because she didn't even drop a super chat to get up.
Nope.
At that
Yeah.
point, we were just letting people up. You know,
I
but
just wanted to see
anyway,
some entertainment. Obviously, I want to see Tommy do his thing.
well, I wanted to see Tommy do
Ro-
his thing and cook a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Roast ass.
But anyway, go ahead and close this out, Fearless.
All right.
You
All
lead
right.
tonight, man.
Fearless is your show. It's your
Lions
show,
Den.
Fearless.
I'm sorry. I'm over sending a chat over in Zed's channel saying, "Let me on your show."
Hey, the after
Hey,
party's
Fearless.
in Zed's room. Anybody
Fearless, did
still
she
up
block
and wide
you?
awake? There's 200
No,
some
I
people in the
put it
room.
up there, but she playing.
Hey,
you know.
all the 200 plus people
Oh.
that are on all the individual chats that are between our channels. Y'all still got time today to waste. Go jump into Zed's channel and mess with her for a little bit.
No, don't give her
Yeah,
that.
y'all
credit.
go ahead and troll Zed.
Zed already
Troll
banned
Zed.
Ozzy. He said,
You don't want to do that though. You look.
"Well, I've gone in there and trolled the fuck out of her. I even got on her
Nah,
panel."
you can do that. I'm just saying you don't want to recommend it because then it's considered brigading. You could lose your channel over that. It's nonsense.
Oh,
You can't say it. You gotta find a way of saying it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we can't.
Well, I
both say
retract
it.
my statement, but I don't. I don't
There you
care.
go. There you go.
All right,
Man.
close
Well,
us out, Fearless.
Fellas, it's a pleasure, man. I appreciate you having me up on here, brother.
No problem. Let me put these dudes in the back. I'm putting you guys in the back, and we're gonna have my brothers up. Brothers, I appreciate it, man. I don't know how many you usually get, brother Andrew, but I see you was high tonight.
Andrew got
So
dump on. Yeah, he got
he was
nice.
jamming. So I appreciate you promoting
Hey.
the show.
I got you. I got you when that comes in, brother.
It's no
got
problem, man. My thing is, I would just like the people to come and support my new channel. I don't want to put up the booty shaking things to get y'all there. I had 10,000 subs, and I went ahead and said, you know what, I'm gonna change up. Do I got this? This is what happened. I keep trying. I play it. Y'all don't believe me, and it always happens every time I do something. And I try to change. I played this before, and y'all didn't believe me. And let me say,
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
right. I try to change up the whole show, and no matter what, y'all bring me back in. But man, this was a great show. I'm still gonna reach out to Tommy and just see, thank him for being on the show. It was still great.
Yeah.
It's a learning
I
lesson.
think he'll come visit us again. And we just, like I said, we need to maintain a little control inside the panel and who we let up.
But,
Can I just say this real quick? Guys, look in the description box. Follow Fearless and follow Ronnie as well, as well as myself. All two of these gentlemen's links are in the description below, so you guys go ahead and subscribe to their channel. Also subscribe to mine if you haven't.
I'll let y'all do the closing words, man. I've talked a lot on this
Close
show.
this thing up, man. Just close it up.
Let me play the outro, brothers. Hold
Help
on.
me.
Y'all
Help me. Help me.
Let me play this outro. Give me a second.
Thank you.
My brothers. Where we at? Here we go. All right. What the hell? Y'all still watching this? If y'all still watching this, y'all need to like, subscribe, and comment. Until next time, fellas. I'll give it.